Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. 2-1 to India with 2 to go. Will India's momentum win them the series in Ranchi? Can England fight back? It was a right old battering for England in Rajkot. The young Jaswal played all the right notes in exactly the right order for India, and there were just too many bum notes from England against Bumrah and the Indian attack. Yorkshire's finest, Root and Bairstow, look under pressure and out of sorts. Can they battle their way back into some form in Ranchi? Ben Stokes thinks the pitch here looks interesting, very interesting, to appropriate the words of the great Barry Davis. And we know England have bought in Robinson and Shoaib Bashir for Wood and Rayan Ahmed. So the vital toss news is what we want to know. And I can tell you that England have won the toss, and it will probably come as no surprise that they have elected to bat. Akashdeep comes in to an otherwise unchanged Indian lineup, and we also already know that the changes for England are Bashir and Robinson are in. I'm Tony Bishop, and with me are the venerable Messi Jez.
Venerable.
Venerable, eternal.
Venerable Bede was what I learned about as a child.
Indeed.
Hello, it's going to be
venerable another word for
beautiful.
old. Well, just venerable and respected, with great wisdom, age and wisdom coming together, and the voice, of course, the bear.
Well, yes, and if you'd have listened to our wonderful podcast yesterday, you said the only chance we've got of winning is if we won a toss, and we've won the toss.
Well, indeed. Now then, chaps, I'm not a fool. I went to school. I've been from Liverpool to Istanbul. Istanbul! But I've never seen anything like it in my life. That wasn't Rex Harrison as Dr. Dolittle when he saw the push me pull you. It could have been Ben Stokes when he looked at the wicket. Messers, what do you reckon about the cracks on one side?
Apparently on both sides. On one end.
Don't get too excited. There were cracks in the last wicket too. It's so... It's the pre-test hype is always there. Somebody's looking for something. It is different looking, but it'll be a slow turner. I reckon that's what we'll have, a slowish pitch.
Yeah.
And it'll be hard work for batters and hard work for bowlers too. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Bazball deals with it.
Bear.
Well, yeah, I mean, what he did say was it was really dry and it was going to break up quick. And that's why winning the toss for me was so important. And if it does do that, it could be a fucking minefield in no time at all. We haven't had one yet. I quite like one of those pitches. They are quite fun.
It's
I
a
would
big
remind
run.
you both that at the big start of every test match, we've said, you just wait a few days till it starts breaking up.
We have.
None of the pitches have broken up yet.
Two previous
They've been
tests.
great cricket wickets. In my
Oh, they
view.
have been. I think
Well, again,
right.
if you'd have listened to our wonderful podcast yesterday, you'd have had my solution to that. Why? I mean, I genuinely...
I was
do
on it and I can't remember what it
well,
was.
I genuinely do think that is the case. I think they thought, actually, whilst we could prepare punts and burners, and I think it was Nindo may have mentioned it earlier in the series, or someone certainly mentioned it. It's a leveler, yeah. I mean, they play as badly on a really shit wicket as we do, but they've got much better spinners. So actually, they went, you know what? If we prepare wickets that break up in a timely fashion, i.e., days 4 and 5, win the toss or we bat better, we've got better bowlers, and their bowlers, well, they haven't given them as much control as they'd like because we Bazball, but they're certainly a lot better than ours, and we haven't been able to. In the last two tests when we bowled first, the spinners have not been able to exert any control really in the first innings, and it's a big problem in India.
Well, yeah, that comes down to a little bit of
Experience.
inexperience
Completely.
and why, as you rightly said, it doesn't necessarily work in India's favour to create a leveller. Jimmy Anderson, they're playing him again. They're not resting him for Dharamsala. What are our thoughts on that, Messrs?
Well, I'm surprised, to be honest, because I thought he was looking like he was flagging in the second innings of the last test, and obviously he's not going to play in the final test, but I would have thought it would make sense to give him a break before the final test. I suppose they're just throwing all that they have. I still think he's England's best bowler by a country mile, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's flagging a bit, I suspect. But maybe he's avoided the golf, had a sleep for 3 days, and feeling really fit to go.
Well, we'll wait and see.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he can play. He played one test, had a break, and it's 2 in a row. He's done that many a time. And then they got 10 days before the last test. So, he can recover in that time if they want to play him in the last test as well. I'm sure he'd be eager to play. I mean, how many wickets does he need now to get to 704?
Very good question.
I think so, yeah.
I think it's only that. Yes.
And he's got 2 tests to do it in.
Well, the teams are out at the JSCA International Stadium Complex, which is not the most exciting name. 2 previous tests here, as we've said. It's going to be Siraj who's going to open the bowling. And before we start, we have to say a warm welcome to the world to little Ake Kohli. Of course we do. I do wonder if there was a camera trained on Virat during the delivery. More than likely.
Well, now he's had a baby. Shouldn't he be back in the fucking side? Anyway, that's enough of that. Here we go.
Some paternity leave there.
That's fucking cricketer. What are you on about? And if you're a proper sportsman, you watch your baby born in the morning and then you're out in the field in the afternoon.
There's turned into Jeff
I'm
Boycott.
rather pleased that there's a recognition that there are things that are actually more important than cricket.
Bollocks. Well,
There, I said it.
Siraj is going to be in. He's over the wicket. It's down leg. Through it goes to Jarrell, who kept tidily enough, I think, in the first in his first test,
Batsman.
and there's no run.
Zach Croy was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Croy must fight to survive.
Siraj in again, past the outside edge, a little bit of swing, not much. Crawley had a little forward prod, and once again it smacks into Jarrell's gloves.
Nice ball.
It wasn't a bad ball delivery at all. There are two ends here, and imaginatively named the north and south end.
Oh, yes. Well,
But also there's the
Good
MS
advice
Dhoni
for
Pavilion.
but did they face East and West?
There's the MS Dhoni, because
Well-
it's the birthplace of MS Dhoni, isn't it? Is Ranchi.
Yes.
Dhoniville. We're in Dhoniville, Messrs.
Yes,
Will
well,
we see
Barong
him?
says, note for the crew, the southern end is the pavilion, or MS Dhoni end. The northern end isn't officially the MS Dhoni end.
Perfect.
Could be
Oh,
as
that's gone, popped up in the air. It was short and really forced Crawley back, and he kind of came off a combination of the bat and chest, I think. Had there been a man at forward short, it would have been easy beat. I think it was off his
it was
glove,
off his
wasn't
glove.
it?
That would have been a ballooned catch to short leg.
It would. It's a very sharp, aggressive start
I don't think he was expecting that.
from the ever immaculately coiffured Siraj. Gets a round of applause from Captain Rohit. And we're going to wait for the next delivery. Crawley batting well out of his crease. 3 slips are in place. That one kept low. Past the outside edge. Left alone, and there is no run. Who are our umpires today?
No, I presume it's. I mean, look at that. That looks fucking awful, mate.
Well, I think this was a couple of days out that we're looking at the film.
Well, yeah. If that's look at it. Nah, man.
The geography teacher, Graham Swan, who now we think looks like a geography teacher. We've seen him not quite doing the Tony Gregg key trick.
Ooh, that looks nasty.
Dharmasena and Tucker are the umpires.
Dharmasena and Tucker, that well-known firm of solicitors.
No blind.
He's
a TV
umpire.
Ah.
Wide of the off stump, slightly fumbled by Jarrell, left studiously by Crawley. I think it's we have to say the Ranchi crowd has yet to wake up and decide to get themselves to the stadium, rather sadly, because
There's our ginger goblin on the side of the screen.
what I can see is unless they've come dressed as empty chairs. So hopefully the ground will fill up. Maybe they all waited for the toss and thought, oh shit, well, wait until India bat.
Yeah, well, 9:30 in the morning.
Last ball of this over, left alone wide of the off stump again. Much more bounce this time. A thoughtful, studious Crawley in the first over. Nothing overly aggressive there. It's a maiden. None without loss for England. And we can get our first social messages.
Barong's with us. It says, greeting all, and I hope everyone's well. Win the toss and bat. Minimum score 300 and adjust after the first hour. David Barrett's with us, just chilling by the pool in Thailand. He sent us a lovely selfie by the pool, cocktail in hand, without a care in the world. When I realised it's that time again, I must tune into guerrilla cricket, and I must go
harder.
Go harder by the pool.
I think we need a go harder jingle, Dave. Especially done
Yes,
by
we
you.
do.
Oh, that well, there you go.
Cadex Martin says, yippee, the perfect destination for cricket lovers with side interest in geese and the Horniman Museum. Josie Oak says, morning, 5 down by lunch, mark my word.
Well, if we are, we're
And,
fucked.
Well, we're going to see the 27-year-old right armour making his first Test appearance, Akash Deep. He's
Oh, right.
man from
no.
Bengal, I think, isn't he, if I'm right?
Well, he
Akash
was.
Deep.
You keep talking whilst I find him because I didn't put him in.
Oh, there's
the
a
lovely
few
Mark Lambourne has retweeted a link to our YouTube commentary. Thank you, Mark.
Oh. There we go.
well, he's going to be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who defends him into the onside. And there is no run.
Well, he's on RCB jingle, so this could be.
I Sir Akash Deep, but no one believe me.
That's all right.
That's all right.
It just says his name. and I can't think of the name of the song that came from actually, but it was definitely influenced by something. I'm sure it was Mog.
It was Morgan. Of course.
No runs yet for England. 7 balls of this 4th test. 2 slips and a gully round the wicket. Slightly squares, duck it up. He shakes his arm afterwards, but I think that caught him on the bat, not the glove. It's back towards Akashdeep, who starts his test career with 2 dot balls, which he'll be happy enough with, I suspect. And already you have a slight feeling now. It's way too early for me to say, Bear, but I'm going to say it anyway. Yes, I mean too early in so many ways, but it just seems to be quite a cautious start.
I don't think.
I think they, whatever they say publicly, they'll have had a good old look at themselves.
I mean, you look at it from here, down that, you can see from fucking distance on the right-hand side of the wicket as you look at it from this end, it's got tracks down it that are visible from the wide angle. It's mad.
Will they be the tracks of England's tears? We will find out. As the 2 slips go down around the wicket, that's whipped away. Oh my word, Jarrell! I thought he'd thrown it up for a catch. He has got a catch. Oh my word. Yes, no.
What a great catch.
If that's a catch, it's a
No,
strangled
it's not
down
a catch.
leg.
No,
It's
no,
not. They're
no.
high-fiving him for actually stopping it.
Oh,
from
they're
going
high-fiving him for
4-5.
stopping it. Well, they shouldn't do that because it completely fooled me. First of all, I thought he can't have touched that, can he?
Let's face it, Tony, that doesn't take much.
Well, the ultimate ignominy will be when they show a replay of him not taking the catch, and I still think it's a catch. But there we go.
That'll
But
happen.
there we go. Deep. Defended. Oh, it's England's first run. Push towards point. The Jazz Whale doesn't quite get his fielding right on that occasion. Actually, I think it's Shubman Gill. And
He was
they
miles
are
away from
off and running. But I think, yes, the high fives were because Jarrell brought out his best Gordon Banks meets I don't know whom.
Oh my god! And fucking Shubman Gill ran all the way from bloody cover to give him a high five.
Well,
Fuck off!
They're pumped. They're pumped. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a massive game, this. Massive game.
It is a
If
massive game.
England win it, the series is wide open and we go to a decider at the most English of the grounds that they're going to play at. Dharamsala, remember. Over the wicket. Driven beautifully by Crawley, but he doesn't quite
no, it
get
wasn't
all
beautiful.
of it. It doesn't get past Shubman Gill, who's at extra cover. But it gets him off the mark. And both England's openers have now registered something for the scorers to worry about other than dots. If you can hear the Bear sort of half groan, half purr, are you thinking, oh, I'd love to bowl on that?
Yeah, look at that. That's just gonna crumble away.
It does. It looks like a pair of old ladies' stockings. It's
It's just gonna explode on this thing. I'm hoping. I
well,
really want it to.
I've never seen anything like it in my life. That beats the outside edge.
Good.
And Jarrell, he's a shocker, Jarrell, I'll tell you, because again there he's up like he's taken a catch. Not going to fool me this time, Jarrell.
Nearly
You
did.
don't get me twice. Nobody gets the bishop twice.
Really?
2 without loss at the end of Akashdeep's first over. A very decent one indeed. And we can go back to the venerable Bard of Perth.
Lots of people joining us on YouTube. Sadly, Willow Moon tells us that she's not able to do the cake because she had to go in hospital with
no.
her back.
Oh God, you're back.
she's-
Yeah. We can talk
She's
back
slowly
problems.
recovering. Baking is off the agenda for a little while, so sorry. That's not a problem. We're just very sorry about that problem because it's a bugger.
It is.
Lots of well wishes to
We've
you.
all had 'em.
Mr. Kaktar says, first time here, looks like I'm really going to enjoy it. I really hope so.
Siraj is in. Crawley plays this with soft hands out towards backward point. No run. You can finish there, Messrs.
English by the grace of God says, Coley's been in England with his wife for the birth. He was pictured the other day. And Perko says, was it a slow delivery or a quick one for the Coleys?
Well, it does sound like it was a particularly arduous birth, if that's why he was off all this time.
Yeah, we don't quite know. The other news, which we really should impart to you, is
Having said that,
slightly concerning, is that Rayan Ahmed has returned home for personal reasons. We did hear mention of that it was sad news, so we know nothing more, just that has happened. That one's defended by Crawley out towards mid-on. He'll take a sharp single. England move on to 3 without loss. Oh, yes,
Well,
3 without loss.
Perko's actually asked if there are any gorillas missing for personal reasons.
There are 1 or 2, actually, this series. Well, no, we've seen a bit of Hendo, haven't we? We've seen.
Yeah,
he's
Hendo's
been in.
the obvious, isn't he?
He's been in. He's in. Some
came-
people leave trails of breadcrumbs. Hendo leaves trails of pairs of glasses.
Yeah, he was in for one and a half sessions, and he managed to leave 2 pairs of
He
glasses.
comes in, makes a spectacle of himself,
Whoa.
and then off he goes. 3
But
without.
I must say, I'm in solidarity with Willow Moon. You're getting older. Just
Yeah.
fucking backs don't heal. Mine's still agony
Oh,
now.
I've had it as well, Willow Moon. It's months of physiotherapy, I can tell you. As this is carved out towards deep extra, or deep cover, and they'll take another single. Move on to 4. They're going nicely, keeping each other company, 2 apiece are these 2.
A technical demand for Dave Barrett. Mock says if Dave doesn't go harder jingle, I demand he includes guitars tuned at least to drop A flat. I presume that's a flat, sorry.
Is this what Mog uses in his particular genre of musical performance? I do listen. I have actually. I'll just wait for Siraj, who's in. Driven! Driven straight to mid-off, and there's no run. I do listen to every Mog album Mog sends.
I
or
quickly
informs
flick
me
through
of.
them.
No, I do. I mean, one of the things you can say is A, it's quite entertaining,
Sure.
but B, it doesn't take up a lot of your day. No. So you don't necessarily have to carve aside an hour for appreciation. Boom, there it is, gone.
I think the last link he sent through had 52 songs on, and none of them were over a minute long.
Siraj over the wicket, worked off his hip out towards mid wicket, no run. So still cautious. We're yet to see a boundary from England. 1 mistimed attempted drive through cover that wasn't quite got right by the right-handed Crawley. That left and right
I was
combination.
I was wrong. The symbol was an A sharp. Perko corrects me.
Ah. Do you read music, Messrs?
Nope.
Yes or no? Did you say?
No.
No, I used to.
No,
I used to
no.
quite a lot, but
I could never. I self-taught guitar, but never learned how to read music.
I used
Yeah,
to
like
have to
Paul
do
McCartney.
transcribing music but by listening to it. Is what you have to do in like music O level. Jeez. 4 without loss, England. The Amitash Chowdhury Pavilion is towering high behind Crawley, and it isn't heavily populated at this stage. That one's a little bit inside edgy, but it's backward of square and will get a single to a man named after urban development near Gatwick, and they will move on to 5.
So Perko's a little mean. Says Tony demonstrating the difference between venerable and decrepit.
I don't know why I'm laughing.
Willow Moon says at least I've got Gorilla Cricket to help distract from the pain and insomnia.
Oh, you poor thing.
Mog says sounds like I need to work a 16-hour grind opera, Tony. Oh, can you imagine? Willow Moon says we can swap
concept
back
album.
stories all day. I initially injured my back nursing many years ago, but it's deteriorated significantly. And my mobility is
Well,
now
nursing.
restricted.
I remember because I was married to a nurse, in fact. An awful lot of time on your feet. Oh, I say, that one really rushed through from Akash deep, and Crawley was an ugly shot. He took one hand off the bat. It seemed just to keep that a little bit lower than he thought it might. And it's been quite an impressive start. It's certainly been an aggressive start from Akash. Yeah, and it got up and inside edged onto the gentlemanly accoutrements. That was what caused the... not quite. To
thigh.
his right of his accoutrements. Upper thigh, head edging towards groin area. Akashdeep nicely defended by Crawley. Very impressive was Akashdeep in the 3-match Red Bull Series against the Lions. He was the leading wicket taker for India A. 11 wickets at 18.7 there.
That's pretty good.
Oh, I mean, you knew that, of course, but
Yeah, of course I did. Not.
But yeah, he was in very tidy order. They were all at Ahmedabad, weren't they? But they were all, I think, on the not the main pitch, the sort of the development pitch at Ahmedabad. Akashdeep, hair flowing backwards. Oh my word, that's a Harrow cut or a Vatican slice or whatever we call it these days.
That's
down
the
to long leg.
A23. It's the Crawley bypass.
I was on that. I was on that the other this morning actually. Was it this morning? Yeah, it was this morning on my way back from Brighton.
I impressively once got door to door at the end of a shoot in 50 minutes from just outside Brighton to my house in Nunhead.
Whoa.
My reason for being in Brighton, being as fourthy, well, I will tell you if you listen to our latest Bishop and Bear.
What, to dig bear out of the gutter?
No, I'll tell you in a minute. As Akashdeep comes around the wicket, those two slips go down, duck it, just angles the bat, guides it to deep point Siraj Fields, and they'll take a single, they'll move on to 7. No, my other half failed an eye test. He needs new varifocal glasses, and she couldn't get them in time. So she was going to drive, and I said, oh well, all right, I'll drive you. It makes it easier than you going by train and it's pissing the rain, all that stuff. But the quid pro quo is we'll get a hotel and we'll go out for a nice meal after you've done your conference thing. Hence I spent the night a night in Brighton.
I'm prepared to bet that you took longer than the Bears 53 minutes to get there.
Not by much. He's bowled him. He's absolutely cleaned up Crawley. That is a fantastic delivery. It nipped back in. Crawley's off stump, I think, is still cartwheeling. And Akashdeep has his first test wicket in the most spectacular of fashion. But just hold on a very short second, because Crawley has stopped dead in his tracks. It's a no ball. It's a no ball. Rod Tucker has flung out his arm.
I'm sorry, Smokey.
Oh dear.
And it was
one. It was
not much.
We're not talking Mohammed Amir levels
Silly
of
boy.
You silly little boy. Poor old I say poor old Akashdeep. You've got to feel for him a little bit. He genuinely thought he had his man there. It was one of those dismissals you'd remember for the rest of your life. I mean, I'm sure as a test debut, if you got England's opener, you'd always remember it for the rest of your life, however you got him.
Yeah.
But you'd certainly remember bowling him with the off stump rearing backwards. In comes Akashdeep again. What's he got? He hurries Crawley, who gets tucked up, but he's able to push it out to backward square and does take a single. And I think he'd be quite happy to get away from a very fired up Akashdeep. He's having a conversation with R. Ashwin, I think, at the moment. No doubt he was, but he was definitely over that line.
Yeah.
Oh, that went a
By
mile off the
Jove.
seam,
Well, it
didn't
did. I don't know. They did. There was a big old gap between bat and
Yeah, it
the
was.
legs
It
of
went a
Crawley.
long way.
But it went. An appreciable way.
Enough.
It wasn't
be the
quite. It
inside
wasn't
edge.
quite the length of the A23, but it was. A decent amount there. You are right.
There was
9 without loss. Round the wicket, defended by the left-handed Duckett. Back to Akashdeep, who doesn't have his first Test wicket, even though we thought he did. His over has gone for 4. One of them was the no ball that cost him his maiden wicket. England, after 4, are 9 without loss and breathing, I suspect, a very large sigh of relief. Messers.
I think it's World Ailment Day on YouTube. Mayank says, hello all, I'm unable to be on for long. I have to get a CT scan in the morning. We'll have to drink this filthy barium drink 2 hours prior to 8 a.m. Not looking forward to it whatsoever. Yeah, good luck. Mog says, my back is permafucked due to a slightly twisted spine I was born with. Not bad enough to be fixable as such, but frigging annoying. Darazizi says, hi all. Willow Moon says, phew, near miss there, that's true. And Mayank says, that's enough to Akashdeep, for Akashdeep to be dropped immediately. He's an absolute moron.
A bit harsh, I would say.
A little harsh.
He was just straining that little bit. I mean, it wasn't a big overstep.
It was a beautiful delivery.
It was half a line.
It was half a line, but half a line's enough of a line. In
it depends
so many ways.
Depends how big the line is, exactly.
Anyway, we should probably move swiftly on.
That Stokes image is amazingly Elizabethan. The first that is,
Siraj
there was
in.
a picture of him.
And this was driven. This could be England's first boundary. Yes, it is. It's beautifully on-driven by Crawley, who celebrates his reprieve with a gorgeous on-drive for 4 runs. Straight drive, really.
We should play Ben Duckett's jingle. We haven't had it yet, have we?
Have we not had the ducks there?
No.
He arrived with a smile, and he's going places.
3 slips are in place. Siraj is in over the wicket. Crawley defends back. Is it just me, or does Crawley just look a little bit not as fluid as often he does? He seems to be tucked up, hurried,
I
jabbing here and there.
I kind of get the impression they don't trust the pitch. Just on the way they're batting,
But they're
they're unsure. They're very unsure of their shots.
They might be believing. Well,
Believing their own hype. That's,
believing
that's what you wonder.
their
That's
own-
what you wonder, or whether it is. That's
know,
the thing. You can only tell when both
they've
sides
got it
bat.
fixed in their mind. If the captain says, "I've never seen anything like it in my life," and he's not talking about a push me pull you, he's talking about the pitch.
Well, they've all looked at it themselves as well. It's not like he's the only person who's allowed out to
Well,
look at
that
it.
is true. They've dispensed with 1 slip for Crawley, and he's driven this between mid-wicket and mid-on. But it's didn't really get all of it, and he'll just take a single. Not for the first time. I suspect he's not entirely unhappy to be away from the strike for a bit, just to collect his thoughts. It's been quite an eventful first few balls for him this morning, having survived, well, what looked... he looked like he was gone. He was halfway back to the pavilion before umpire Rod Tucker flung out his arms and denied Akash Deep.
Well, could that
The
be one
first
of those
test wicket.
sliding door moments in this test?
Could it be? We'll keep our eyes open for Gwyneth Paltrow appearing here in Ranchi. 14 without loss. Defended by the Duckster. Out towards mid-off. Shubman Gill jogs in from cover, but he won't be needed. There is no run. There has been plenty of seam movement. England will be quite happy. Bit of variable bounce, bit of seam movement. Little bit but of movement in the air. There's some... It's quite... overcast, I think. It's or hazy, I think.
Hazy
is a
is
description,
more-
isn't it? But that's
that's
fairly
most
par for the
cities.
course. Well, that's true. Yeah, that is true. Siraj should be the last ball of this over, defended stoutly by Duckett, who does have a little look down at the pitch, having executed a solid defence. It's 14 without loss, and we can go back to your messages, Messrs.
Dylan Lopez is with us. He says, tuning in the car halfway between Melbourne and Canberra in Australia. Love this series as a neutral, and like many other Australians, it's still tricky figuring out who to support. My mate even told me to cheer for a 2-all draw from here. And Jonathan Shawland says, good evening, Gorillas. Please accept my apologies for not listening to GC tonight. I'm on my way to watch the Black Caps versus Australia T20. That's going to be played at Eden Park, isn't it? Where the boundaries are about 3 metres.
I saw yesterday's. Goodness
yes.
me, or was it the day before? I've lost my thread of time. This one is deep, is in and defended into the onside. One off the last ball by Australia.
Oh, that was amazing.
It was a
exciting,
phenomenal. New Zealand had whopped up about 214, 200 and something. They certainly got well past 200. And I can't remember who saw them over the line. Mitch
Tim
Marsh.
David
Was it Mitch Marsh?
Or Mitch
Tim
Marsh
David,
made a great
yeah.
70, but Tim David made 30 off 10 or something
Yeah.
like that, which cemented his World Cup place.
It was exciting stuff.
I don't think you'll see Stephen Smith in the World Cup final team, even though if he's in the squad.
14 without loss. England. Akash Deep. He's all fired up. Wants that first test wicket. That's a booming Crawley drive. Correct in every detail except for not actually connecting with the ball at all. And
Well,
it's past his outside edge and into Jarrell's gloves.
At least he didn't get an edge.
Well, it's very
We
close
have a
to
super
an edge,
chat.
goodness. Oh, hooray!
Willow Moon is very
Willow Moon,
kindly
Willow
sent
Moon.
us £4.99. Says treat yourself to cakes. Heat packs and weed vapes certainly take the edge off.
Yeah. Can't get those here, unfortunately.
Do you know what? I was actually quite looking forward to it. I don't want to make Willow Moon feel guilty, because obviously there's nothing to be guilty about. He's a poor thing with a bad back, as this one is defended by Crawley. But I was actually thinking, ooh, lemon drizzle cake. I was,
I do like a lemon drizzle.
It's clear to see how to incentivise Tony, isn't it?
well, it's Hendo's more the one for cakes. I'm more of a biscuit man, but lemon drizzle cake. I thought.
My
forward to
wife and cake. Oh, Jesus.
My wife and cake.
I should
Jesus
remind
loves
people
cake.
that the GPL is currently at £146.
Oh, yeah.
Get in there. Go to our website, gorillacricket.com. You'll find competitions. You just register. It's an English pound for every estimate you want to make, as this one's past the outside edge of Crawley, taken by Jarrell. No run. Yep, it's £1 to go. You guess how many runs will be scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, you win the entire pot, unless someone else gets it as well, in which case you share the entire pot. Which was, Messrs, remind me?
£146 at the moment.
146 English pounds.
That went again off the seam.
That did go off the seam. Was that?
It's
There
gonna
was
be
one side it was supposed to be worse, where, you know, it's
Yeah,
a
outside
right-hander's problem one end and a left-hander's problem the
Yeah,
other.
basically.
We're waiting for Akashdeep. He's got 3 slips back now, and it's defended
You can
by
see it there.
Crawley. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And
But,
England
but
are watchful.
what you can see is too far outside the stumps to actually be able to be pitched on at this stage, I'd say.
Well, that's the thing. If it breaks up, maybe it won't be. I mean, it's could cause problems for a right-hander for Jadeja over the wicket, or a left-hander if he's bowling over the wicket to the lefty into
Or
all that.
It was almost an off-cutter, wasn't it? It
Yeah.
just nipped back in, didn't it? And just
Well, that's what I
completely
think. I think it hit the edge of a
flummoxed
crack.
Crawley. An edge of a crack.
Yeah, well, it hits
They-
the edge of the crack. It goes, ooh.
Oh, and Crawley steps back and says to Akashdeep, "Sorry, mate, not ready. Something's going on." He's managed to pick it's not the busiest ground at the moment in terms of spectators, but obviously someone somewhere was causing a disturbance that put off Crawley. He's commendably got his head back in the game, having, I think, himself have been convinced that he was off, reprieved by the Akashdeep no ball, driven uppishly and edged really, because it's wide of the third of those slips. There's no third man, and it gets him 4 runs. England move on to 18, Crawley on to 14.
And one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. What do we know about Ranchi?
Not a lot.
That's good. Thanks for that, Bear. Geography with the Bear, not this morning. He's not in a geography mood.
It's lovely weather there. It's about 20 degrees at the moment, maximum 26 today, not high humidity, perfect cricket weather. There you go, that's all you need to know.
Well, it's sort of to the northeast. It's in Jakaland.
Northeast.
Oxymoronica says, thank goodness
Northeast of
gracious
India.
me, England won the tossing toss. Stokes must have made the necessary blood sacrifices.
He did. That one, all
Got
waited
us
for
Kali.
by Duckett, who sort of crouches, angles the bat, steers it out to Akash, who's having bowled that over. He's going to have to field out at deep cover. Yep, it's up the sort of the northeast
Sort of
coast
up towards
side.
Bangladesh.
Up towards Bangladesh, yeah. Bay of Bengal to the east, Calcutta just to the southeast is kind of where it is. It's the capital of Jakaland. The Tropic of Cancer actually passes right through Ranchi, 23.4 degrees north.
Oh, that's quite equatorial.
There
Really.
you go.
Nice weather.
More interesting facts about Ranchi will come your way depending on what happens between each delivery.
Oh, you've put the guilt trip on Willow Moon. She says, oh no, Tony, I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I said you have nothing to apologise for. You know, these things do happen as this one is pushed into the other
Listen.
side. There is no run.
And if we really want lemon drizzle cake, virtually every supermarket sells one.
Yes,
Don't worry about
that's
it.
not the point. Made with love and appreciation by one of our listeners.
Yeah, now you're putting pressure on.
Tastes
Shut up.
completely different.
Yeah, well, it may well do.
Someone wants to be
Herco's
let
got
in,
it
by the
worked
way.
out. Herco just says, just send Tony a replay of an old cake, you'll be over.
That would do it. That would do it. I'll have forgotten within a second that I've eaten it and went, oh, I fancy another slice of cake. In comes Siraj. Oh, that's driven. Has it beaten both? It's beaten bowler and the man at mid-off, and will go all the way. Rohit was ended up on his knees. The ball ended up smacking a sponge 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Would you change it then? It's over.
It just goes too quickly, Bear. Half an hour just doesn't last long enough. Gary! Gary's looming into view. I was early this morning to pick Gary up. He wasn't standing.
And there was nowhere to park on the street this morning. I had to park right at the end.
No, I know. We've thought about you as we walked up the road.
Wilhelmine's got a question for you, Bear. She says, why can't you get heat packs and weed vapes? Bear, I'm in Lancashire, and internet shopping is a thing. Or did you mean it's not allowed in the studio? Not allowed in the studio.
What's not allowed? I think we're allowed almost anything in the studio.
I actually find weed vapes.
In comes Siraj. There's a on Hayden in, which I think is Shubman Gill, but that's nicely whipped away through mid-wicket by Crawley. That was a classy shot. Lots of wrist. And it's 4 more for England.
It was half volley with his pads then.
4.
Yeah, it was a half volley, but nonetheless, you've got to put them away, Bear.
Got to put him away.
Got to put them away, son.
Well, he's had a chance and he's seen nearly 30 balls now.
Well, as you rightly said, are we talking? Who was it? Who was the? When I hear sliding doors, I can always think of Gwyneth Paltrow, but I can never remember who the male lead was. Gary will tell me. No,
Fulis?
Gary doesn't know. If Gary doesn't know, then it's not to be known, I reckon.
Speaking of Gwyneth,
2 slips down. Oh, it's off his hips again.
Oh, that's a shot.
And that is a beautiful shot through square leg by Crawley, who is really deciding, do you know what? I've got my knife. I am going to use it. 3 consecutive boundaries for him. Something else I was going to ask you, Bear. It's quite important. Oh, the gentleman who sends us those extraordinary poems. I emailed you one because he asked if we'd play it during tea today. Do you think you can dig that out?
You emailed it to me? I didn't see that. Where did you email it to?
It's a story of my life with every email I ever send you, but there we go. Oh, down the track comes Crawley. Launched high, handsome, and all the way. And up go Dharmasina's arms. England move on to 37. It's the first maximum, and it's brilliantly struck by the reprieved Crawley, who is playing now like a man who wants to enjoy life.
It's only
having
on
had a
32
second chance. 32 and a runner ball. Duckett's only on 4. Extraordinary. We're going to change. I bet I'll go. I'll move into your chair, Bear.
You're doing socials, so I'll just bring us up to date. Perko says Gwyneth could cure all the gorilla woes with her goop. Willow Moon says John Hannah was male lead.
John Hannah, thank you. Got it.
And Ihini Ranchi says Mog. Email problems? I know what that's like when Tony is involved. Okay, I shall catch you in half an hour.
Thank you, Bessers. Gary is not entirely seamlessly sliding himself into the accompanying chair.
Well, it is Akashdeep who's in round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who gives him the full face of the bat, and there is no run. What's your takeaway on the first half hour's play?
Well, first of all, we'll say good morning to Dave.
Oh, yes, hello, Dave.
Morning. Hello, folks.
It's been fascinating, and well, we talked about sliding doors moments, hence the Gwyneth Paltrow suddenly appearing in the conversation, and I think it could define. It's certainly defining how Crawley's going about his innings. England have been really careful, really watchful. They've been worried about the pitch. Here
is
done
Akash
a little bit here and there.
Deep. It's a replay of the first delivery of the over, defended by Duckett. Dave, what's your take?
What's my take? My take is Tony is very excited after that last over.
Oh, I think so.
His spirits have been picked up, suitably picked up.
Well, this was fascinating stuff.
Crawley's like a video game character. I think the coders realised there was something not quite right. All the balls were hitting his pads, and then they fixed the code, and now all of a sudden everything's right.
Well, of course, my inquiry is nothing more than a long setup to a bad pun, which I shall come to in a moment. As Deep's in, and this takes the outer portion of the bat, but it goes along the ground, and it's well fielded at gully. There is no run, because my main takeaway is Akash and carry, because the might be a key moment in the match when Akash hit the off stump of Crawley and had that extraordinary carry that went sort of, most of the way back to the wicketkeeper, like it was kind of Michael Holding in 1974 or 76, I should say.
I think you might have gone a bit too deep there.
Very good. But you don't give Zach Crawley a reprieve because the code's fixed and he's hitting boundaries, but he's got a watching brief at the moment as Duckett gets one on his pads and he can't get it past shortish mid-wicket. He's a bit hemmed in here as Duckett. He doesn't like not feeling bat on ball. He doesn't like not scoring runs.
Well, they're kind of
just 4 from 15 from Duckett.
Bit of a reprieve, Dave, isn't it? A bit of a reversal of the previous test where I think it was Duckett who went to town and Crawley took a while to get going and then didn't really get going at all.
It's
so
one of the
opposite way around for this one.
They're starting to look like a great kind of acting partnership. They kind of always know how to play a scene where one of them just goes absolutely mad and then the other one can kind of play softly against.
Well, here's Akash, and this is pushed hard at by Duckett. He does play that kind of push drive quite often to length balls, and he gets it past the man at short cover, and they're through for 2. The fielder, who I think is Siraj, hit the stumps with the return, but Crawley was easily back for the 2 runs. He played that late Duckett, and therefore he got it square of Shubman Gill, I think he was extra cover. Duckett, just being made to hurry a little bit there was Crawley, but he had his bat grounded, and so no problem. 39 now without loss.
Second time a stump's been fired out the ground this morning.
Yeah, it's. I tell you what, the stumps wouldn't stay in the ground for long, would they? With the sodden earth of England at the moment, there's some flooding expected in parts of England because it's been unusually wet the last few weeks. As this ball was defended again by Duckett to Shubman Gill, who is at extra cover. It's the end of the over. There are 8 gone. England, having won the toss and batted, are 39 without loss. Zach Crawley has 32 at a run a ball, and Ben Duckett has 6.
Farong says, half hour gone, the luck appears to be favouring the 3 Lions. Ranchi is not that far from Kolkata and Bangladesh. Titanium rickshaw would be advised. Not far from the stadium there is a dam. Would that have any effect on the ball in relation to horizontal movement? I think you're being gently nudged there, Gary.
Yes, thank you
your
very much.
Theory of the oval and its seam movement brought about by the mist rolling over the Thames, or whatever it was I remember you saying.
Yes.
Let me see. I need to try and have a look on YouTube in a minute.
Hello. A key moment in the match is about to take place because we're about to see exactly how the wicket will play against one of the 2 masters that India have at their disposal. This one.
Rough introduction. Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done?
And he's in, and the first ball pulls Zach Crawley forward, goes into a pretty easy get out of jail shot there, wasn't he? He just pushed it for 1.
Yeah, they've already got the man on the boundary. I'm assuming maybe on the cover they have the man out for Duckett, perhaps.
I mean, wouldn't you, as a spin bowler, especially coming in, you want to bowl 6 balls at the 1 batter, don't you, Dave? I mean,
yeah,
bit of an easy get out shot there.
Yeah, maybe it's telling us a bit of something about the pitch.
Yeah, well, Rohit is a negative captain. We know that. He didn't have a short leg in where, as comes forward, there's Duckett, and again he gets the easiest of singles out to a man 3/4 of the way back at mid-off. So England rotating the strike against Jadeja straight away. I mean, I would have had a short leg in there straight away, just be telling them, "Oh, I'm in here for these cracks, mate. Oh, look at these cracks."
Yeah.
Here's Jadeja. This is defended. No run.
Crawley's already popped one up, I think, off Siraj. Even before he was then clean bowled by Akash off the no ball. So yeah, I'm with you. A short leg might well have been a prudent move.
Comes down the track, does Crawley, and he gets this into the leg side. But again, there's a man who's Ravichandran Ashwin, who is very deep in the leg side, and it's an easy single. Well, England aren't really having to work very hard here to rotate the strike to Jadeja.
Here's a question though: if it was Ashwin coming on instead of Jadeja, you'd think that Ashwin would be a bit more forceful in getting that feel that he wants.
I think
Whether
so.
that's politicking or
He goes down for the sweep, does Duckett. There's a huge Shane Warne-esque appeal from Jadeja. He went down for the sweep, it hit him on the chest. It looks to be a lot wrong with this to me. It looks too high and wide, but there's a long discussion here, and Rohit goes for the review. Well, Dave, I'll come to you first. Yay or nay?
a big nay. I don't think there's a lot going on with this one.
I agree with you. Tony?
Well, yeah, we've said that before, though. Hence the lively debate this week, fueled by Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum, and indeed Coley a couple of years ago, remember, questioning DRS. But to me, that looked outside the line.
Did to me. Well, we're seeing it now. I mean, the ball pitches, it does turn a bit.
Massively.
And it hits Duckett in the rib cage. He's all the way down because he does get very low to sweep. It's the first sweep he's essayed, and he's missed the first one.
Second view, I think he could be in a spot of bother here.
No, I think it's hit him umpire's call at best on.
He's not the
hitting him.
tallest. He was trying to sweep. It came from outside off and moved back in dramatically. I don't think there's any inside edge. There isn't.
No.
And because he's sweeping, he's so low down. That ball's on its way down.
I don't think height is an issue now. I did on first view.
I think he might be in a spot of bother here.
I think this is umpire's call at very best on line. It is umpire's call on impact and umpire's call on hitting. So Dave and I beat you 2-1 on that one there.
You did.
Yeah, Tony.
I'll take it. Another reprieve. Not quite as dramatic as the first, perhaps, but nonetheless a reprieve.
It's a useful review, though, because it's put it in Duckett's mind now about sweeping, because that's his main scoring option. And India do not lose a review on the double umpire's call. I've got half a feeling that they should, really. If you get 2 umpire's calls, you retain your review. It seems generous to me, but there we are.
Well, it's good all round for everyone then. Duckett survives. India don't lose a review. Everyone's a winner.
Good process.
Yes.
So there's a leg slip, which I always like to see, and a slip, but nobody in front of the batsman in the eye line. The nearest man is a short mid-wicket to Duckett, who plays that slap drive that he alternates with the square cut. It was full, and he kind of comes across the ball, doesn't he, Dave, as he plays
He just
that
gives
one.
it a whip. Good long kind of whip. Is it? Yeah.
If it was Owen Morgan, we'd be saying he's learned that playing hurling or something. But it wasn't. It was Ben Duckett, and it was one of these.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Yeah, I'm delighted to play that jingle, because last night I was at a ska musical at the Theatre Royal Stratford. With lots of ska, but there's plenty of blues, a little bit of calypso. It was very pleasing. Very pleasing. 46 without loss, England. Your tweets are coming in at Gorilla Cricket, 1R2Ls.
They are. Was that the end of the over? Mayank, I'm in the middle of a cricket 22 game where I had Root opening the batting. He's faced 35 balls and 32 overs.
As Crawley gets one on the legs, and he's not missing them anymore. He gets it to deep backward square, where I think it's Kuldeep does the fielding there. In fact, sure it was Kuldeep, left arm return. Another one to Crawley, 35 off 36.
Mayank said, I'm doing everything in my power to keep him away from the strike all innings. Messers had said, so if there's 2 umpires' calls when the batter is given out, should he lose his wicket twice, Gary?
Well, there's nothing logical about the game of cricket. One of its delights is that it's full of esoteric highways and byways. In fact, that was one of my favourite Yes albums, by the way, Esoteric Highways and Byways.
I was about to say, that's the sort of ring of sort of progressive 1970s indulgent
Hypnosis,
nonsense.
would it be who did the album covers?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was
Roger Dean. Roger Dean
I
was the artist for all of Yes, and amongst others.
I was a little young for
He was
prog rock.
fairly local to me, is Roger Dean.
Yeah.
He's in Surrey. He's got a studio in Surrey. Still very active as an artist.
Dave, I think you're younger than both of us. I would hope so, because if you're not, you've got a portrait in the attic, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar, slightly unfamiliar with the artists.
You're
That
not.
doesn't mean anything, to be honest.
You're not missing much, if truth be told, if you missed out on prog rock. But I always think of Rick Wakeman when I come in here, because all of these are like all the keyboards that Rick Wakeman had in front of him. As round the wicket comes Akash, and he's got him. That's a superb delivery. It pulled Ben Duckett forward. He had to play at it. It was on about a fourth stump line. He always plays at it anyway. And he edged it through to the keeper. That is an excellent piece of bowling from a very impressive debutant, who is this man. Regulation edge, Dave.
Yeah, a lovely bit of movement there. Mightn't have been celebrating as much as Akash did there, considering his first wicket, his no ball, but I guess you got to celebrate these.
I mean, that's the perfect ball to Ben Duckett. You know he's not going to leave it.
Beautiful.
You know he's going to be playing it outside his eye line. You've got just a little bit of nibble off a pitch, which has offered nibble for all 45 minutes or so so far. And England have the hero of Hyderabad coming out to bat. So I'll give you his jingle.
Take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. Take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
He's got a very characteristic walk-off, Duckett, hasn't he? When he tilts his helmet back, but not half, only sort of half off his head. Whether he's made 100 or he's made next to nothing, it's pretty much the same every time.
Yeah, I mean, one of the admirable sort of side traits, if you like, of Bazball is there's a certain phlegmatic approach. When you're in, you're in. When you're out, it's happened. You get on. Look at the next ball. Is that fair reading, Dave?
I think so. Definitely a man who lives Bazball as Duckett does.
Well, it's Ollie Pope who predates Bazball, as does Duckett, but the second coming of Duckett doesn't. And he pushes forward to the first ball, gets a little bit of a inside edge, and it's fielded in mid-wicket. One of these strange things that I never really understand is that new batsmen come to the wicket and there's no difference in the field at all. I mean, wouldn't you want to attack him a little bit? Get into his head, say, oh, we've noticed a problem with you and that's why we're bringing in a silly point or a on Hayden or whatever. Does it surprise you, Dave, how passive captains are?
Yeah, a little bit of something. Even if the field was almost the same, but you just made it look like you put a lot of thought into it.
Yeah.
We've done...
As it comes down the track, does Ollie Pope, there's a huge appeal again, and every appeal is going to be huge. He was walking towards Akash there, and he was taken on the pad. There now appears to be overthrows, so it is 4 leg byes. There must have been an attempt to throw the down the stumps because he was a long way forward. But we're getting a review. It's a review from Rohit, so it's all happening out there.
So we're saying that's off the bat.
Well, it was signalled as leg byes.
Yeah.
So, of course, all things are in play when it comes to a review. So it could be, and it could not be.
Well, what was it given for? Given for LBW?
Well, the appeal must be for LBW because it's not
Yeah.
caught.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks way too high to me.
I don't think there's an inside edge.
Yeah,
I mean, to the naked eye, there isn't.
I mean, looking at where it's hit him, how far down the track he is, it hit him above the knee roll. I've only got this one comment, which is,
You cannot be serious!
Mixmaster DJ Gary is in impish
Gary in the
mood.
mix.
It took me almost an over, I think, to find that. Well, we're seeing the review now. Impact is in line.
Hello.
Unbelievable!
He's gone.
He's gone.
Hell.
It's hitting the very top corner, as they would say in baseball, of the strike zone. Well, if Ben Stokes was a little concerned about the DRS system in previous test matches, I find that extraordinary.
No, that looked pretty close to me. I didn't share your confidence at all. 2 and 3 balls for Akash
Well,
Deep.
I want to see it side on, because he was a long way down the track, and it hit him quite high up. but a good shout from Rohit. Well, you know, when it comes to me, I'm afraid.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Well,
Oh.
Ollie Pope's gone after 2 deliveries, and it's a funny old game, Saint. Add 2 wickets to score.
That's England. They've had one reprieve, Dave, haven't they? And then suddenly, bang,
Yeah.
bang, and
That all seemed to happen
Akashdeep
so
is
quickly.
right
I
in the
was-
mix.
I was going to say that at least, yeah, I thought there wasn't going to be a lot going for that review, but
Well,
proven
I
extremely wrong.
I just find it amazing that he was that far down the track, and
Yeah.
and it hit him, you know, on the knee roll or above the knee roll. But anyway, a man under pressure.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And if he gets out first ball, reverse scooping, I'm going to throw my mic down and walk back to Tooting.
You could do that. We might hold you to that. Only don't damage the mic and enjoy the walk.
All of a sudden you've got
Impossible.
all of a sudden you've got me slightly worried about it. Well, Akashdeep on debut, 2 for 13 in 4.4 overs, and he could well have had, if he had a short leg in, or if his own leg had been a little bit shorter and not overstepped, he could well have better figures even than that. Well, he's in, and Joe Root is taken on the pad. There's a huge appeal again.
They think it was pad first.
They do think it was pad first. Now I think
Oh.
Joe Root, if I might have got his
They're gonna
pad
review.
outside the off stump, but you know, India are very excited. Why wouldn't they be? Ashwin's directing traffic. It's like Heathrow on a day when the radar isn't working here. All the arms are going. There's semaphore coming
Yeah.
out, and he does
Oh, here we
review.
go, here we go.
Well,
Could be 3 in and over.
it could be
Wow.
3 in and over. Is Joe Root out first ball? Well,
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
so Dave, what's your view on this?
My view is that I feel like Deep is kind of buzzing, and he's kind of got this Stuart Broad quality where like it's almost like everything is out. But he's proven me wrong thus far. Ooh,
Oh.
I think it's
Surely this is umpire's call on impact. I mean, I think it has hit the pad first because the bat is slightly behind the pad from what I can see.
Yeah.
and that is the case. It's hit the pad first. It's not been
certainly has.
squeezed onto, but you can see. I mean, it's a stump outside off stump on impact, isn't it? And I don't even think it might not even be umpire's call. It could be hitting outside here. So the adrenaline and the excitement may have got to Akash, and yes, the impact is outside.
Yeah.
The adrenaline
Yeah.
did get to Akash and Rohit, but that's part of the game, you know.
Why not? They've just
Why
taken
not?
2 in the wicket, 2
Yeah.
in the over. Could have been 3.
India lose the review, but on the other hand, England lose 2 wickets, 47 for 2, and there's still a ball left in this over. It's just taken most of my 30 minutes on ball by ball just doing this over.
Yeah, Gary, when I was doing it, England were firing runs all over the place.
Am I the,
Consecutive 4s.
the Shelley de nos jours?
You are. Shelley Naylor. Unsettling start for Joe Root, though, Dave.
Yeah,
Crikey.
right arm over is Akash, and this is pushed much more confidently by Joe Root to the man at mid-off. All the fielders were in a little bit closer. So a superb over, which has got wow right in the middle of it on the graphic that we see. 1 wow 0-0, and that was pretty much what that over was. Wow from Akash and 0-0 for England because 2 wickets are down.
Yes, right, for wrong. Duckett gone, England doomed. Could be a favourable pitch for him to roll his arm over. But maybe will it ever happen this series? The light roller says, joining you good folks in stealth mode, still chuckling at Akash and Carrie from Gary. David Stump, blimey, you sound like Sean Hughes. That's got to be you, Dave. And
yeah.
not just the accent. Well, you could do worse. I liked Sean Hughes. The collapse is on, says Jersey Oak. Well, of course he does.
Here's
I said we'd be
Jadeja.
5 down.
As Crawley comes forward, just pushes it into the leg side. I think just one slip for Jadeja. You've taken 2 wickets, albeit not at Jadeja's end. You've got to attack, haven't you, Dave?
yeah, you got to have something in there, I think.
Jadeja's in again. Crawley comes down the track, and he can do that because there's no short leg. So if he plays for the inside of his bat, he's okay. And he just takes the easiest possible single to the man giving it to him at mid-off. Crawley has 36 from 38. It seems like half an hour ago he had 32 from 32. And that shows how he's struggled a little to get the strike. But you can't really get the strike if the blokes at the other end are walking backwards and forwards to the pavilion, can you?
No. There's a lot of conversation on YouTube, I can tell
No,
you,
no.
at the end of this.
No. No. Well, a little bit of intent here. It's the first time we've seen a man in close on the offside, on the eye line of Joe Root, and this is just defended. There is no run. Do you like that, Dave? I do.
Yeah, I do. Because the thing is that, like, so they burn that review, but then Deep has them buzzing. But then if they have the fielders back, then you kind of lose that momentum that they've suddenly built up.
Yeah, it's a game where seizing the moment is so critical. Root rocks back onto the back foot, punches it to mid-on, and he's off the dreaded egg. He's taken a single.
Carpe that DM.
Yeah, it's I mean, there are many elements of Warren's genius, but one of them was his ability to see when a match was turning, as Jadeja is in, and just takes the outer portion of Crawley's bat, and again, there's a very easy single conceded square on the offside. England have 50 up. They are 50 for 2.
They just moved that man out, didn't they?
Yeah, well, they did. They have him in for Root, but not for Crawley.
Yeah, for Crawley, yeah.
He's a real committee man, isn't he, Rohit, when it comes to making a decision about whether to review or not?
Yeah, look at the minutes from the previous review and see what happened.
Well, Ashwin's the big
bags of advice.
With Virat not playing, Ashwin's the big personality in this side, and I think he does tend to let Ashwin's body language do a lot of talking as next ball is defended. No run.
Right. Was that the end of the over? Yes.
It is.
50 for 2. Okay. English by the grace of God. Duckett looked to be struggling anyway. Yes, he did. I smell a 2-day test, says Mayank. Raj Shonak tooting. Get some Punjabi breakfast.
Oh.
Steve Kellett all over by tea time. Kiefer starting to lose faith in Joe Root. Can we have just one game of the old Root? Mayank says this is a proper pitch for Duckett to bowl his spin. He must be licking his lips. And Willow Moon says can't see England lasting out the day. Well, yes, I may not be that straightforward. I agree, Willow Moon.
Joe Root has changed his bat, having faced 5 balls. Now, whether he's gone for a bat with a kind of lower middle to it because he realises that the bounce has gone out to the wicket or not, I don't know. But somewhat unusual to change a bat after 5 deliveries.
Poor old Crawley has been sort of watching all this going on, didn't he? Because he took a single and then it all kicked off, and he's been stood at the other end thinking, what's going on?
Yeah.
And England have got to 50, at least.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to be let in, Gaza.
Oh, God, I don't know how to do it.
Do you know how to do it? All right, I'll do it at the end of this over then, don't worry.
So Zach Crawley's on strike for the last over of this particular group of gorillas, and he heaves that. Well, there you are, son. You may have got 2 wickets on you in your debut spell, but you bowl length on off stump. I'm going to lift you over mid-wicket for one of these. And it's a no ball as well, and you can forgive the well, he's not that young, is he? I think he's 27, 28, Akash. Little bit too much adrenaline, so he oversteps the mark, and Crawley just played that short arm jab over mid-wicket. This one is a better ball, and Crawley gets a bit of an inside edge, but everything's going for runs off the Crawley bat at the moment. Goes down to long leg, and they're through for a single. Crawley now has 42. I mean, that looks just extraordinary, that ball is hitting the corner there. I mean, it's hit him, what's that? That's 8 feet down the track, and it's hit him above the knee roll. I find that incredible, but we have to trust the technology. That's the process. That's the process, yeah. And I'm certainly not going to call for an end of DRS, but every now and again you get one. Usually it's one that's hit quite low down, but every now and again you get one and you just think that does not look right, and that did not look right to me. But Joe Root's down the track again. England are looking to, I think, counter the movement that we have seen off the pitch by getting forward, even to Akash, who's bowling in the high 130 clicks. but he can't get it past mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I think it's good. That's good from Root. I think that kind of proactiveness is what you usually see from him, as opposed to scoops.
Yeah,
I'm going to rule out the scoop.
You want him to be busy at the crease. Lots of foot movements. Dancing like Robin Smith used to do when he walked to the crease. As he plays that favourite shot of his. I always think of Geoffrey Boycott when he plays that shot, which is a kind of punch, a kind of neutral position, and punching it square of the wicket on the offside. Root's got a lot of runs from that shot. Geoffrey Boycott did. Michael Atherton did. As the camera picks out Ollie Pope, who really, after that extraordinary 196, has been somewhat quiet, I think.
Oh, you're not talking
series.
About Scoops now?
No.
As soon as you said Jeff Boycott, I thought...
No, it's the back...
I don't think he got many runs from
scoop.
Scoops in his...
It's
the famous Boycott scoop.
It's that push to point that Root plays and Boycott played and Atherton played. It must be a northern thing. There's a little inside edge, goes down to long leg, and Root gets another single, so England 57 for 2. Brian Johnson say the highest variety is 57 for 2.
I wonder, are there moments like this where Crawley just finds things so easy that he's like, lads...
Yeah.
What?
Well, he's only
what
there by the grace of the marginal overstep from Akash Deep, who could have had 3 wickets, and had England been 3 down, then you'd suspect that Lordy, a tumble would carry on, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's Crawley can make the game look. Oh, and he's bowled him. Oh, Akash, he is in a tremendous spell. We were just saying how Crawley can make the game look easy, and surely not another no ball. They're looking at it. Crawley went nowhere with his feet. He just sort of jabbed at the ball. It went through the gate, trimmed the bails.
No, he's gone.
But no, he's gone. And Akash, what a selection he's been. He has been brilliant. England have been less than brilliant. They're 57 for 3 because this is what's happened.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, 3 wickets for me on the ball by ball.
Gary.
Yeah. It wasn't a good shot from Crawley. His feet went nowhere. He ended up falling over as the ball seamed in a little bit. Didn't do a huge amount. But, if you bowl at the top of the off stump, you're going to get results, aren't you, Dave?
I think there's a bit of a dark spot there, especially with deep bowling. I mean, it'll be any bowler really, but it's just like when you're kind of almost parallel parking, you don't quite see outside your rear view mirror, and Duckett kind of seems to be getting stuck when he's playing across those deliveries that are kind of keeping low a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. Well, England now have 2 men under pressure because...
it's the 2 Yorkshiremen again.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite jingles.
Johnny Best is smarter than the average besto. Johnny Best has been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the 6s, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average besto.
I'll tell you what, I'll be disappointed if it's Ben Stokes walking out to bat after playing that, but I think it is Johnny B.
No, it was Johnny B.
And I think we're taking drinks, so it might be a good time to swap over.
Possibly it might be. You're still staying there, Gazza. Yeah. I'm just going to set you up so you can welcome Forthy, and I think the Bear is going to come back in and keep you company.
Any closing thoughts, Dave, as we hand over?
Closing thoughts, Yorkshire versus India. That's where we're at.
Yes, you could be right. Well, we'll say farewell for the time being to you, Dave, and we'll welcome Forthy. Well, Forthy, it's all changed.
Yeah, no, I just fed the dog, and when I got back, 3 wickets had fallen. So that's not good. I blame you, Gary.
Yeah, well,
I blame Toby.
And I was blaming DRS, so we've got plenty of fall guys. It. I wasn't actually blaming DRS, it just didn't look quite right, that, but that's a sideshow really. The main event is that Akash Deep has taken like a duck to water to the test match arena. Well played, son.
Oh my God,
he has bowled beautifully, hasn't he?
I mean, we can talk about Bazball till the cows come home, and we have done, but at some point it's worth acknowledging that this is the widest and deepest in terms of talent India team that there probably presumably has ever been. Because every time they pluck someone out of the shires, or whatever the regions, if it's India, look what they cough up. This deep guy, he looks pretty good.
Well, he's what I've liked about him is a certain lack of ego. He's got a pitch he can work with. There's cracks on it. There's some grass on it, and he's just said, "I'm not going to try anything clever. I'm just going to bowl my best ball on a length and see what happens." And that's what he's done. He has overstepped, of course, so he does have that against him. But as a display of fast medium bowling on a helpful pitch, first morning of a test match, and the first morning of a test match, it should be a helpful pitch to a fast medium. He has been fantastic. But I'm handing over to you, Forthy.
Yep. Okay. Away we go. It's deep. It's the aforesaid deep. He's in again. He's deep in the wickets. He's got 3 of them. He's on an absolute roll here. And that's defended by Johnny Bairstow. So 1 ball to the good in the ledger. The longer these 2 guys can stay in and just feel bat on ball, just get a little bit of Yorkshire confidence oozing through their veins, the better. Probably not a great time for scoops and reverse ramps and so forth, but you never know.
No, I think this is very much a time where you've got to sit in the game. You've got to think this pitch might ease off as the sun bakes it a little bit in the afternoon. I think the best time to bat on this pitch will be in the 2nd and 3rd session today, and possibly the 1st session tomorrow. It's going to be pretty tough, I think, deep in the 2nd day, because it'll already be starting to misbehave.
Yeah, and the question will be, how many wickets down are England going into the first hour of the afternoon? If they're 3 wickets down, then all to the good. That's stroked away by Bairstow, who there would be the possibility of the run as it went wide of the man at cover, but they decide against.
I think it was Root, and I think they got 1, didn't they? I'm not absolutely certain because I was distracted as well. It was definitely Root on strike though, Forthy. So
oh, okay.
Because getting Bairstow off naught is quite an event these days. So
I've got my Yorkshireman confused for a second there. Thank you for that. So it is Bairstow. He's on strike. He's facing his second ball. Root has moved on to 3 off 9. He's got a strike rate of 33. There was a time there when it looked like Zach Crawley was very much on for the Bannerman. He was on a Bannerman of about 80%, but all hopes of the Bannerman are gone. Crawley back in the pavilion. Bairstow tries to cut that, stays low, goes through to the keeper. 1 or 2 arms thrown into the air.
He would have missed it with 2 bats in his hand, I think. He was that far away from it.
Yeah, not a confident start from Johnny, but let's hope he eases himself in. That's a much better shot. Stroked majestically towards the offside sweeper, and they come through for a single. Johnny is off the mark.
I don't think India are quite getting this right in the field. The only batsman I think who scored a boundary is Crawley, and
big forward defensive from Joe. Dot ball.
And I
carry on.
The only batsman who's even looked like wanting to score a boundary is Crawley, and yet India are defending the boundaries here.
In comes Jadeja again. That's cut to points, but there is a point. No run. Yeah. They're a reasonably conservative lot in the field, aren't they? Under Rohit's captaincy, that's the way they play it. And they'll say, "Well, look at the series results so far." That's played round the corner by Joe Root. They come through, hurry through for the single.
You see, that's just a conceded single to me. Why isn't that man tight on the 1? But he wasn't, so England get a single. And
at the end of the 13th, England 60 for 3, and we'll hand you over to Messi.
Tawit Tawu says, "I fed the dog and 3 wickets fell. It must be a bloody big dog."
It wasn't. He's not a big dog.
Luigi Lovelobes, I like that handle, says, "Just worked 3 down. Are we shite, or is this the pitch?" Well, there's help in the pitch, but it's nothing demonic in the pitch, is there? I think it's been great bowling.
It has. Yeah, there's
always bowling. I mean, smacking in two of them. One of them smacking into the top of the off. One just got a little nibble, as can happen to an opener. And Ollie Pope, I think the studio feels, the panel feels, was a bit unfortunate, but out is out, according to DRS. Down the wicket comes Joe Root, turns his bat on it to into man at mid-wicket. They come through for a single. I agree with you, Gary. I felt that was... I mean, it doesn't look out, does it? The guy's, what, 6 metres down the pitch?
Maybe not 6, but he's certainly 3 metres, I think.
Have a look side on.
What I find with you, both of you, is saying, we've got to trust the technology, and then saying, we can't trust the technology because my instinct's better than the technology.
Well,
it keeps happening. Either you trust it or you don't.
Well, I don't altogether, because that didn't look right. So I don't altogether trust the technology. I'm going to say it. And after the post office debacle, I think we can sometimes mistrust the machine. That's played round the corner down to long leg, and that's they come through for a single.
I mean, my view of the technology is we have to trust it because it gets the vast majority of decisions right. But there are the odd one, and often it's a ball that's projected, hits the pad very soon after pitching, hits very low down around the ankle, that looks a bit strange. But that one looked a bit strange because, I mean, when we were growing up, the bowler wouldn't even have bothered to appeal for that.
No, that's right. In comes deep again, and that's defended. I'm sorry. Okay, so bigger point. If it doesn't look right, and DRS is saying that that's out, is there scope for saying, well, what does DRS give out and what doesn't DRS give out? And I don't know what the answer to that is.
Well, I presume the companies that make, Hawkeye, and I think there's another company as well that does the technology there, they're constantly calibrating and recalibrating the system. If I was in charge of that technology, I would want to look at that one and, have a look at the algorithm, because it's not, it's not we see a visual representation, but what it is a crunching of binary code, isn't it, that pulls it out.
Dots and ones.
I'll give you a counterpoint
just
after
one second,
this
Messi.
delivery.
Deep comes in, and that's cut not very convincingly out into the covers by Johnny. Doesn't look like he's got his rhythm back yet, but no run. Yes, Messi.
The ball that bowled Crawley, I didn't even realise it hit the stumps. My instinct was that was not out. But actually the wickets went over, which is a fairly solid technology in terms of saying someone's out. So sometimes my gut instinct is wrong. And the technology, in this case the stumps, is right.
Yeah, and this is because
correct.
Sport is a contingent thing. We look and we see the outcomes, but we're never quite sure what those outcomes are going to be, because if the outcomes were predetermined, there wouldn't be any sport to have. It would literally be played on paper. And nobody wants to go back to the days of ours that in lockdown, do they? Do we here playing with dice cricket?
Probably not. I do quite enjoy. I used to play ours that late at night when I was a student, and it would be my host punk team against my friend's proto metal team.
I gave up ours that when we were playing it on a train. I think.
Was that a friend singular, Forty?
I've got more than one, Messi. I've got more than one.
Sorry.
It's all right. Johnny Bairstow faces up to the what's the word? The bogeyman of the England team at the moment, and Johnny Bairstow squeezes that out for a single on the offside.
I think I was playing ours that on a train in Sweden with my kids, and lost a bit of credibility when I think either my side was doing well or doing badly, but were rescued by 169 from Matthew Hoggard, so that rather undercut the credibility of the game with my kids.
Yeah, talking about things which just don't look right. Joe Root facing up to deep. Last ball of his over. He's 3 for 24 so far. Digs that one in a little bit further. Joe Root, not to be tempted. Now is not the time for switches.
Yeah, just before you come in there, Messi, there was almost a disdainful leave there by Root, wasn't it? He turned away from it and thinks, if you think I'm going to ramp that over third man, you've got another thing coming.
At the end of the 14th, England 64 for 3.
Reminder, the GPL is now at £149, and you've got 45 minutes to get in, so do that. Kafir says this could be embarrassing again. Have they learned nothing? No one's blaming anything other than blaming our own players. Willow Moon says can't see England lasting the day. and then says, "Did I say they wouldn't last a day? They won't last until lunch at this rate." My poor English friend, says Raj Shunak. Now it's time to start blaming the pitch, DRS, Coley, and finally the umpires.
No, that's none of that's quite right. That's cut by Bairstow, and no run. No, India, superb team. Umpires, Dharmasena, fantastic umpire. Really, very, very good. He's had a fantastic series as well. That's cut again by Bairstow, and this time there will be runs. Probably 2 of them. Big sprawling save out on the boundary. I think that's probably Jaiswal out there. They come back for 2. I take absolutely nothing away from India. This is one of the greatest India team I think any of us have seen, and this is a very standard average, and it's in the spin department poor England team. Make no mistake about that.
And also, we could hardly have praised Akashdeep any more than we have.
No, absolutely no. We're not. We are just suggesting that maybe one small part of the infrastructure of the technology might need to be just a little bit looked at. That's all we're saying. Dot ball from Bairstow out on the offside.
Nice, they've got a silly point in for him.
That's nice. And he strays just a little onto the legs there, but Johnny Bairstow is in no mood to be expansive or defensive on leg stump.
One thing we haven't talked about is Jadeja's now in his 4th over. I don't think he's turned the ball, really, has he?
No, I mean, no more than just a few millimetres of straightening. So that's interesting. Slightly fuller from Jadeja, defended again by Johnny, dot ball.
Well, he missed it. That one did turn a little bit, but
this is my feed, Gary.
Yeah, I know. That's why I've tried to help you out. I've been there, Forthy. I've been there.
This is the perils of being in Melbourne, and by rights, I probably shouldn't be doing this job at all, but give it a go. That's just turned around the corner by Johnny, and he comes through. Unless you can tell me differently.
No.
He came through for a single. And he moves on to 7. And that's the end of the 15th over. England 67 for 3.
Well, let's go from one side of Australia to the other. So Perth, Messi.
Yeah, Nianthai says, any chance of rain in this test? Well, there is a forecast for a few showers on day 5, but whether we get there or not is another question. Kafir says, no one is blaming anything. Done that. Leah says, morning all. I've had the worst flu I have had in a decade. Hopefully I can do the podcasting later today. That actually looks decent though. I'm sorry to hear that, Leah. Hope you get better soon.
That's a shame. Do get better. Our thoughts are with you.
Yeah, and with us
is... who says... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say with us is... if I can find him, why can't I find him? It's this man.
Well, Mohammed Siraj.
7 overs, 3 for 24 was Akashdeep's opening spell in Test cricket.
Not bad at all. Mohammed Siraj back into the attack. He got collared by Crawley in his first spell. He went for 27 off 4, but there's no more. There is no more Crawley, and he'll be fancying his chances against an out of form Johnny Bairstow. He's 7 off 13, and it's a false start. Lost his run, lost his rhythm. Didn't look right, didn't feel right on that occasion for Mohammed Siraj. Pulls out.
So he's bowling from the opposite end from which he opened. He must be, because he's replacing the other opening bowler. So he's switched ends.
Don't know enough about the different ends as to... this isn't Lords where we're well versed in the different ends. Cuts by Johnny Bairstow, and I think that will go all the way for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That was a very benign delivery, wasn't it, from Siraj there? A bit of a loosener, and Johnny said,
but that'll do Johnny the world of good to middle one. Cut, he got his head right over the ball.
Yeah, rare.
Has told us that both ends are the MS Dhoni end.
Both ends, of course they are. Yes.
It's his stadium, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Siraj is doing a lot of running up to no fruition, because he comes in again. This time Johnny pulls out. He spotted something, 100 yards away, which is in his eye line.
He's very angry. I mean, it doesn't take much to get Johnny Bairstow angry, but he's shouting and he's saying things. And
I think, some players like Shane Warne was always better when he was riled up. He loved being in the game. I feel with Johnny, he's better when he's calmer myself.
Yeah. He's he is his father's son, and the cliche about the hot-headed redhead is always in play with Johnny, isn't it?
Sure he is. And he comes again. And that's played out to the man at point. And everyone comes round and gives him a big pat on the back. It's a fairly standard bit of fielding. One thing I've just spotted there, Gary, I see that first slip is marginally ahead of the wicket-keeper in their echelon stance. I don't know whether you can comment on that.
Yeah, well, I mean,
usually
they're a yard or two back. I think the idea is that the wicket-keeper doesn't dive into the first slip. But that is unusual, yeah. I mean, maybe he's quite wide. He's more of a second slip, isn't he?
I noticed that the wicketkeeper actually took a few steps forward just before the delivery, so he was level.
Yeah, he was more or less parallel, but even being level is unusual. Right, so Siraj has got his head in his hands. He felt that there was something in that ball. Let's have a look at it again. I think it was... not really. It's just a bit of mistiming from Johnny, but the ball didn't really go anywhere.
Just a huge gate all the time with Johnny B. I mean, historically he gets bowled and his LBW more often than a batsman of his stature should be. Again.
Yes, big gap again, just as Gary was describing. Big thick inside edge to mid-on. No suggestion of it being anything other along the ground, though. But there's no sense of great permanence from Johnny so far, it's fair to say.
We mentioned Johnny Bairstow's father. Younger listeners may not be across the fact that Johnny Bairstow's father, David Bairstow, long-time wicketkeeper for Yorkshire, and played quite a bit of one-day cricket and a handful of tests, I think, for England. A fiery keeper he was.
David Bairstow, isn't it? Johnny relaxed at the crease and plays a nice forward defensive shot with no gap at all between bat and pad.
And like many, I think that Johnny Bairstow's probably 3 or 4 inches taller than his father, in my mind's eye. David Bairstow's 5'6", maybe not 5'6", maybe 5'8", and Johnny's pushing 6 foot.
Better nutrition after the war.
Yeah, that's right.
It's all the bloody additives in the McDonald's.
Maybe it's that. Sweets didn't come off the rationing till 1953, I think. In comes Raj again. Nice forward defensive out.
Yeah.
A little bit better from Johnny. Dot ball to end the 16th over. England 71 for 3.
Our own Anindo says, if you thought sky was the limit, you weren't ready for Akash Deep. 3 wickets on his first morning in Test cricket. Welcome to the big league, young man.
Yes.
Yeah, he has been very, very impressive. So John says, what is the GPL? I'll let you describe that in a second. Mog says, I'd be happy to go back to a bit of dice cricket. Sudahu says, well, stop being fucking selective. Funny how it's always on an English wicket where DRS is wrong.
No, not true again.
Willow Moon says, nothing used to beat a good old game of car cricket on a long car journey as kids. Objective, your criticism is leaning towards whining it a bit. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that it might feel as if whenever you make a point like that, when you've just lost 3 quick wickets, it does feel that way. And maybe there's a...
Did you see the ball, Forthy?
I did. So, to describe that ball, it left Joe Root, he played at it, it missed his off stump, and it
turned.
was fumbled.
It turned.
Stumped. Yeah. That's the point Gary wants to make. Yes, and it turned. Yeah. Yes, it was a very good ball, actually. Pitched off and just beat Joe Root's bat. And that second ball of the over is played out. Yes, we're just seeing a replay of that. That was actually a poor bit of keeping from Jarrell. He went at it with rather hard hands. And that's played low, out to point. Stop ball. It kept a bit low as well. So anyone who's put themselves down for commentary on the 5th day or is looking forward to seeing much cricket. I don't think there will be a great deal of cricket on the 5th day. There may not be too much on the 4th day at this rate.
Well,
turned around the corner by Joe Root. They go for a quick single, and Johnny turns him back quite rightly.
It's much tighter field now from Rohit. This is much better.
Big forward defensive from Joe Root. Classical. Out to the man at City Point. Dot ball.
Yeah, this is what we're used to with Jadeja bowling. Very tight line.
And Jadeja in again. And smothered by Joe Root. Goes out to mid on. No run.
Yeah, it's
5 dot balls so far.
It's taken a while for Rohit to get the read on England's intentions here, which is not Baz balling the boundaries everywhere, but playing for later in the day.
Yeah. Shock tactics early on from Zach Crawley, but now this is classic Test cricket. Big forward defensive from Joe Root. That is a maiden over. End of the 17th. England 71 for 3.
Leah says, I like Pesto being riled up. He tends to get out when he's riled up. Raj Shanuk says, Messi is correct in his analysis of the DRS. For a moment, I didn't think Crawley was bold, whereas the LBW was obvious to me. So, different folks, different strokes.
Yeah, sure.
Fair to say. And West Aussie Leeds is with us. I, for one, will never criticise DRS, as I still remember back in the day when all the ball had to do was hit a batsman anywhere on the body, and it was instantly out LBW in India.
Well, I don't think India were the worst offenders, actually, amongst the wait. I remember
Pakistan was a hell of a place at all, wasn't it?
Pakistan was not a great place at all, and I think we often quote the England-Australia series from 1970 down under, when England managed to secure zero LBWs
in 6 tests.
That's quite a lot of tests for there not to be one LBW. That's
there
all
was some
say.
fucking awful Australian umpires around then. There's no
that was ex-cop Lou Rowan, who sat in all 6.
That's right.
Who was avowedly anti-Pom, I think it's fair to say. In comes Siraj, and that's hit back down the patch slightly crookedly. Johnny Bairstow's bat there, but straight back at Siraj.
Yeah, he's kind of groping for form, isn't he? Here, I mean, he is fumbling around in the dark. I could push that analogy a bit further, but I think it's going into dodgy territory. So I'll rescind my analogy at that point.
This is not the innings, the stance, the carry on of a man who is one with his batting at the minute. He's looking very sketchy, I think's the word. In comes Siraj again. Oof, that's a pretty ugly shot. He ends up playing it with one hand virtually down to long leg from Johnny, but he gets a single for it. He moves on to 12.
Is there a line from somebody who says he's looking very much at 3 with himself? I think there might be a line from somebody. It's certainly not an original one from me, but he does look at 3 with himself.
Yes. No, I remember when one of my friends had was being a little bit naughty outside his relationship when we were young, and it all came to light, and someone said, "You've ruined not one life but 3," which was true. In comes Siraj again to Root. He looks around. Joe Root always, his methodology means that he's rarely way out of form, even when he's struggling for runs. He turns that one round the corner. And come through for Root moves on to 6.
These two have played together at Yorkshire since they were, kids, primary school possibly, and the contrast in the two of them here is enormous. Root is being very compact. He's moving into the ball, and Bairstow is reaching for it. The hands are going one way, the head's going the other, the feet are all over the place, and it's such a difference. And that's a combination of confidence, technique. Nice shot down to my goodness, to mid-off from Johnny, and some bonus runs, some windfall runs, as there's a bit of woeful fielding, and they come back for a couple. I think is that for 2 there. Yeah. Johnny Bairstow moves on to 40. Yeah, when Johnny was at his peak a couple of years ago, when he had his Indian summer,
And what would you might get Gary's commentary on what the difference was between the Johnny we see now and the pre-injury Johnny when he was?
Well, I was at Trent Bridge when he went berserk and scored all those runs after lunch, and his bat looked just this enormously wide thing that was hammering the ball off the middle to all parts of the ground.
Siraj in again to Johnny. And that one is a very nice straight drive. I assume it is because my feed slightly let me down. But I assume it was a very elegant, very much a straight drive. And Johnny moves on to 18.
And that was the kind of shot he played in that innings at Trent Bridge. He simply put his foot down the line, swung his bat through the line of the ball. It's away from the body there, but it's quite a wide ball. But it didn't quite hit the absolute middle of the bat, but at his best he gets the front foot out there, he swings through the line, hits the middle of the bat like that.
Ugly but effective.
Oh. That's actually a
horrible shot, I think.
What, that one that we've just seen?
Yep.
Or the first?
So far away from his body. Half cross bat.
No.
Whichever. It's one of these.
That went like a tracer bullet.
You're a hard man if you're criticising that.
I thought that was the second. I thought the first one was.
I think we're having a change.
I thought the second one.
Oh, sorry,
was
I was watching a replay of the first one.
Yes.
Yeah. Just
the second one was a nice cover drive.
Just in response to the question about the GPL, the GPL is a game where you're invited to pick how many runs will be scored in the day's play at the cost of £1 per pick. If you get it exactly right, you win the pot, or you share it with anybody else who gets exactly that number. And I posted the link on YouTube. You just go to the Gorilla Cricket website, click on competition, and you can play it from there.
Was that
Very
live?
good. Having a little turnaround, I think there's Bear.
That was played into the offside by Root, and they went through for a single.
Catch you later.
See you later. Oh, jeez.
And remember to keep promoting the GPL at £149.
GPL. And Super Chat, come on. You've only got... Well, if this test only goes 3 days, you've probably got a maximum of 8 days of us left until after the fucking interminably long 12, 13, 14-week bloody IPL, which I refuse to cover because it's just too much. Jadeja is in, and on the back foot is Bairstow. He just pushes it up into the offside, and there's no run. Who have I got with me then? Forthy? Oh, you're doing messages, Forthy.
I think I'm doing messaging. Yes,
you're on the messages.
I don't often do this, so I'm just trying to find where my Twitter account is. Hang on.
Jadeja is in, and Johnny B just pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. I think Johnny B's got a bigger average than Joe Root, hasn't he, in this series so far? Joe Root's average is 12.75.
Yeah, but you wouldn't necessarily know that looking at the way they're both playing.
No.
One's looking very good, and the other one isn't.
11,500 test runs though. Joe Root has just brought up an average of 49.4, so he ain't that bad. That's nicely cut. It's a beautiful late cut, and he's running off the face fast enough. Jadeja bowls pretty quick, beats the man at short third man, and it runs away to the boundary for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is a member.
Maybe, just maybe, this is such a dodgy wicket that Joe Root knuckles down, and he is a class batsman, and plays properly.
That was it, though. I thought he looked a little bit kind of...
Drives that one. Big floaty delivery.
He looked a bit antsy or something, like just kind of want to get busy, which is kind of all the qualities you want to see from Root, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, he does seem to get sucked into baseball when he doesn't need to, for me. Root goes back. That one does turn, but it's short. And he goes on the back foot as he wants to, and just dabs it into the offside. There's no run. 6 off the over, though. 22 off 6 overs for Jadeja. Nearly 4 and over. Ashwin's taken his hat off, so presumably Siraj is now coming off. Siraj has been pretty useless, really. It has to be said. Had a good last test, but you got a feeling he got dropped off the first 2 tests because he was getting pumped around. He's not the man today either. Bairstow 23, Root 11, England at 89 for 3, and Ashwin's going to come on to bowl. We got any messages?
Yeah, I've got a good one from Carl Herbert on YouTube. He says, the difference in Bairstow 2 years ago was the bad batch of Duke balls, which did nothing from overs 35 to 80. Lundell and Mitchell also took advantage of that.
No,
yeah,
they
I've
did,
forgotten
yeah.
that, and that's a good
Yeah,
point.
very true.
They were post pandemic. Plus the company changed hands, didn't it? Got bought out by someone else. We have a change in the bowling. It's going to be it's the long jingle, so I'll talk over the top of it.
Pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bat. Waiting for a bat. Wet lid on the second day.
Well, first ball to Johnny B is on his legs. He pumps it through the onside, out towards Cow. Wide long on. Look at 2. May have had 3 if they'd have gone harder, but they didn't. And Bairstow remains on strike.
Yeah, Siraj seems to he gets a bit of pump if things aren't quite going his way. He seems to be someone...
Well, this is it. If the bowling is bad, England are still being proactive. I just think you've got to be quite watchful on this wicket. Akasteep was very difficult to get away. Just bowling length, really, and the ball was talking, man. Nicely clipped by Johnny B, 2 full by Ashwin. Get a single up to, well, not quite long on. It's kind of just beyond what would be the 30-yard circle in an ODI or a T20. Now that's who I get on to Johnny B. He doesn't pick Kuldeep at all.
Yeah, that was awfully played in that last test. That was the last innings, was it?
Yeah, that was the first innings in the first test.
Innings. Ripping back
Yeah,
and forth.
but he just doesn't pick him out of hand. I know I'd have him onto him. Ashwin, that's 2 full, and played not great timing from Root, but enough to get it out to square leg. Gets himself a single.
That's a really interesting point, though, about the... People always talk about the Bairstow purple patch, then obviously you got the injury, but the Duke's balls... Surely we got to add that into the sample size. People always talk about like what an incredible few weeks he had.
Yeah, great variable.
Yeah, it is a great variable, but then someone like Johnny B, that's smashed. Johnny Bairstow's got a 6. Over Cow Corner. He's picked up Ashwin. Deposited him into the stands. Beautiful shot, 6 runs. So you'll be calculating your GPL runs. And if Johnny B keeps going, it'll be 350. If he's out, we could have 20 wickets in a day. 250 runs. I think that's your sample size. I'd go for a roundabout there somewhere. Pot is 146 quid.
Ashwin having a few words to himself.
Well,
I do remember that everyone had written off Ollie Pope before he got that 200. You just never know in cricket. He's a good player, Johnny Bairstow, when he gets going.
Ollie Pope's not done much since then, has he? Oh, he got a 30 and he had 40, and I think he was very unlucky today. But like I said yesterday, I think, if you can track a missile and fucking intercept it at supersonic speeds, I think the predictive element is probably reasonable. Ashwin, down the track comes Bairstow. Bottom hand comes off the bat as he drives it.
Sorry, what's your theory, Bear, about the missile?
It's essentially ball tracking technology. I mean, I remember when we did Test Match Sofa all these years ago, we looked into when they first had Hawkeye. How was it? It's basically missile tracking technology. It's the same sort of principle. Very high speed cameras, frame by frame, algorithms, predictive technology. I mean, the parabola of a ball is not that hard to predict. If you have enough sample points. Bairstow plays that up to a long on and there's a single. And therefore, I do trust the technology. It doesn't always look great, but, at the end of the day, I'm not going to argue with it. And I like umpires call. I think that's fair enough, It's a subjective.
So basically, when they're saying war, what was it good for? We got DRS.
Yeah, that's very
well, that was one of the good things that came out of it, yeah.
Yeah.
That's 100 up for England, by the way. England are 100 for 3, so they've got along a fair old lick. Still got 20 minutes till lunch. 5 and over, actually, because they've had 20 overs, which is not a lot of overs when you've got 20 overs till lunch. Maybe 3 or 4 more. But they're certainly going on along that lick. Bairstow's 33 or 31.
Kieran Roseblade. Oh, is that the end of the episode? Yeah. Kieran Roseblade. Good morning, all, from a snowy Lapland this time. Doing a bit of skiing with the kids and taking in some northern lights. Glad to have you guys on the morning. Did a good bit of skiing as a kid and into my 20s, but this is first time skiing in my 30s. The difference: I was a supple skiing maestro, but now an old broken man with lower back pain, and the hangovers are so much worse.
Yeah, Lapland. I've been to Lapland. That's the only time I ever went snowboarding was Lapland. The only time I've ever done snow sports was Lapland. It was good though. That one turns and beats the outside edge of Bairstow's back. Don't know if it got an edge. There's some hands on heads.
Not great keeping.
No, it's a tough one, but I thought that was gone.
Well, yeah. Let's see. It did bite.
Oof.
Didn't miss the edge by much. Didn't miss the wickets by much.
Bit and bounced.
Not
Yeah.
very much.
That one's tossed up, and Bairstow gets out to it, drives it up to mid off. And
So, question for you two guys: if the meteorite was about to hit Earth and wipe us out, have we got sufficient technology to intercept it?
Well, they tried it out the other year, didn't they? They crashed everyone crashed a satellite into a meteorite. That one is worked around the corner by route to the man on the 45. There's no run. They sent out. The thing is, you've got to do it far enough away. You've got to track it from far enough out. That one turns sharply.
Ooh.
Beats the outside edge of routes back.
These are beauties. Absolute
Yeah, they
beauties.
are. So yeah, you have to track it from far enough out, and then you have to hit it with enough force. I mean, I think they altered the direction of this one they hit, by fractions of a degree. But if it's far enough out, it's
that's all you need.
enough. That's all you need. That's played square out to the man at point, and there's no one. Otherwise, you send out Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
And the team with their nuclear bombs to blow it up. It didn't hit anything. That one, did it hit the edge? It didn't, I don't think. That one's wide though, and that's a beautiful shot by Root. Don't miss out on them. Cuts that behind square. That was a poor ball by Jadeja. Dropped it short wide. Got what it deserved, which was 4 more runs. We have an advert break, and it's over to you, 40.
Oh yeah, right. Here we go. It's all happening on YouTube rather than Twitter at the moment. Beshirta Kerzesbein says, well, I would have liked Dharam Salah to be a live match, but it really doesn't look like it at the moment. And he adds, I guess I have to jump in for any coverage of the IPL as GC Deutschland, if you will. Now, I'll also do it in English. And he adds, has YouTube chat been limited in terms of characters per message? He goes on to add miss-subtracts by radar, though, Bear. Oh, we got a super chat of $5 from Ian Southcote Want. Super chat. The documentary Armageddon proves we are more than prepared for asteroids. That's all the proof we.
Although Bruce has sadly got dementia now, hasn't he? Well, Ashford's around the wickets to, I think, was that Bairstow? It was Bairstow. Yeah. He's gone back and he's cut that beautifully behind square. 4 more runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3.
Fuck off. Sorry, Ashwin. They've all gone up for a massive appeal. That's got to hit him outside leg stump because it didn't really turn much.
He's directing traffic again, though, as Ashwin.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they've reviewed it. I don't think that's hit him anywhere near in line. I think that's pitched outside leg. And I don't think it's turned that much. And if anything, it's going across.
No. I agree.
But we were wrong on Pope.
Yeah.
Pope's, I mean, the thing is, Pope's, as much as anything, I thought he got hit miles outside the line, but it was proved he wasn't. That was the thing for me. I thought he was miles outside the line. Has that pitched in line? It might have done, actually.
Marginal.
Yeah. I don't know if it's got bat. It might actually be going on to slide and hit the stumps, Now, has it pitched in line? There's no bat on it. It's going to be interesting, actually. It's closer than I thought.
Yeah, I think he was pretty clever. The one before that got smacked for 4, he kind of undercut it, slid on, loads of room to drive it. This one he got a bit of overspin, ripped over it.
Very marginal on pitching. Could go one way, could go the other. It's
Yeah.
about 50-50. And if it pitches in line, I think he's in
out.
trouble.
Yeah, so I tend to agree. My initial thoughts were nah.
Yeah. Bairstow is furiously chewing though.
Yeah.
Violently chewing his gum. At least I hope it's gum.
Well,
and if this is out, there'll be no complaint. Oh, here we go.
It is. It's pitched in line. It's going on to hit, surely. Yeah, he is. He's out.
Oof.
Fuck. Well, we were proved wrong there by the technology. That's
yeah, and that's fair enough, that one.
Well, Rod Tucker was with us, but we have to say goodbye to Johnny B. That's annoying, man. He was looking all right. That's a giveaway. Oh, well.
Such is life. There's been some. There's a. Do you want to play the super chat jingle?
I can do. I've got to remember where it is, though.
Okay,
There it is.
well,
We've got lots of them. Here we go.
Super chat.
There you go. Super chat
Because
jingle.
it's Hattie the Batty 2486 has given us £5 saying, seeing as Bear said cow twice already, that deserves a super chat, as I've got a t-shirt with Cow Corner on it.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Hattie the Batty.
Well, Johnny B goes, what did he get? He must have got 41, 42. Didn't even see. Good little
38.
innings. Not enough, though. I'm starting to think that 250 might be enough on this wicket, although, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Ashwin's been directing traffic, and I'd say I'd be pretty confident actually if he was directing traffic, because he's been doing a pretty good job of it.
Yes.
When they've been deciding DRS.
There's two good referrals today, both of which we thought were not out. But
Way off.
Way off, yeah. So the new man out is the skipper.
Ben?
Of course, we could have read the wicket all wrong, and England get out to 200, and India go and score 600.
Yeah, maybe.
But it doesn't really look like that kind of wicket to me. It does look a bit capricious, and maybe it's just because it's fresh, and actually it'll flatten out this afternoon. But the crazy paving looks like it's going to just crumble to me at some point. So whether it holds together very long. There's already balls turning sharply from Jadeja off the straight as well, pretty much. Skipper's out there anyway. Deep in his crease to Ashwin. Around the wicket with all that crazy paving. He'll love that. And the first ball he just defends into the leg side. There's a short leg in, there's a slip. There's no run.
Yes, Frank Rockefeller asks, is it a sticky wicket?
I don't know if it's sticky. It looks like it will break up horribly. That one is defended by Stokes out to the covers, and there's no run. He went to sweep it. I think he thought it pitched outside leg as well. Thought he was safe, but it wasn't. It was just in line, which is quite hard from around the wicket to keep it in line. It didn't really turn that much either, so he's got the golden pitch and enough, and the angle's not too steep that it's gone past the off. Quite incredible. Ashwin around the wicket. That's Fuller. And Stokes will get himself off the mark as he pushes that wide enough for cover. England move on to 110. The four's not so good. Two good, very good reviews by India this morning.
Yeah, was there not that rule before that that depends also on how far you get down the crease, or has that changed?
No, that has. They still bring that in, but it's 3 metres. It's got to be a long way down.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah.
And that's 3 metres from the crease as well, so it's 4.5 really. Root gets right on top of that, works it into the leg side, and there's no run. Couple of tons here from these two. That'd be nice. Our vaunted middle order. What have we got there? 40.
Oh, okay. Beshetas Kurzesbein, apologies for butchering the pronunciation, says we can hit a meteorite and we have all the warheads to stop meteorites. That's very encouraging. And she adds, thank you for making me sound like I'm from the subcontinent, 40. My pleasure. I'm not a dude though. My correction. I go by she, her pronouns. So, apologies all round. Sagir Pakar says, Jez, please send a link again for the JPL, and hello, Leah.
GPL.
How are things in Germany? Yes, well, I'm just reading what's in front of me. Maybe they're referring to the John Player League.
Well, maybe. The GPL is on our website. Just go to competition on the tab on our website, GorillaCricket.com, and you follow the rules. You have got 10 minutes, just under, to enter. I will tell you what the pot is any second now. As Stokes just works that into the leg side, out towards deep mid wicket, and he'll get himself a single.
If you're interested in the John Player League, you've come to the wrong place.
Yeah.
I should suggest you go elsewhere.
And the
on
wrong
internet.
time, I would suggest.
Yeah, indeed.
Competitions, where are we? Let's have a look. Day 1, Ranchi. The pot, 146, how many overs? 10. 151 currently, with 10 minutes to go. As that one is floated up a little bit by Jadeja, just defended out to cover by Root, no run.
Got a few men in on that offside, just short. Keeping
them honest. Ooh, now there's another appeal. Now this time, Jadeja wants it. I think that's pad first as well. They started the timer a bit late, I would say. They're going to review it. I don't think that's a bad shout myself.
They're going again.
I think that's not a bad shout. I think that's straightened. On about middle and leg, something like that. Could be in trouble here, Rooty. For me, it's 111, so that wouldn't be surprising. Root's asking, is it going down leg? I don't think it is. Let's have a look. Pitched. It's gone straight. Oh, he's got an edge. I think there's the edge first.
It's very close, yeah.
I think his bat's just in front of his pad, and I think there's an edge. Ooh, I think that saved him.
Lovely cherry, though. Absolute beauty.
Yeah, I think that edge is just there, just in front.
I think you're right.
Of the pad, and I think that's going to save him, because they shouldn't be able to. Yeah, I think that's edge first onto pad. That's the noise there, and it's the sharp noise, so I think he should be safe, and India should lose a review. Yeah.
How many
see, we
left
got it
now?
right that time.
Just the 2, is it?
Yeah, and
I think the ones they got wrong were hitting the stumps anyway, so I think this is the first one they've lost.
Yeah.
no, they lost one earlier. One.
Did they lose one? So they're down to one, are they?
They went up against Root earlier, didn't they, for LBW, and it hit him outside the line.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, bingo. There's been some vociferous appealing, though, where they
really
just kind of
vociferous appealing, eh?
Yeah, and it's like this is maybe it's more so to get Rohit in on the on DRS to get him interested, but didn't quite work this time.
Yeah, but they've only got one review left, which is interesting because they've only had 22 overs. That one is defended by Root back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Well, England have got, there's not fared that amount of runs in one session, isn't it? 111.
Yeah, take that. I guess.
Yeah, that's not the problem.
No, ooh, that one just seemed to keep a little bit low, turned. It was quite short, and Root was able to jab the bat on him, down on it, to the leg side, no run. Doesn't look easy to bat out there, boys, I have to say.
No, extremely watchful from Root, which is not a bad thing.
No, exactly. That one he does his go back and just works it behind square between gully and slip, but there is a short third man back there. No run, end of the over, 28 for none for Jadeja.
West Aussie Lead says even when England play normal Test cricket, they still score 100 before lunch. One of the best sporting teams to watch. But by contrast, Josie Oak comments, "Oh, we're doomed." So two different points of view on Twitter there. Madan Mohan Sharma says, "Good morning. Very competitive matches on. England have won the toss and batting. I feel India is facing a huge challenge here because the pitch will be very helpful for spinners in the fourth innings."
Yes, it will.
Well, it's true if there's enough in the match when it gets to that fourth inning.
Yeah.
Well, it also hold on, Ashwin around the wicket into the pads of Stokes. He just works it behind square down towards fine leg, gets himself a single. Carry on, give us another one.
Our female friend in Germany, Beshetas Kurzesbein, says, I have pretty bad flu and got myself a stalker. Pretty good otherwise, though. Those
Got
two
yourself a
things
stalker. That's not
A
good.
stalker. Unless
Maybe.
it means something else in Germany, does it? Or does it mean the exact same thing we're thinking of?
Well,
You're referring to the Tarkovsky film that you're watching in bed from the 1970s?
Yes, maybe that's it.
Ashburn seems quite pumped. Directing traffic.
Yeah, they're all pumped. That's the appealing thing. Is like, it's just maybe something to get themselves in to the game.
Yeah. Root defends back down the track and there's no run. They are a good team. They are at home. They are 2-1 up. So
Yeah, I don't know if that's something maybe mental. Maybe it's something identified. It's something internal, just trying to get themselves buzzing or whatever.
Root goes back deep in his crease, just plays it into the ground to short leg, no run.
Because they're definitely ticking, and that was definitely the case as soon as Deep got into the action.
Yeah. Around the wicket is Ashwin to Root, who again flicks that to short leg, no run.
112, you take that?
You would take that, ideally for 2 rather than 4, but back goes Root again, tries to beat the man at short leg, can't. No run.
Yeah, right.
And they've got a couple of bonus overs in here. They've managed to get, if they get this ball doesn't go for runs when it's full, and he can't beat short leg once more. So there is no run. One off that, one off the previous. They bowled 2 overs in about 4 minutes, and they will get an extra over in before lunch.
Okay, well, Beshetas Kurzesbein's now been identified as Leah, which I was previously unaware of. Sagir Parker says to her, I could have said exciting, but I know it can be a harrowing experience. Get plenty of rest and recover from the flu. And Leah replies, yeah, it's not as fun as Tarkovsky makes it look. So she was there ahead of me with the Tarkovsky reference. And disinterested handjob says, ding ding, Forthy mentioned Stalker. I have mentioned Stalker in the past. It is true. Guilty as charged. Stephen Kelk, morning all. And Frank Rockefeller, about time England won the toss, 4th time lucky. Didn't we win the toss in the first?
We did win. Oh my word, that's out. That's. Has it bowled him? I mean, that's a horror delivery. Considering it's just before lunch, and that should be lunch. I mean, there's nothing Stokes could do there. That's just scooted along the ground. It's either hit him in front or it's bowled him. I can't see which, but I mean, the ball just didn't get up. It's the second time it's happened to Stokes in this series, and I mean, there's nothing you can say about that. It's pitched in line. It's gone under the bat. It's hit him on the GM badge on his bloody pad. I mean, fuck me. Just there's not a lot you can do about that. And unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Stokesy. And that will be lunch, I presume.
I won't look back. Just by the time that I do.
Oh, I think they might be checking his.
No, he's waiting.
He's waiting. Could it be a no ball? Jadeja does like to bowl a no ball. No, maybe not. Maybe he's just waiting because it's the end of the session. So he's just waiting to bring Root off with him. I mean, I'm sorry. There's sod all that Stokesy could do about that.
I thought maybe he was a little bit back, which
but
a little bit. As in, he's done that a little bit against Ashwin earlier on, and the footwork's just kind of not quite right. But then, it's fine margins.
Yeah, I mean, on a wicket you trust, where the bounce is true. That was a short delivery, and modern batsmen do like to play it off the back foot to turn it into the leg side or whatever. I mean, to be fair, I can't blame him for that. I mean, it's just scooting on the ground, isn't it? And
shades of Carl Hubert and Nasser Hussain all those years ago with that one. Absolutely.
I mean, that was just a grubber. This game could be over very quickly. GPL, you got 15 seconds.
Get in.
I'll just quickly finish off here. Carl Herbert, pitch looks pretty variable. England need to be in for a good time, not a long time. Stephen Kelk, the curse of waking up just before lunch. Sagir Parker, looks like an absolutely awful pitch. India better watch their backs for preparing something this dreadful, as history has been against them when they have done this. Messi says props to Josie Oak. He finally got prediction right. Frank Rockefeller says garbage, and Leah says club cricket has more respective pitches. And Leah says, here's the question: which Tarkovsky science fiction film based on a Warsaw Pact novel is better, Stalker or Solaris? I would say Stalker every day of the week, Leah.
Okay.
And Mayangad's 2-day test alert.
Yeah, well, it could well be. We ended up having 20 entries for the GPL, ranging from 278 all the way up to 373. Pot will be £156 if someone wins it today. That's last messages. So any last thoughts, and then we shall go to what we thought was going to happen. We'll play the podcast we recorded yesterday, just for your delectation at lunchtime.
Over to you, Dave.
Thoughts? England haven't really given much away. I think their hand has been forced. They've got runs on the board, but that may tell in the end.
Yeah, it could do it. It'll do it. It's one of those matches where if someone gets a big innings, it's probably going to be a match winning innings again. If someone can get out there and score 90, 120, it's probably going to be enough from one person from one side. Right, we shall be back in around about 40 minutes. We will give you the latest episode of the Bishop and Bear. We were talking about what we thought would happen in this test. And see what you think we thought, and whether we were correct. We'll see you in about 40 minutes. Until then, goodbye. Why is it not playing?
If your motor was a diesel, new, second-hand, cheap or high spec, we could get up to 10 grand from dieselcheck.com.
Between 2008 and 2020, you leased diesel for execs. Now we could reclaim £10,000 with dieselcheck.com.
At match days that shout, keep the ball on the deck. Now it's, we could get up to 10 grand with dieselcheck.com.
But time's running out, so before you forget, enter your reg at dieselcheck.com.
Join our group action against the diesel emissions scandal. Search dieselcheck.com.
Can't open a bank account due to bad credit? No proof of address? No photo ID? New to the UK? That suits us fine. Open a personal account with Suits Me in minutes. You'll get a contactless MasterCard plus cashback on purchases. There's no credit checks. Anyone, anywhere can open one. Click suitsmecard.com, the personal account that suits you. Suits Me is not a bank. T's and C's and AML requirements apply.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing but all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We're amidst a fascinating India series. My goodness me. What's going to happen as they head to Ranchi? Well, we're going to chat about that. There's a number of things we're going to talk about. Welcome, of course. Grab yourself your usual drink. Our guest to talk about these things, and I'll tell you what they are in a minute, is the ever erudite Melburnian. Are you a Melburnian? Is that what they call folk from Melbourne? Are you a Melburnian?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we're not Melwegians like the Tasmanians. They're Tasmanians. We're Melburnians.
Melburnian. Well, you know, it's Forthy. And of course it's our ever lovable landlord, spreading good cheer and bonhomie in his usual manner, and whilst attempting to stay awake, the Bear.
Yeah. Good morning.
You sounded a bit like General Melchett then for a short moment.
Well, yeah.
Right, the things we're going to talk about. Has Bazball been bazzed in Rajkot after that pummeling that England took what do we expect in Ranchi? And if you've seen pictures of the pitch, we also know the England team selection as we're recording this. It literally came out half an hour ago, so bags to talk about on there. Strong Yorkshire, strong England. What though is going on in the heads of Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow at the moment? Can England's psychology, positivity and running towards danger get them through frankly a bit of a messy patch for the pair of them? Fascinating article. Was it the secretary of the BCCI saying don't prioritise the
good old Jay Shah, the
domestic cricket? Dodgy J allegedly Shah. That took us by surprise. But when you look at the figures of Jaiswal and Sarfaraz, for example, you start to see his point. And England, again, are not saying it's nothing to do with DRS, but umpire's call seems really confusing. And to be fair, Virat Kohli said the same thing a couple of years ago. So they're not alone. Where shall we start? Fourthly, why don't you... have you sort of recovered from the Rajkot mauling? What are your thoughts on it?
I think my thoughts are there's been obviously a huge amount of airtime filled with everybody's thoughts about this. We can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater at the first sign of a defeat. We can't say, well, that strategy didn't work, let's go back to the 90s. That's obviously a terrible idea. I think that, first of all, India are a very good team. And this has maybe slightly been overlooked in all the talk about Bazball. Superb batting lineup. So they can pluck someone like Jaiswal, and I'm sure Sarfaraz will in good time. He's scored a mountain of runs in the Ranji Trophy. People say, oh, well, it's a weakened Indian lineup. England should be able to beat these people. Have you seen how well Jaiswal batted? He's
extraordinary. And that takes us very neatly to that question as well about the BCCI's prioritising the IPL, but we'll hold that thought. There's some fascinating stats
hold that thought
for that.
And the second main topic is every time an England player does something that is regarded as incorrect, such as Joe Root's shot, it doesn't mean that it's Bazball's fault. Joe Root had been worked over by Jasprit Bumrah over the series, and he was trying to find angles. And if you look at that shot in isolation, it looks as if he's lost his mind and that he's adopted Bazball, and that why doesn't Joe Root go back to being Joe Root? I don't think that's the story. I think the story is Jasprit Bumrah has got his number. He feels penned in. He's probably the best fast bowler in the world at the moment, arguably, and he's trying to find ways of solving that problem. That's the Joe Root story. It's not a Bazball story. So not everything's about Bazball. The fact that India, and they've got a superb bowling lineup. Jadeja ran through the Australians in Delhi a year ago and got 5 wickets in a session, and they were all out for about 120. It happens in India.
Exactly.
Let's not. Everything is not needs to be referenced to the Bazball in England. If there is a criticism of England, it's not, I think, of either Bazball or this English team or Ben Stokes' management or Brendan McCullum. It's the fact that the structure of English cricket has sent an English team out to India with 2 rookies the minute that their first choice spinner was injured. There ought to have been better players on the county circuit who they could have sent out there. And that's where the fault lies with English cricket, is there are structural problems in county cricket. That's my feeling about where we sit in between the 3rd and 4th tests.
Well, that's fascinating. You could, by the way, Bear, as well, you can go back to the Ashes, because there's a similarity. If England had held their catches in Rajkot, it could have been a really, really different game.
All the should, coulda, wouldas, aren't they? I mean, this is the thing about cricket. You can always go back to that. I mean, my thoughts are, this is just overblown bollocks. It happens. Once again, we lost. The thing about Bazball is if you're going to lose in spectacular fashion, because that's the way they're playing, right? But as I said before the series, if you're going to go out to India and play like we played last time, you are going to get hammered. You need a different approach. There was no reason why. We won 1 test last time on a flat deck. We won 1 test this time in a really good win. We had chances in the 2nd test, we fucked it up, and we certainly had chances in this 3rd test. But there are many things in India that you need to go your way. One is winning the toss. We won the first toss, and it didn't go the way you probably wanted to get the win, but we did get the win in the end. We lost both second tosses, and if you put big runs on in India, no matter how good your batting attack, you are going to struggle. I mean, I was having this conversation with somebody. I think, if you're batting second in India, you've got to get a 100-run lead, which means we'd have had to score 550 in that second innings, just to be a rough parity going at what would probably be a wearing fifth day pitch, and it started to misbehave on the fifth day. It's just not easy, right? Bairstow is all at sea over there. We miss Harry Brook. Harry Brook, it occurred to me that if Harry Brook had been at number where Bairstow is, Bairstow probably wouldn't be playing right now. And I'd expect Harry Brook to do a lot better. Things like this don't go against you. And I keep pointing this out, and I've been pointing it out more and more as we go along. And Forty's dead right. England's bowling attack is very callow and very inexperienced. Now, it's telling that India have not prepared Bunsen burners, I think, because that's what we all expected, right? I think they thought England's bowling attack is inexperienced, and whilst if we create Bunsen burners, it's going to be a leveller. And if we don't create Bunsen burners, we've got a better bowling attack, basically, and they might have a slightly better batting attack, but we're in our home conditions. And therefore, the weight of everything is probably in our favour if we create just standard Indian wickets that are going to break up. They are going to turn on the fourth and fifth day, and it might be quite exaggerated, but if they're reasonably flat for 2 or 3 days, then we should be able to get through this with winning.
Doesn't that always still place a massive premium on winning the toss?
Yes,
England won the toss and won the game. India won 2 tosses.
And
India are just better equipped to take advantage, I think, to Forty's point, but the toss still becomes a massive factor.
The toss is massive in India, because if the pitches do break up, and the problem with Bazball to a certain degree is it doesn't take time out of the game, but if England win the toss tomorrow, for example, come out, get really aggressive, score 400 runs tomorrow, we'll all be going, well, and then they get another 150 runs, say, on Tuesday morning before lunch or whatever. I'd like to see how India do pumped up against 550 runs. They will have a different approach, and they might well get, and that we'll find out. But if you can get runs on the board in the first innings, it really helps. England's spin bowlers just don't. The problem with England's spin bowlers is they don't offer any control, and if the wicket's not offering anything, Hartley, Ran Ahmed, Root, or Bashir aren't going to offer you 2.5 runs and over any sort of control of the game. So India are always going to be able to score runs, and that's going to let the game get away from you. Whereas if England bowl second and the wicket starts to do something, they probably won't have much control in the first innings, but if you get weight of runs, you might be able to winkle them out and get a lead. And then if you can get then ahead and you're bowling last on what is a crumbling wicket, I don't think your control is necessarily the thing, because enough balls will misbehave that you'll be able to pick up the wickets in time. And I think that's got to be what England's strategy is, but it does kind of rely on winning the toss, and that is a game of chance.
Well, if you look at Ranchi, it's another ground, I think, where there have been only two previous tests, which is true, I think, of every ground except Hyderabad. Certainly was true of Ranchikot.
I looked at them. A really boring draw and an absolute.
Well, it was a draw against Australia with a fair old mountain of runs from memory. I'm just trying to look it up. But then they absolutely batted first and pummeled South Africa. I think the Australia game was 2017. Yeah. Australia. Actually, no, I'm lying. Australia batted in first in that, and they put on 451. But India responded, batting second, with 603 for 9. And then it was Hanscom and Marsh, I think, kept Australia just 6 down, and it was a draw. The last test, India won the toss. They batted first, got nearly 500 against South Africa, and they didn't need to bat again.
They rolled them twice,
fell
about
over
120, didn't they?
162 and 133, I think.
South Africa are worse than us at playing spin, so you know.
Yeah. So it does suggest that toss does become important. Now, to quote or misquote Barry Davis, speaking of Francis Lee, Worthy, interesting, very interesting. It's pretty much how they've been talking about the Ranchi wicket, isn't it?
Very interesting. I don't know anything about the Ranchi wicket. To be absolutely honest with you, what's it looking like?
Well, it's much drier and cracked than you'd expect this far out. Apparently,
just look at the pitch. Just look at the pitch.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Well, it's interesting that they've given Bumrah a rest and created a cracked pitch. I was reading this last night because based on those results and what I've read about the previous two tests, it was quite a flat wicket. But then I was reading last night how it was going to be a trial by spin. So they've clearly said, right, Bumrah's not playing. He's not going to get us 7 or 8 wickets in the game. So we are going to hand it over to the spinners, create some cracked nightmare.
Well, you say that, but then look at England's team selection. So on the one hand, both Ben Stokes and Ollie Hope have both come out and said, on the one hand, 5 fingers, have said it's a really interesting pitch. It's cracked. There is one, allegedly, apparently, according to them, very long, pronounced crack, which pretty much is for a left-hander, right where, Crawley, right where a seamer's going to want to pitch it. But if you're
a
thinking,
right-hander, Tone.
Okay, duck it then.
Yeah.
One of the. I know we got right hand, left hand opening combo, haven't we? Yes, all right. Thank you. But safe. But then England's selection has potentially got 3 seamers now, because you've gone for Anderson, who doesn't get a rest. You've bought in Ollie Robinson, so you've got your wish there, Bear.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad choice.
You've potentially got Ben Stokes to bowl.
Yeah.
Who says he's ahead of everything he expected fitness-wise. There seems to be so much hype of Ben Stokes' fitness. And then you've got Bashir in for
Rayan Ahmed.
Rayan Ahmed.
So it's a much more classical 3-2 format, and you've got Joe Root potentially for England, who's done more work than he's ever done in a series before with the ball and has got dodgy fingers or a dodgy thumb, I think. There's something, but he's got a problem anyway, and clearly has a problem with his bowling. So you've almost set yourself up for a classic, a 3-2 attack, as opposed to a 4-1, which is where they started. They've gradually edged their way from 4-1 to 3-2, and
well, it's 3-3 essentially, isn't it? You've got 2 all-rounders if Stokes can bowl, and that's a pretty balanced attack. I don't mind that at all. I think that's probably wise. If it's gonna, you got to think, if it's gonna spin, it's probably gonna break up. It's probably gonna be uneven bounce. Ollie Robinson, that's my whole reason. I think he probably the best equipped to take advantage of uneven bounce, because he bowls from such a great height. So I don't expect him to come up and get some shooters. You could get some LBWs. He's pretty accurate. He's not the quickest. He's got a good little off cutter. Gets it to go both ways. So
gets decent bounce if the pitch.
If there is any, well, there probably won't be. But I mean, the ones that will get people are the ones that squat, probably. He'll be itching to have a go, and I think he might be reasonably successful. Let's hope so. Anyway, I'm, all these doom mongers. Hendo last night in the WhatsApp group was just, they just wind me up. It's just like, oh, we lost by so many runs. Yeah, England are prone to do this. They've done it all my life. But this is a team that is capable of bouncing back, I think.
I think also, what is the alternative strategy? Is it something we tried in the 80s or 90s? None of that worked. And I saw an article by Mark Ramprakash in The Guardian, which I think sparked that debate we were having on that group. Well, honestly, listening to Mark Ramprakash and getting advice from him on how to play Test cricket is I don't know what the metaphor is. It's a bit like Himmler saying, "Well, I'd be don't be quite so harsh on the minorities. Maybe not.
Possibly edging towards an extreme analogy for the, with apologies to
Maybe-
Mark Ramprakash, should he ever actually listen to this podcast.
Yeah, very unlikely. But I mean, who would you choose? Who would be the person you'd choose least to give a balanced commentary on how to keep morale up when you were playing Test match cricket? Scored imaginative runs in counter. Very technically brilliant cricketer, but could not step up. And not helped, of course, as we all know, by the fact that he was fucked around with by the English management time after time after time. I think he was dropped and brought back about
the in out.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
Exactly, yeah. So I'm not going to listen to Mark Ramprakash on this subject. It's absurd. I'll
dancing
listen to...
on the other hand. If you want to know how to do an American smooth, Mark Ramprakash is your man.
Oh,
Every
absolutely.
day of the week.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, a test match is... I think all test matches start at the same point, and you have to take each one in isolation. And when you start a new test match, you have to forget what's happened in the previous one, because everything starts from zero again. You're not in a shitty position. You're in a position to start winning the game from the off.
Which is
right?
absolutely what McCullum and Stokes say.
Precisely.
You can't do
And
anything about what's gone. You
exactly.
look relentlessly positively forward to the next one.
And you are not out of series. You've won one. You're 2-1 down with 2 to play. If you get the right result here, we have a decider, and it'll be fucking exciting. Even a draw here, you get exciting. But you know.
Totally. Now his point is when someone said, "Well, perhaps they should have just, reined it back a bit on the fourth morning." He said, "No, because the minute you say we'll do this unless this happens, you introduce the element of doubt, and it's much easier for cricketers." Just much easier for them. Maybe not every decision is going to be right, but it's a split-second game. If they're very, very clear on what the vision is, it enables them to execute it. And of course, sometimes it won't work, but at least you know exactly what the strategy is, and you're not double-thinking yourself.
Exactly. And one of the problems there, as I said earlier, I think is Bairstow actually looks completely all that sorts. Kuldeep's got his number. He can't pick
Never
it
scored a
at all.
ton in a test in India.
No, and he doesn't look like it either, does it? I mean, he looks at all that sorts. Had this series gone out there and Brooks being fit, I'm not sure Johnny would have played. Because Folkes is clearly a better keeper, and he's done really well behind the stumps. He's not scored many runs, but then his job is at number 7, and it's not always for him to score the runs. He had a vital partnership with Pope, didn't he, in that first test? He didn't score loads of runs, but he allowed Pope to get to 196 and for England to create a winning situation, and everyone else.
Isn't there a bit of a question with Bairstow? Not just this India tour, but has he actually been anything like the same player since he had that horrible leg fracture playing golf? He's not made a century in 25 international matches, but he did make 99 at Old Trafford in the Ashes, give him that. And he's never made 100 in India, but he's gone 25 international games without a ton. I guess they include the World Cup in that stat. Thank you to the Times. But though that doesn't feel like a sudden drop in form. That feels like
well, no, a ton is a ton.
like a sustained period of decline, not a
it depends. I mean, if he's got a few 50s and a couple of 60s and 70s, and you say he's got 99, is that really? Someone doesn't get a ton. Cody didn't score a ton for how many years? 3 years or something. I mean, it's like. As long as they're scoring runs. I mean, the problem with Bairstow, he's always in and out of form, isn't he? I mean, 1 minute he's blasting it around everywhere and he's fucking brilliant, and the next minute he can't fucking hit anything for toffee. And
he'll probably take Bairstow when Harry Brook comes back anyway, I would imagine. Because that's probably a fairly straightforward swap.
Well, will it? Because then they'll come back to England and they'll drop Folkes and Bairstow will go back behind the stumps, I imagine. And then
really?
Yeah, unfortunately that's what they'll do. They don't, they'll see Bairstow as a better option as attacking at 7 and blah blah blah. It's what
but a quick word for Folkes, who has been, I think, maybe not quite immaculate, but excellent behind the stumps, and some of it's been very unflashy wicket keeping, just very classical wicket keeping. There was one he took standing up, and he just let the ball, he just caressed it into his gloves and took it in a way that. A part-time wicketkeeper just doesn't do that because they approach it with harder hands.
Yeah.
I'm sure Gary would be able to wax more lyrical than I on the subject, but he's been he's been superb behind the stumps.
Bairstow highest score this series 37. and that was quite early on, wasn't it? Joe Root, if I'm right, is it a highest score of 29 for him?
Something like that. He's got an average of 12.5 in this series, Joe Root. That is a worry.
More overs and he's got runs. And you can add to everybody wants Joe Root to do well. His place, as such, is not in question. I think Bairstow perhaps is lucky with Lawrence chomping at the bit.
Or champing.
But he's champing or chomping. Which is it, Corthy?
Champing.
It is champing. Can you not chomp at a bit as well?
Probably can. The traditional saying is champing.
All right. Champing. A bit academic because he's not playing. So let's move on. Whether he champs or chomps, I'm not sure it matters. I've lost my thread now with the champ-chomp debate.
It was Bairstow.
Root. Yeah, Root. You've got to add to Root's woes a little bit. The 2 drop catches. The one being particularly. When they conceded that big first innings lead, if you were to take off 80, 90 runs, which is probably what the Rohit drop cost,
it did, yeah.
It would be quite a different game.
It would have been a very different game.
It would have been a very different game. And you can go back to the Ashes and you can look at the drops from Bairstow, I think, in the second Ashes test. Where again, everyone said, "Oh, it's the overnight declaration. What are we doing? What are we doing?" No, if you drop batsmen to go on to make massive scores the next
yeah. I mean, you can say that you can say shoulda, woulda, coulda all the way through there. I mean, if Axel Patella caught Ollie Pope on 110 in that first Test match instead of letting it get to 196, and he was also dropped on about 180, he probably wouldn't have won that first Test. Drops happen in cricket. As much as you don't like them to, they do.
Yeah. Ask Louis.
Yeah,
he will tell you.
I think there's do you not think, guys? And I know this is a slightly vexed question. There's kind of a bigger issue as well. Is that about the future of Test cricket, and it does feel as if England's approach it's got to be the way forward. Otherwise, people will gradually just lose interest in Test cricket. We can't go back to the way it was played in the 60s and 70s. And I know that it's getting under people's noses, particularly when Duckett says something like, "Ooh, I think Jaiswal was taking notes on our approach," which is obviously Codswallop and probably just a bit of PR spin.
Of course it was.
Don't buy into that at all. But there is a big picture about what is the future of Test cricket, and obviously we would much rather watch the English approach than even the classical Test approach. Because. Young people need to get interested in Test cricket again.
This episode is brought to you by the EE Game Store. They've got all the games and all the gear you want. PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, MetaQuest VR, handheld consoles, you name it. You don't need to be an EE customer to use the EE Game Store. It's open to every player on any network. They've got exclusive console bundles to get you gaming for less, and you can even spread the cost. Plus, they'll let you trade in your old console for cash. Just search EE Game Store to find out more.
Well, that possibly segues quite nicely into a couple of stats. This is my super stat of the day, which I'll bet you've already heard, but I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give it to you anyway. There are 4 men in first-class history who've had a decent number of games behind them. Who first class? This is so tests and other first class games. Who have a batting average above 70. Okay, the first is Don Bradman.
Yes.
Who had 28,000 odd runs and a first class average of 95.14. Do you know who the next 3 are?
Well, I was going to say Herbert Sutcliffe, but he's probably just gone down the list a bit these days, as he maybe he was.
This is first class, not tests.
Not Herbert Sutcliffe.
Well, Sarfraz is the 4th. I know that much.
Yes.
So we all knew that because they were telling us that in the last Test. I mean, he
Jaiswal. Okay, I'm going to put you out of your misery. Jaiswal is second.
Yeah.
From 2019, 2,700 runs, first class average of 77.31. I think he then got Vijay Merchant, going back to the sort of the 30s, 40s. And then Sarfaraz Khan, as you rightly said, Bear, is 4th with nearly 71. And the reason I think that's interesting, because that kind of goes back to that Jay Shah comment about not over prioritising the IPL. Now, I realise that that's, biting the hand that feeds, and you've got to take it with a pinch of salt. But I think what he's saying there is, you're talking about players who grew up in, what do they call the area in Bombay? The Maidans, or is it Maidans, or whatever?
Maidans, yeah.
They're Maidans. That's a huge area of nothing but cricket pitches. Facing 600, 700 balls every day. What they call that Bombay mentality is if you batting is everything. You die to bat. You just don't give your wicket away. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be dull doing it. And look at Jaiswal, who is in every. Are you telling me on this current form he wouldn't walk into the England team?
Yeah, he'd have a
sniff. No, he'd be Bazball. He's got Bazball written all over him in terms of mentality, but with a solid technique of knowing when and how to deploy it. And that, I think, is the issue, isn't it?
Also, I mean, you have to look at Jaiswal. Both Sarfaraz scored those runs at home. Jaiswal scored majority of his runs at home. Those guys, the test for them is when they go somewhere. If they come to England, the ball's nibbling it about. Are they going to be any good?
Yeah.
If they're good, they will work it out. If they're not, they will struggle abroad. I mean, there are many players who struggled abroad, and it could be quite telling. Look at Shubman Gill. I mean, Shubman Gill was another one who was, fated to be whatever. But you look at that first innings and that last test, he was all over the shop. Got a bit lucky in the second innings as well, and ended up getting a score.
I think the thing is this is not a binary thing. It's not either you're not either Chris Tavares or you're Ben Duckett. It's
you
not
either identify as Tavares or Duckett.
Yeah, exactly. There's a great reservoir of great Test cricketers somewhere in between. And say if you had, I think I read this. Say if you had Alistair Cook, who was 20, and Alistair Cook, who was 25 and was averaging 55 or 60 in county cricket,
and could make runs in India.
And as we know, can make runs in India. Are you not going to pick him as your opening batsman now, just because he doesn't fit an imaginary stereotype of what Bazball is? I think he probably would get a game. Because he's not
actually.
He's not Dom Sibley. He's not a strike rate of 25.
Sorry, who was this? This is
Alistair Cook.
Oh yeah.
If he comes in, he's not Dom Sibley with a strike rate of 25. He's probably got a strike rate of maybe 45. Now, does that mean you don't pick him as part of this England team? It'd be an extremely solid opener, and he'd set you up.
Difficult, isn't it? Because I don't know if they would even. They might not look at him in this instance. I mean, it would be crazy not to, but that's all with hindsight, isn't it? I mean, it's like. I do wonder that.
Would he have Jonathan Trott? Would he have got a run in this side?
Probably
Can you imagine
not.
what he'd do? Well, Jonathan Trott would basically dig a hole towards Australia in some of these Indian pitches. When he starts hacking away at his mark.
Alistair Cook, who went on to score 13,000 runs or something like that for England, obviously a limited player in some ways, but England's top scorer of all time. How about Jeff Boycott? Presumably he wouldn't get a game.
That's an interesting one. Boycott possibly. I suspect were Jeffrey here, he would argue, well, I might have a different approach these days.
No, he wouldn't.
You can't judge.
He certainly wouldn't.
But history would suggest he might find it difficult. Whereas Alistair Cook, I think it strikes me more as someone who could adapt. I mean, yes, he played to his limitations, but he played to his limitations brilliantly.
Would they ask to adapt? Or would they say, you do your game and we'll play around you?
I was about to say, do you have sort of 10 Bazballers and Sir Alistair Cook to baz around? I think that's a really interesting thought.
Well, that's what they should do with Joe Root, isn't it? I mean, that's where Joe Root should sit in this side, and we've been saying this for fucking ages, is Joe Root should just be Joe Root. He scores quick enough anyway when he wants to. He does no need to do some of these stupid shots. I mean, I like watching him do those stupid shots, and I don't mind if he does them when he's on 80. And we're in a very good position. But I'd rather he didn't do them. We're still 200 runs behind, and what we could really do is a big ton. Get within 50, and then you can afford to lose a wicket, sort of deal. It's like it is tricky because I love Joe Root, and I don't really want to criticise him, but I do get frustrated with him giving it away. On the flip side of that, Bumrah has had his number, as Forthy said, and Bumrah is a class act. And
yes,
and he's not going to be playing this test, so it's going to be interesting.
Well, we also got very excited, my analogy for this was always the articles, Forthy, that appear in the Watford Observer, which says who's not playing for the opposition. And then we go out and lose to whoever the fuck they play anyway. And we get very excited. We got excited about Ashwin not playing, didn't we? And then what happened? He could take a day off. They rattled through us anyway.
You know what?
What? It doesn't matter. Play what's in front of you. Not. That's it. You've said what's in front of you will be good.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm not so worried about is their spinners, because they have plans for spinners. They're aggressive, and if it goes wrong, it does go wrong. But they are able to get on top of the spinners. I mean, a lot of the strike rates for spinners, you don't expect Jadeja and Ashwin to be going at 4s and 5s and over. And they consistently managed to do that throughout the series, with the exception of the last innings of the last game, but then that was pretty much lost anyway. As soon as Duckett got stupidly run out, you knew the game with the gig was up, basically. But they have managed to score runs. I mean, they've got Akshar Patel out of the frame, haven't they? Literally, because partly, going back to what I said at the beginning, they haven't created Bunsen burners, and Akshar Patel actually just bowls flat darts, and if the wicket offers something, he offers variation, but if he doesn't, he's actually quite easy to play. There's no lot of variation in his flight, he just bowls flat and fast, and allows the pitch to do stuff. So if the pitch isn't doing anything, no biggie. Jadeja's a wily old fox, but he's been hit as well, and Ashwin hasn't had it all his own way. The person who has made the difference in the Indian side for me has been Jasprit Bumrah. He's got crucial wickets at crucial times.
And they've not missed Kohli at all, in a way. Possibly you could argue.
In a way, yeah.
But because the Jaswale has been so excellent with the bat, they brought in Sarfraz when they lost KL Rahul, and he's done fantastically. To go back to the Jay Shah and his comment about really valuing first class experience. If they'd been playing nothing but IPL, I doubt that they'd been able to do what they have done. And India knows very well that why that is important. And that's where that Jay Shah comment comes from. The other one that's interesting, by the way, and I think it was just in the last test, and it proves that for years we were going, who's going to open with Alistair Cook? Who's going to open with Alistair Cook? Our openers are a problem. We haven't got openers. We had Duckett and Lees, not Duckett and Lees. We had Lees and Sibley, and with oh my God,
Robson, Hamid.
In the last test, the first 3 partnerships for England scored more runs than all the other 17 partnerships combined. Duckett and Crawley and Duckett put on 89, Duckett and Pope put on.
Well, mention of Duckett and Pope there. 2 of the wickets that fell in the first session of this extremely exciting, fast-moving test match. You just can't take your eyes off it. England will resume, having won the toss and elected to bat on 112 for 5. It's been a morning full of events, and I'm joined, I think, by messages and by Krishna.
Morning, gents.
Morning. Let's get your view on the considerable events of the morning.
Just incredible, a very, very fast moving test match, and the odds for a draw must be pretty low now, I'd say.
I think so. Well, Jadeja's in, and Folks is off the mark with a positive stroke. He gets the leg stump half volley, turns it round the corner for 2. He moves 2-2 off his first ball. England 114 for 5. I thought India bowled very, very well, and their reviewing was spectacularly good, despite the fact that they've used 2 of them up. As Jadeja's in again, left arm round to the right-handed Folks, just defended, no run. Still India won't attack though, they've just got the one slip and the man at silly point, as we see Ben Stokes getting the definition of an unplayable ball last before lunch, as Folks drives but with no timing, and Jadeja fields off his own bowling. So this is the end of an over, so just be 5 balls we'll see before they turn around, and Jadeja beats folks there. He was back to a ball he should have come forward to, and ended up sort of nudging a bat across to the ball. The only connection he was going to make with that was to get out. But it's early in his innings, we can forgive him a certain hesitancy. But forward defensive to the next ball. It's the end of the over, 114 for 5. I'm sure, Jez, we're getting some reaction on the tweets.
Yeah, Farong's with us. He says, fourth innings concerns, some say. Team Tata will be batting for a good hour or so today and will be looking to only bat once. However, if the unknown quantity gets his chance to bowl, well, then the scenario may change. You won't let go of that bone, will you? And we got a super chat from Sagir Parkar here in Perth. A little super chat to get the afternoon session flowing. Thank you, Sagir. I think you're joining us on air during this test too, aren't you? He says, with Root stranded as the only bona fide batter, no disrespect to folks, I agree England will be all out by tea, and then I wouldn't be surprised if India were 3 down by the close of play. That could be a very good call.
It might be a good call. Speaking of calls, Krishna, what is a good score on this pitch?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is one of those games you don't know what a good score is until both teams are batted, but at the moment I'd say 200.
Yeah, I'm feeling anything above 200 England would bite your hand off for, but it might actually not be a bad score. But Joe Root is playing on a different plane to every other batsman that we've seen. Just gets one slightly outside off stump from Ashwin, and he plays it late, which has been a mark of this innings. And he picks up 2 off the full face of the bat, backwards of point. Yeah, there's you're not playing any kind of shot to that one, Ben Stokes. As the ball literally hit him on the ankle as he played back.
And it's just the pitch is going to get worse, isn't it, if it's doing that?
Well,
lunch on day one.
I'll come to that in a moment. Root just nudges it into the leg side. As regular listeners will know, I'm not one to be short of a theory or two. As Root helps himself to a single, India have conceded too many singles like that, I think, in this test match so far, and he gets one. I'm just wondering whether the roller that goes on the pitch in the change of innings, whether that'll quieten it down for an hour, and then there'll be the roller at the start of the day 2 if India are batting later today. And I think that hour of play when the roller has calmed it down may be an opportunity for Jaiswal and others to make hay when the sun shines, so to speak, and look to get, score a run a ball over that hour, which could make a huge difference in the test match as folks just nudges this into the leg side. I'm never quite sure what rollers do, so I may be wrong in that, but is there anything in that, Krishna?
Well, I think so. I think that settles down the pitch, and India will get 2 cracks at the roller on the pitch, so I think that's a great theory you've got there.
And folks just nudges that to the man who I like to see it, silly mid on there in the eye line. As Ashwin.
But this game's set up for bad ball.
So he just nudges that, Ben folks, into the leg side, and they're through for a single. What's your view of that then, Krishna? Because there is a sense in which people say baseball only works on flat pitches with duke balls, but
no. My theory here is that there's a ball there with your name on it, as Stokes received. So you mitigate that risk by scoring as quickly as you can, and put as much as you can on the board, as Bairstow did, and as Crawley did as well.
Yeah, that's what I think, and I think what India will do is, once the ball is over pitched, as Jadeja is in, and that's an over pitched ball, but folks can do nothing with it. It's fielded on the leg side by Ashwin. There is no run. I think as soon as the ball is there for the drive, I think India will drive, and they'll drive hard. As Jadeja's in, that is full to the extent of, I think, it being a full toss, but folks can only get it to mid-off, and there is no run. The danger ball on this pitch is the one that's hitting the top of off stump, and that's where England should concentrate, as indeed did Akashdeep. Jadeja takes the outside edge of the bat there from folks, and it just skews to the right hand of Rohit, who is at first slip. I think it's Rohit at first slip. Doesn't usually field in the slips, though. it may be another. Folks on 3 off 11. Jadeja quick in his work. This folks lets that go through to the keeper, who's not been as good as he was in the first test as Durrell, but good enough.
It might be a function of the difficulty of the pitch.
Yeah, a big full toss there from Jadeja, and he just pushes it as folks to mid-off, and they're through for 1. It was a tight single, but folks took it. He knew he was running to the danger end, and gets Root on strike.
I did think it was a bit cheeky of Duckett to say that the Indians are batting with baseball in mind. Jaiswal and co aren't batting because they understand baseball. They're batting because that's how they've been brought up to play.
Yeah, he's a bit of a rule unto his. Yeah, there's a rule unto himself, Jaiswal. He would have been out there, Ben Folks, with a hit, and he wasn't that far away from with Siraj there from running him out. So that was an error that England have got away with. As Root turns this off his pads to an open space on the leg side, and they eschew the second run there, and no wonder, because it had been run out by half the length of the pitch. So Root batting serenely on 20. England are 120 for 5. Is there any serenity in our socials?
Well, there is in our socials, because Josie Oak says, just to point out, I predicted 5 wickets down by lunch, which you did, and I acknowledged that on YouTube. Mind you, broken clock and all that, you know.
Yeah.
Once in a while. I'm going through a bit of cognitive dissonance because I'm simultaneously watching a T20 between Australia and New Zealand being played on a pocket handkerchief.
Oh, I know. I've stopped looking at scorecards from T20 because it so much seems to depend on where the boundaries are now. You look at a scorecard, that's a hell of a match. 220 for 7 plays 217 for 4, and you look at it and, well, you know.
It's the boundaries behind the keeper are 50 metres.
Oh, God.
So snicks for 6 are very
It's
common.
Eden Park, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's always been a little bit like that. As Root just nurdles this round the corner, and there is now Ran. Faces up
rugby
to
pitch, Eden Park. Just about looks at size.
Ashwin again is on leg stump, and Root again knocks him to backward square, and there is no run. Yeah, Eden Park's always had sort of funny boundaries, hasn't it? It's sort of oblong-y shapes, so there's weird kind of corners, isn't there, at Eden Park. As Ashwin's in again, round the wicket to Root. Again, it's on leg stump. Again, it's pushed into the leg side, and again, there is no run.
He's playing with fire here, Joe Root, playing on the back foot.
You think Ashwin's going to get one to spit, or
just keep low?
Just keep low. Yeah. Round the wicket again is Ashwin. This is a little wider of off stump, and Root usually in this innings he's got that one side of the or the other of the fielder, but instead he just picks out the man there at short extra, and therefore it's another dot to Ashwin's collection, as this time he does get the single to the right hand of the man running in from the Jonty Rhodes position. It's a bit of a scrappy return, not taken very well by Durrell, and a single is taken. Root goes to 21 off 50. England 121 for 5. It's terribly hard work batting out there.
Of course, earlier today we had Akash Deep take a wicket, first wicket with a no ball.
Yeah.
The Englishmen have done that, right? Mark Wood's done it.
Oh, yeah.
I think Stokes did it.
Yeah. I think Stokes has done it at least twice, I can recall. Folks playing positively there. He gets one on the leg stump, half volley, and he punches it rather than drives it to deep mid-wicket, and they're through for 2. So England are retaining a positive mindset here. They're 123 for 5. Hard work, but positive mindset. Have we got any positive mindsets on the socials, Messi?
Well, Sagir Pakar reminds us, in case you missed it this morning, that Rayan Ahmed had to fly back to England for family emergency, and there's no replacement being named, so it may well be back for the 5th test. Adrian Lowe says...
No, he's not. He's out for the whole tour. They're not bringing him back.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Says, morning, doomed. Mike says Eden Park was where England were all out for a 58 in 2018, so I wonder why they couldn't get many boundaries for those 50-metre angles.
Jadeja is in, and this is defended. No run. I mean, that was a nadir, wasn't it? As Jadeja in again, and Root punches a ball that's wide of off stump to the man coming in from the cover boundary who's sweeping, and he does his job by keeping it to 1. So Root ticking over, 22 off 52, and after the hijinks of the last session, England have just taken a little bit of the heat out of the game, but this is a pitch in which you're never in, so it's a pitch in which you can go rat-a-tat-tat and lose 3 or 4 wickets in a hurry, as England already have. Folkes goes back when he should be forward, but gets away with it, defending it into the offside.
Does he have a reputation of being able to play spin, Ben Folk?
This is defended and there is no run. Well, I'm not aware of it, but in general you always think wicket keepers are going to be better playing spin because they spend a lot of time looking at spin bowling from pretty much the same place as they're looking at it when they're batting. It goes back again. There's Folkes to a ball it should be forward to, but gets away with it, jabbing the bat down, no run. I think, as you said earlier about Root, I think this back foot play from Folkes is asking for trouble because one's going to snake through the gate here as it comes forward this time as Folkes, and there is no run. It's a swift over from Jadeja. England 124 for 5.
Kiwi by Day says, I'd love to be listening to you gorillas, but New Zealand is being plastered all over Eden Park right now. Yes, Australia are 84 for 2 after 6.4 overs, I think, something like that. It's just ridiculous, and that's not necessarily a good score.
No,
at Eden Park, you just never know.
Well, you'll know at the end of the match, but I take your point. Krishna, it's very hard bringing in the summariser when Jadeja and Ashwin are bowling because there ain't much room for them. So jump in when you can, and now's an opportunity.
Yeah,
well, it was, but Ashwin's in again, and this is defended, no run. So thoughts?
Well, I'm just reflecting on Ashwin's number 99 on the back of his shirt because this is his 99th test and he got Bairstow out in his 99th test as well.
Yes, he's looking anything but flaky as well as Ashwin. He goes back, does Root, and he punches this. It's a good looking stroke when he does that. But detuning the risk, he didn't punch it hard and therefore it's just 2 into the covers rather than a 4.
He's looking very composed here, Joe Root, the more traditional Joe Root that I'm used to seeing and love so much.
Yeah, he's playing each ball on its merits, and he's looking to advance the score with singles and 2s. He gets one on very full, and again, almost to make my point there, I think he would have been looking to hit that to the boundary for most of this series, but instead he's happy just to drop a bat on it pretty much and get 2 for his troubles into the leg side. He goes to 26. Ashwin just slightly losing his length here.
If we're ranking the big 4 now, Root, Williamson, Kohli and Smith, how would we rank them?
Well, Williamson's in a golden run of form.
3 centuries in a row or 4?
I think
3 in a row, but
this is defended by Root, back with a point, no run. Every time he passes 50, he gets 100.
7 centuries, 7 or 8 centuries since the last time he scored between 50 and 100. It's crazy.
Smith looks to be struggling a little bit for touch.
Yes.
As Root just nurdles this to point and scampers a single. England go to 129 for 5. Kohli had that run of bad form, didn't he? And he came back and started making centuries again, and now he's obviously missing the whole of this series, but there's good news recently, so I presume he'll be back soon for India after the IPL, as Folkes goes back, jabs a bat down on it, no run.
He and his Bollywood wife have had a baby boy, okay,
Yeah.
and in London, I believe. So that will be a very good-looking male cricketer.
Yeah, so Ake is okay.
Qualified for England.
Qualified for England.
Well, is it Rod Stewart flew? Didn't Rod Stewart fly Alana back to Glasgow so his son would be able to play football for Scotland? I think that was once a thing. But yes, Jez, have you got any more lighting up our feeds?
Yeah, and says, about time for a rich reverse ramp, isn't it? And Adrian Lowe says, only day 1, feeling more positive now.
Yep, and Jadeja's in, and Root does the old Duncan Fletcher press there to the spinner, where you take one step and then you just come forward again to the ball, defended. He looks very much more secure than Ben Folkes to the spin. Comes forward again and just touches that into the leg side, and there's some quick work from Jurel running around from wicket-keeper to stop the single. It's all very quiet.
I feel far more comfortable when Root's on his front foot playing those balls.
Yeah. Jadeja's in again, and a little bit short, and Root was looking to get it one side or the other of backward point, but he ends up hitting it straight to him. There is no run. I've been looking at some Ranchi Trophy games, big scores for Pujara and others. It's great to see that Pujara's...
those
Go on.
Ranchi Trophy games, because there's some of them are real batting paradises.
Yeah, this is defended. There is no run. But I think it's great that Pujara has gone back into domestic cricket, both in India and in England, and is giving the benefit of his considerable experience to younger players. This ball is defended again. There is no run. And by all accounts, he's enjoying his cricket, which is good to hear. Because I don't think he plays IPL, does he, Pujara? So good on him for going back to the domestic stuff. This is defended, a quicker ball from Jadeja, and it's the end of the over. England 129 for 5. Root doing a little bit of gardening, and it's a bit of traditional cricket. This is what we grew up on, isn't it, Jez?
Lovely.
Oh, well, I don't know about you, but I had to put up with the 60s Test cricket, Gary.
Yeah,
so
that was even worse.
That was pretty dire, a lot of it. I can tell you that Australia are 102 for 2 off 8.3 overs, I think. Give you an idea of what's going on elsewhere.
Yes, that's very 21st century cricket there.
Yes. Yeah.
Just a comment about your remarks about Pujara. I always have a doubt about a player who's retired or will never play Test cricket again. Sorry, I'll pause.
This is defended to mid-on by Folkes, no run.
Yes, he's passing on his experience, but is he taking up a spot that a young player could take?
Yeah, I'll come to that as he rocks back, there's Folkes, and that's fielded at short extra. My view is that in England and in India, where there are lots of teams playing first-class cricket, that is an argument which I think is hard to sustain. This is just punch to the man at silly mid-on, there is no run. I think in jurisdictions like Australia, where I think there are only the 6 state sides playing first-class cricket, I think that is more of a valid argument, but not in India and not in England. As this is punched by Ben Folkes. It was a half volley again on leg stump by Ashwin, and it's fielded by Akash. He must be fancying a bowl again. It's a while since he's bowled. He was the man of the moment, was Akash Deep, but he hasn't had a bowl for a good sort of couple of hours now. Single to Folkes.
Very true about Australia. Only 66 first-class cricketers.
This ball is pushed by Root, who holds the stance of his forward defensive into the leg side, and there is no run.
And I always felt bad about Ricky Ponting after he had finished Test cricket. He just stayed in the Tasmanian side for a few years after that, I thought, unnecessarily.
Yeah, maybe so. As this ball is pushed into the leg side and they're scampering a single. This is good strike rotation from England at the end of the over, 131 for 5. So it's a recovery of a sort here from England, and indeed the pitch seems to have gone to sleep a little compared to the hijinks before lunch.
Like some of our listeners, I suspect, Sagir says at least England will surpass the number of overs they lasted in the 4th innings of the 3rd Test. Fingers crossed. I think there's a good chance they will.
The listeners going to sleep, I don't mind. I'm a bit more worried about the commentators, particularly the one who's talking now, going to sleep.
All you got to do is replay yourself to yourself, Gary, and that'll keep you awake.
Even I would quail at such solipsism, but I do take the point.
I'll ask you a question about a couple of English cricketers, Gary.
Here's Jadeja, and Root is punching this to the man sweeping, surely unnecessarily, on the offside, and they're through for a single. Yes, what question might you have?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned last time, Cricket Australia have a YouTube channel now called Cricket Gold, where they play these archival games.
It's kind of like Robber Linda,
Yeah. One of the games they showed had John Morris in the England team and Wayne Larkins.
Yeah. This is Jadeja, and just hit into the leg side, or edged into the leg side. There is no run. Yeah.
I remember Wayne Larkins, but I cannot remember John Morris.
Well, John Morris's main claim to fame is that I think he was in the aircraft with David Gower when they buzzed the ground in 1984. Was it? I'm not sure. As this is defended and there is no run. I think he played for Glamorgan, John Morris. He wasn't a particularly heavy scorer in domestic cricket, but he had his chance in Test cricket. I think he probably played 4 tests, but I think it counted against him that he was in the airplane with Gower that time. This is defended and there is no run. I may be mixing him up to some extent with Hugh Morris, who was also a batsman in domestic cricket, who went on to be a significant administrator in the English game. This is defended and there is no run. But I think that was John Morris. But Wayne Larkins was of a different order. Wayne Larkins was an absolute master in domestic cricket, and indeed I think he played well in some one-day games for England, but he never quite was able to break through and become a consistent test match player. That ball's defended. There is no run. Known as Ned was Wayne Larkins, played for Northants, and he had every shot in the book and would have fitted perfectly into the Bazball era as an opener who would look to score at 4 or 5 and over, particularly once he had his eye in. But I don't think he ever really came through in test matches, although I'm sure he scored some centuries and ODIs when a century in an ODI really was a matter of some remark.
Just looking up John Morris, you're right. He only played 3 tests and 8 ODIs, but he did play 362 first-class matches.
Yeah.
Made 21,500 runs.
Here's Ashwin in again, and this is punched back to him by Root, and there is no run. He would have played a lot in the days of 3-day cricket and county championship, being 30 matches or so. So it seems outrageous now, but it wasn't so much at the time. This is run off the face of the bat to backward point by Joe Root, and there is no run. So England are transferring the pressure back onto themselves here, but I think it may be a smart move. What about Wayne Larkins? I would guess he played 10 test matches and 100 ODIs, but I'm guessing.
I'll check for you.
As Root punches this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Did they look good, Krishna? Larkins always looked good when he was scoring runs.
Yeah, Larkins looked good. John Morris, he was moved up and down the order depending on who was resting or who was injured. He opened a few games, he batted at 4 or 5.
Defended, no run.
Wayne Larkins had 13 test matches at an average of 20.5.
Yeah, didn't make
and
it.
25 ODIs at an average of 24.
I thought he had more ODIs than that, but it does show he was a huge achiever in the domestic game, but couldn't make it internationally.
Yeah.
Root's been looking for that full ball on leg stump, but again, he's happy to push it really rather than drive it into the leg side. And it's Akashdeep, who somewhat unusually, I think, for an opening bowler, is boundary riding on the leg side. Why would you have your opening bowler covering the long yards of the outfield? But things are done differently these days, so that's why he's there. 2 for Root, who goes to 31, and this is just pushed off the hip of Joe Root, who helps himself to a single and goes to 32. This is a beautifully constructed innings from Root. Let's hope he continues. 135 for 5, 34 gone.
Larkins also scored 27,000 runs in 482 first-class matches.
An average of 38, something like that?
34.
34, not as good as I thought.
Another 13,500 in 485 List A matches.
Yeah.
That's a long career.
Yeah.
So would a player who's averaging 34 even get a look into the test team nowadays?
No, but averages were different, and especially in first-class cricket, as I say, there were limits on first innings, and this ball is punched to the man at mid-on, and there is no run. Run scoring wasn't so heavy, so you look at great batsmen in Test cricket like David Gower, and I think he averaged 44. Robin Smith 43. Mike Atherton 37, I think. As this ball is defended and there is no run.
And they all have peak periods when their averages are up over a period of time too.
And there has been a bit of a reduction in average scores over the last couple of years in Test cricket. This is punched to the man at extra cover, and there is no run. But we did have a couple of decades, I think, really, where if you weren't averaging 45, you were probably looking over your shoulder as a top 4 bat or top 5 bat. This ball is defended, and there is no run. And you know, every Test side seemed to have somebody who was averaging 50 or more. Well, you know, I think those days have gone. Jadeja's in again, and this is defended, and there is no run. And certainly
this pitch. Sorry, I was just about to say. I must say this pitch is looking very placid now.
Yes,
to the morning session.
It's gone to sleep again, isn't it? I mean, it is. Who knows with pitches? They really do have kind of personalities and caprice in them. This is down the leg side, and Root misses out on that. He should have missed the fielder with that one because it was a bit of a free hit. But he didn't. He hit the fielder, 135 for 5. We've got 5 minutes left as a group, so if you want to say anything, now's your chance.
Yeah, I was just saying, we'll call it the Jekyll and Hyde pitch.
Yeah, it might be.
It could well be. Yeah, it's very quiet on the socials. It's interesting. Joe Root, for example, has played 138 Test matches, but only 68 other first-class games.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I mean, he he was 20, I think, when he came in. He hadn't played much for Yorkshire before that, and obviously, a player of his stature is required in all. Well, he did play all 3 formats for a long time. There's never going to be a huge amount of first-class cricket available to players like Root in the future. I mean, how many first-class matches will Jaiswal play that are not Test matches? I mean, how many has he played now? If he's played 10, I'd be surprised. If he plays 20 in the next 10 years, I'd be surprised.
Jaiswal's played 22 first-class matches.
Does that include Test matches?
Sorry? Including the 7 Tests.
Yeah, so I wasn't far off, was I? 15 matches. Well, he won't play many more in the Ranchi Trophy or for India A or whatever he's played for before. As we got a change of bowling, and it is the man I was calling for, and instantly there's a misfield, and England will take 2 from that, and it was his fellow opening bowler who misfielded it, and it's very much been the man of the morning who is bowling now, if I can find him, and maybe I can't. Let me have a look here. Here he is.
I, Sir Akash Deep, but no one will leave me.
Yes.
So I've got to say, Siraj is objectively the worst fielder in the Indian team.
Oh, I think Ashwin takes that. But 2 slips and a gully for Ben Foakes. I think if I got 3 wickets in my first spell of Test cricket, and the opposition are 130 odd for 5, and I've been given 2 slips and a gully, I'd say, come on, Skip, I want a couple more. Wouldn't you?
Well, you did take 3 wickets in your first spell today, of course, Gary.
Yeah, I did, indeed. And
by the way, does Akash have the pointiest beard in Test cricket?
Well, Kohli's could get very pointy, couldn't it? But yes, there's a certain piratical look about Akash Deep, as this is very full. And again, Ben Foakes is in full-scale defensive mode because that was a half volley that should have been punched through extra cover, but he just knocked it straight back where it came from, and there is no run. And I'm not complaining about that. I mean, there's a time and a place when you're looking to score boundaries, and Ben Foakes correctly has decided that even if the boundary ball is there to hit, he's not going to hit it. But we're seeing here just how brilliantly Akash Deep controlled length, and that's what Ollie Robinson should be looking at. Every ball top of off stump, and he's in again on a perfect length, and Foakes nudges it to the left hand of short mid wicket, and there is near run.
Akash is from Bengal, and same team as Mukesh Kumar, who played earlier in the season.
Yeah,
but I don't think we'll see Mukesh Kumar in
this
team.
He looks a notch or 2 above Mukesh Kumar. I mean, distances are hard for us to understand in India because Mercator projection on maps and stuff like that. As Akash is in again, is defended. There is no run. I mean, in my mind's eye, I've got kind of Bengal and Ranchi Ranchi being roughly in the same neck of the woods, but you're probably going to tell me they're 800 miles apart now or something.
No,
I know Bengal's a
quite
region
close.
and Ranchi is a city, but
Yeah, so Ranchi is in the state of Jharkhand, neighbouring Bengal, so they are quite close.
quite close. So he's not quite as local as MS Dhoni was, but he'll have some support from the northeast part
and
of
I think
India,
his
isn't it?
Ranji Trophy theme is Bengal.
It's another shout for LBW, but unlike previous shouts which have gone up with the conviction of a lay preacher in the United States, that was more of an inquiry. And folks survives it. 137 for 5. I've survived my spell on the mic. And I'm going to be handing over.
That you got that answer in the context of Australian distances. By
Ah.
English standards, the 401 kilometres between Ranchi and Kolkata is quite a long way.
It is. It is. And I'm going quite a short way into the green room and hopefully not falling asleep.
See you, gents.
Gary's departed. Balletic would not be the way you describe it. The bear, equally less balletic, has settled himself in. And England
slightly more balletic than
slightly more. Well, I mean, yes, that's a low bar, Bear.
Yeah. Well,
To be fair.
I would admit it's a low bar. Where is Will? Are you going to turn
I've
up?
let him in. He was there. Will, you pop your camera on, mate. We want to see you and welcome you and say hello. It's 137 for 5, 112 for 5 it was at lunch. So far, you could argue it's, hey, Will, sit yourself, that's it. So we can see you defended by Joe Root into the offside. And there is no run. So Will, welcome. Delighted to have you with us.
Lovely to be
Jadeja,
here.
in he comes. And that's looked a bit uppish, but it evaded short cover out towards the man on the cover boundary. They'll take a single. Extraordinary morning, Will. It's a reprieve and then a disaster.
It's just been an absolute whirlwind, to be honest. I
defended. No run.
It's slightly irritating kind of watching everyone sort of in the mainstream media kind of go, Buzzball's dead, you have to stop. And it's kind of like, well...
Turned around the corner. Ashwin is the fielder on the 45. No run. 138 for 5. Yeah, I mean, one or two of the dismissals this morning were interesting. I mean, Ben Stokes possibly could have got further forward, but he was out to a shooter. I don't think you can blame Bazball for that. He was trying to defend. This was defended out to mid-on. Cool deep fields. There's no run, just the one run off this Jadeja over so far. He has the slip, which is Rohit. Onto the back foot goes, folks. Punches, but punches straight to short extra. And that's either Shubman Gill. I get Shubman Gill and Jaiswal confused because they're both kind of tall, rangy, and wear floppy hats.
Yeah, Shubman Gill you can recognise a little bit more, I reckon.
138 for 5 anyway at the end of the over. Bear, you must be on social.
I am. Oh, look, we've got super chat.
Hooray! Who is it and what are they saying?
It was Mog, and he says, play the super chat jingle again. So, obviously, we're going to play one of these.
YouTube Prime, Super Chat, no shipping unlike the bucket hat.
Well, I should just warn you, when we're playing jingles, you don't always hear them when you're remote.
Yes.
Some you will, some you won't. So I'll sort of signal and let you know.
I heard that one.
You did hear that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know. We're going to ask you a little bit about yourself in a minute. In fact, we might have a bit of chance between deliveries, because Akash Deep, who's been fantastic, will leave us a bit of breathing space. That one's worked tidily off his hip. down to Kuldeep, who is there at long leg. They'll take a single. So just tell us a wee bit about yourself and your cricket associations.
So I played for the Somerset disabled team, and then went up to Birmingham Uni, and entirely chose Birmingham because it meant that I lived 10 minutes away from Edgbaston.
Defended by folks no run. Yep.
And then played for Warwickshire. Oh, and I had a couple of England caps as well when I was little.
How little when you got your England caps?
16 and 17.
Well, that's not so little. That's pretty impressive.
I mean, it was kind of, I don't know, feels a long old time ago now.
Well,
it was.
Join the club. There's a few of us could say that.
Say you look a little younger than us, so it wasn't so far away for you as it was for us.
The Bear still insists he could bowl in the IPL.
Absolutely.
And go for less than 8 and over.
It's...
There you go. Akash Deep's going to be in again. He's got the slip and a gully. And that's steered out towards cover by folks. And they should take a single, I would think. So you played for England, under 17s then, was it?
No, it was the England PD team.
Right.
So, but before any of the funding came in, and it was basically run by Chance to Shine at that point, well funded by them, and we trained quite a lot with the women.
Right.
And I happened to be at the same club as Anya Shrubsole, so I used to net with her quite a lot. Akash Deep in, Root plays that beautifully off his toes. I don't think it's got enough legs to get itself up. Siraj it is who hauls it in. And it may have been half stopped on its way to the boundary. They take 2 anyway, it means there's been 4 off this over so far. So you're a batsman or a batter or a bowler, primarily? Oh, definitely bowler. I can't bat for toffee.
Okay.
At all.
Number 11.
If I was lucky.
Yeah. I was about to say, I thought he was about to go, not that good.
Yeah. I mean...
in comes Akash Deep. What a day he's had. And this is Slash, though. If you're short and wide, doesn't matter how well you're bowling. If you bowl a loose one, Joe Root, you look up, and there's that 40.
Yeah, absolutely.
There he is. Cut through point.
Quickly he scores. And looks like he's just sort of strolling along, getting kind of nothing, and then you blink and he's on 40.
Well, actually, it was backward a point, and it was. He just waited, sort of a late cut, really. Cut it superbly. I mean, we were worried over lunch. We were chatting away and saying in the green room, and our fear was he'll get to 40 odd, but he'll run out of partners.
Oh,
that one's through him though. That was a fantastic ball by Akash Deep that just moved away enough, and Rooty takes a sharp intake of breath because it went past his outside edge. It's the end of the over. It's 4, 6, 7, 8 have come from it. 3 for 34 for Akash Deep, or 146 for 5. England, they'll take that after the clatter that preceded lunch. And Bear.
Wow. Nitin Bajaj is in. He says, hello, folks.
Hello,
the Bear is giving good competition to Akash and Kohli in the Pointy Beard Stakes, especially considering his age and experience. Thank you very much. I like my pointy beard.
Yeah, it looks good.
The wife doesn't. She keeps threatening to cut it off.
Well, I was about to say, if your wife's got a pointy beard, get her to shave it off.
Don't insult my wife.
I didn't. I said if. As this one was cut to backward point, there was no run. Folks has done well though, I think. Well, he's been careful and he's done his job and let Rooty just keep the score ticking.
Yeah. And quite frankly, if you're that good looking, I don't really care what you're doing.
Fair enough. Round the wicket comes Jadeja. And
beautiful man with incredibly fast hands.
He is a good looking man with fast hands. From Epsom, I think. Sort of roughly my neck of the woods. That's past the outside edge. Into the gloves of Jarrell, who's also, as wicket keepers go, looked tidy. He started the day off, I think was it the first or second ball, with a dive away to his right. And I thought they'd taken a wicket because I was on commentary at the time, as this one's slightly edgy, but fielded sharply at short third. They'll take a single. And everyone ran in and they were patting him on the back. And I thought, they didn't get an edge, did he? England have lost a wicket. But they hadn't at this stage. It was just such a phenomenal diving save that he made. That I think someone, Gill or someone, came running in from the other side of the pitch completely. Yeah, he did. And I thought, blimey, I've missed a wicket. 147 for 5. England could be in the heady heights of 150. As this one defended away. Will, what do you think's a good score? What would England be happy with?
Well, see, in the first test, when they got
Danger in, defended into the onside. Sorry, carry on, Will.
When they were sort of 280 in the first innings, and then I thought, oh, that's about par, and then you sort of saw what India did. And it just completely sort of belittled it. So, it's one of those things that I think in India you don't really know until you've both had a bat.
The old adage, don't know until both teams are battered. Yeah, it certainly looks a lot easier after lunch, I have to say. But maybe
it's definitely kind of got less demons in it than earlier. But
maybe because the ball's getting softer. 39 overs old now.
Yeah.
The other challenge I think England will have, and possibly Ollie Robinson will have, as Akashdeep's going to carry on, and why wouldn't he, with 3 for 34 off his 9. I'll just hold the thought, as he's going to be in to Ben Folkes. Just the one slip for him now, and well defended by Folkes to mid-on, and there's no run. The problem, Ollie Robinson hasn't bowled since the Ashes, at least not in competitive anger.
Yeah.
That's about best part of 8 months. 7 or 8 months, isn't it? Because the Ashes were in June, remember. It was all got out of the way so we could get on with the bloody 100. But the Ashes were done and dusted by the end of mid-July, weren't they? That's a long time to expect him to come in and make a huge difference here, I reckon, Will.
Yeah, I think he's got sort of everything that you need, but if you haven't got it in the tank, then...
Akashdeep's in, left watchfully alone through to Jarrell by Folkes. There's no run.
Yeah, you've got to have the sort of miles in the legs or whatever, all those kind of sort of, I don't know, sayings.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
And I mean, I wonder how sort of what the sort of pitch side kind of conditions are, how sort of humid it is down there, because what's that doing to the ball, and kind of also what ball are they using again? Is it?
It's an SG in India, isn't it? Kookaburras in Australia, SG's in India, and Dukes, of course, in England and New Zealand. I think New Zealand use a Duke as well, don't they?
No, New Zealand
Kookaburra. No, they're Kookaburra as well. Kookaburra.
Okay, this one's defended to mid-on, no run by Folkes.
West Indies use Kookaburra.
Do they?
Sorry, no, West Indies use Duke.
Okay.
It's a different kind of Duke, though,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's got double lacquer on it or something to protect
the pitches, I guess.
And I mean, I've never bowled with an SG, so I don't know how much it kind of, how long it holds up and all that sort of thing. And also, I've not bowled in India, so there's that, which is the big thing.
Akashdeep, any barrels? Well, that's nicely played away between cover and extra cover. It's not got the legs to get too far towards the boundary. Jadeja hauls it in, and they will take 2 though. 149 for 5. England was not quite. We're not in recovery territory fully, but they're certainly making a decent fist of ship steadying. Let's say that. After that horrible morning.
In the late route sort of period, this would be sort of dizzying heights in terms of runs.
In India, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our last tour there was a disaster.
Oh, well, as
Yeah.
captain, yes, I'm with you. Yes, this one's well defended by folks out to cover. No run. Who was unlucky? Stokes, you could argue, was unlucky, but potentially could have got a bigger stride in, I think, knowing that the ball was keeping low. And Jadeja does have the capability to make the ball shoot. I thought Bairstow, how was Bairstow? I thought he was quite unlucky. Can you remember how
LBW.
Bairstow?
Yeah, he was.
I thought Johnny B was unlucky.
It looked like it might have pitched outside leg, but again, it was just
Pope on review, that was LBW as well.
Yeah.
Crawley batted well, but had a life when he was on next to nothing. The no ball. We thought that was the sliding doors moment.
Yeah.
Akash thought he'd got his first wicket. He hadn't. As that one was nicely turned off his legs to backward square. Out gallops Siraj from them, riding the boundary to field. They take a single. 3 from the over. The 150 is up for England there. 150 for 5. Joe Root, England's main hope here, is being well supported by Ben Foakes as they try and recover. And they've got themselves 150 for 5.
It's not bad. Well, Nitin says another story of perseverance, overcoming obstacles in Indian cricket. There are very small, forgotten towns in the Badlands, and that's where Akash Deep is from. He tweets Cricinfo's story about it. He says, before becoming known as the town that gave the world MS Dhoni, Ranchi was most well known for its huge insane asylum. Oh, that's good to know. Make of that what you
also
will.
a land of waterfalls. There's loads of waterfalls in Ranchi. And it's one of the few Indian cities to have a British battleship named after it. Oddly. Up onto his toes goes Foakes, punches it into the ground. It bounces up at point, but there's no run. Thought he just might have not got on top of that, but all was well from a Ben Foakes perspective. Jadeja in. Nicely defended by Foakes. He's getting plenty of turn, Jadeja. But it doesn't look somehow as fierce or as sharp, Will, as it had done before lunch.
I think, I mean, it's one of those things that...
Onto the back foot goes Foakes, defends.
With the, the way that this pitch kind of has, I don't know, it seems like they've kind of laid it in 2 separate kind of tracks.
Yes, well, there is.
Do you know what I mean? Because there's on the offside, there's so many cracks and kind of all that sort of thing, and it just seems to completely
Jadeja
kind of
round the wicket to the right-handed Foakes, defended. Well, this was the big conversation. You're absolutely right. It's if you're Ben Foakes, so if you're the right-handed Ben Foakes, it's on your offside, and it's a strip of
cracks.
Of cracks, basically defended again by Foakes out towards cover. Jadeja does not mess around. He whips through his overs at some speed. That was a maiden. It's still 150 for 5. Root on 40, Foakes on 14. And speaking of cracks, Bear, what have you got for us?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing? Nothing? Nothing will come of nothing. Speak again.
It's it's almost volcanic, that surface. You know when you see all those kind of like videos of volcanoes when they're all kind of bubbling up and there's lava kind of thing.
It does.
It looks a bit like that, and it seems really odd that it's gone so placid.
Well, Ben Foakes described it as interesting. I mean, you do wonder, were England almost talking themselves into it being a minefield, and it's taken this time for them to realise, well, maybe it's not as minefieldy as we feared. Changing the bowling, we're going to see some Kuldeep, who's going to come into the attack. He's replacing Akash Deep, so we've got a Kuldeep for an Akash Deep. This partnership's going well. It's 38 from the 101 runs faced, and Kuldeep is going to be bowling to the former England captain Joe Root, who lunges forward and defends back to him, and there is no run.
Can I have a jingle for him if you like?
Yeah, go on then.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction.
until I saw him today. Now that you've
In he comes. Forward comes Root. Rinse and repeat. Back to the bowler, no run. Didn't play in the first test, did he, Kuldeep? But he made his mark, I think, on the
He didn't play in the second, either.
Didn't he? Okay.
No,
I'll have a
yeah, he
look.
did, actually. What am I on about?
Well, I will let you know once I find him.
Oh, did he?
You've got me asking myself now whether he did or not.
Well, Akshar... Oh, no, he did play in the second, didn't he? Because the man without in the second test was Jadeja.
Yeah, in he comes. Defended past the man who is at forward short leg, and they'll take a single. Yes, at Visakhapatnam, he made 8 not out of 42, took 3 for 71. Got Duckett's Folks and Rayan Ahmed. None.
Who's this?
Kuldeep.
Oh, right, yeah.
Let me see. Then 4 for 24 at Rajkot in the first innings. No, 4 off 24. 2 for 77, I beg your pardon. He took into Rajkot onto the back foot, defended by Folks. And then 2 for 19 in that second innings tumble of England's got Stokes and Rayan Ahmed again. Rayan Ahmed, of course, who this morning we found out has had to go home for personal reasons, defended into the offside by a very watchful Ben Folks. End of an over. Boy, they whistle round quick. Just the one run from it. 151 for 5.
Don't come back to me. There's nothing here.
Not even on YouTube?
We have one comment on YouTube. Brian in Brisbane, he sent some stuff for us.
Oh, Brian! Fantastic! What a gentleman you are.
Oh, no. The ship isn't named for the town. It's named after Rear Admiral Thomas Ranchi.
Is it?
Who incidentally, was a noted philanderer. And then they realised that the name is a bit indelicate and changed it to HMS Ranchi.
Oh, really?
That's amazing.
What? How long do you think it took them before they realised?
I don't know.
Should we be calling a British Navy battlefit ship Raunchy?
Well, maybe Raunchy came out of the philanderer that was. You know how words work. Out of the philanderer that was.
Possibly.
Thomas Raunchy.
I don't know about Thomas Raunchy.
And then it became common parlance and they decided to change
He's not
the
really
name.
sort of up there with Casanova in terms of my knowledge of raunchy people.
I'm
2
gonna
slips.
have to have a Google.
Yeah, have a look and let us know, Will. Thank you. As this one's turned away, Ashwin, that inverted Joe Root on his back.
How are we spelling raunchy?
What
Raunchi.
Oh, okay, so he's actually okay.
What do we know about? What was he? Who was Mr. Raunchy?
He was a rear admiral.
He was a rear admiral. He'd have to be
rear
a rear
admiral. Yeah, he was a rear admiral.
A rear, not a front admiral.
No, not a front
definitely
admiral.
a rear admiral with his raunchiness.
in the
was it?
rear.
Yeah, 152 for 5. This partnership moved on to 40, 42 for Joe Root. Akash deep, in he comes. And that's worked away towards mid-wicket. There's no run. What a start to the day. What a start to his test career. As he sent the off-stump of Zach Crawley cartwheeling backwards with an absolute cracker of a delivery. Only to find, to everyone's surprise, that Rod Tucker slung out his arm and called him for a no ball. Since then he's made up for it though, Will.
Yes.
So what have you found about the Rear Admiral?
I'm not going to lie. When you Google it, it just comes up with all sorts of filth.
Porn.
Yeah, pretty much.
I hope you've.
And then some sailors thrown in.
Some tailors.
So
sailors, I think.
Sailors.
Oh, sailors! This was defended into the offside. Are you sure, Bear?
What?
Oh, well, no, you're only relaying.
Look, we got Mackie D's.
Sweet. Oh, wow! That must be the Brian and Brisbane delivery. Thank you so much, Brian.
There's an sausage and egg McMuffin in there.
Almost certain there will be. What else would you do from a Mackie D's breakfast?
Well, exactly.
152 for 5, England. Represents a real recovery. 112 for 5 they were at lunch. And when did the 5th wicket go down? I can quickly tell you that. It went down. OBW fall a wicket. They were 112. That was at lunch, wasn't it? As that one has somehow evaded the. Well, it's a 4th slip, but there's only 2. It's leg byes. Wow. Umpire Kumar Dharmasena. That's where I was trying to go. It was a. Oh, it was high. Caught Ben Folkes on the upper thigh. Seemed initially to be going down leg, but then skewed away. Beat the dive of second slip. Went all the way to the 3rd man boundary. 4. Ooh.
4. Sorry, I was trying to find the
4. One of these.
2 + 2 is on man.
Nicely turned
Oh,
away
nice.
by Folkes, but straight to Ashwin as at mid wicket. No run on this occasion.
Well, its origin only started appearing. It was only started using from the 1930s. So
What, the word raunchy?
Yeah, so I am going to look up Rear Admiral Raunchy and find out when he was alive, because maybe that was.
Well, I've got to be honest. I've found I looked at a number of sites to find out stuff about Ranchi, and they all mentioned the battleship. So it could be that our that shot was a straight drive and it's knocked the stumps down. I think we can safely say, Will, there was no hand involved from Akash Deep, but it would have been 4, wouldn't it?
So I think this pitch is just sort of, it's just really interesting and totally baffling me. I can't get my head around it, because that's sort of, I don't think that the pitch speed is making shots like that possible, and I think that, you know, England definitely pre-game were talking as if they, you know,
Well,
hope in hell.
Wunderbar. Thank
Oh,
you.
thank you so much,
Gary's
Gary.
just delivered the coffees, courtesy of our good friend Brian in Brisbane, who sent us another care package, the Golden Arch Care Special. Kuldeep's going to continue over the wicket to the right-handed route, who defends towards forward short leg. There is a forward short leg and a slip for Kuldeep, but there's no run. The only thing Gary hasn't done is pull off the top thing. Right, that one is...
Oh, there's another cup underneath it because they send it, so you have to take the whole thing off.
Oh Lord, okay. Oh, I'd better wait for a second then. No run, as I was trying to negotiate my coffee cup. 150. Can you do mine then? Because I can't do it and talk at the same time. I can't multitask anymore. 14 for Folkes, 43 for Root. Kuldeep.
I don't want...
Flock of hair of his. As this one, in he comes. Played off the back foot by Folkes to forward short leg. Will?
I don't want to jinx it.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to say the thing that we're thinking, but Joe Root's looking good.
Yeah.
Yes. He wouldn't be the first to create that sort of jinx, as Folkes is on strike and defends into the offside this time, who, I have to say, is doing his job in exemplary fashion. It's hardly been exciting. This is the antithesis of Bazball to a point, but what else can you do? His job is to keep Joe Root company and to make sure they keep moving that score up, and they're doing it. Thrown up by Kuldeep, driven sweetly by Folkes. That should make it all the way. Yes, it does. A gorgeous straight drive. It beat the dive of Kuldeep, and it's 4 more for England and 4 more for Folkes.
Would you say that these two are the kind of least Bazball-y in the side?
Well, that, Will, is the great debate, isn't it? Because, you know, Root, is he trying too hard to be Bazball? Is it just a question of, you know, one premeditated reverse ramp too many, and at the wrong time. I mean, class is permanent, as they say. Form temporary, class permanent.
Fucking hell, Nitin, you bastard. I spent the last 5 minutes trying to find Rear Admiral Thomas Raunchy and was just about to announce that I couldn't find anything about him, never heard of him. And he goes, that was hashtag bullshit history. Come on, folks. There was, oh yeah, right, okay, hashtag beer. I didn't see that at the bottom.
Oh,
man.
So it's a complete red herring.
Yeah,
It didn't
exactly.
exist.
Oh man, what can of worms have I opened by making
If Will
such
ever
shit
has to
about-
take his laptop in to be repaired, they're now going to look at his,
Yeah, exactly.
his search
I know.
history and go, hello, what's this lad been up to?
Absolute bastards. Absolutely been
There's-
stitched up.
There's the circle, you know, the knock-on
because
effects for this. It could be
Problem
tragic.
was, Nitan, you put a couple of spaces between that and I didn't, so I, you know, if it had just been in the line at the end, BS history, I'd have clocked that, but I didn't clock it.
Oh, well, there you go. There.
He's laughing at us. Well, that's not surprising.
Well, he should. He should. we fell for it. Hook,
Yeah,
line
we
and
did.
sinker.
We did indeed.
Anyway, it is the end of the over. We can get some more messages if you've got some, Bear. How are we
that
doing
was
on
it,
that
him
other
telling us.
platform?
We got Mog.
Aha.
Mackie D's, fuck's sake. Yes, that's it, we've got it. Also, Steve Smith securing a place in Australia T20 World Cup squad with a fewer yet powerful 11 against New Zealand.
Oh yeah, the first T20 was fantastic. Did you catch any of that, Will?
I sort of did, but to be honest with you, I was just actually trying to maintain a sleeping pattern. But they are this Australia sort of side are baffling, and sort of I don't really understand how they're doing it. Really,
Well, they just find ways to win,
it's
and that's a real
really
quality in any sport.
It's really annoying because it's like the late 90s again, and I don't like that. You know, I like it when Australians are suffering. Yeah, I
Yes.
want them to suffer.
Yeah, I know, we all want them to suffer.
Sorry about that, Will. We're not going to do it.
Yeah.
I think we're due a change in a minute, aren't we? Gosh, where did that
We
time,
are, we're due a
where
change
did
now,
that
in fact.
time go?
Tim is going to join us.
Have
Thank
you
you
got
very
Tim
much,
there?
Will.
Will, an assured
Thanks very much,
debut.
guys.
Delighted. Well, I think hopefully we're going to see a bit more of you.
After tea, I'm going to be joined.
Love you and leave you.
I'm going to be joined by Metters and Tim.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
G'day, Tim.
How's it?
We're all right. How are you?
All good, man. All good. Yeah. Certainly an interesting first session in a bit for me. Very interested to see how it's all gone.
Yeah, the pitch seems to
Probably best
have
cricket since
chilled out a bit. Yeah, I think it's maybe more to do with the fact that the ball's a bit older. So the up and down is a bit softer. Got to ask you, how do you think the C team did in that second test?
I think they did it as well as they could have. But I think they genuinely gave the New Zealanders a bit of a fight.
Yeah, I think so too.
With the batting in particular, they gave them just a bit of a fight. The fact that we were in the game, potentially winning it with the bat, says a lot.
Yeah, that was good, I suppose, for South African cricket. You know, find out who's there. Someone got
I
Tan
think
as
the
well. Is
highlight
it
of the
Bennington?
session since I think the highlight of the session since lunch was the fact that the three of you were taken completely up the garden path by Ninton Bajaj. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
I literally spent 5 minutes.
DRS would have given you out in a big way.
I just spent 5 minutes going, well there's got to be a record of this Thomas Raunchy dude. Nothing on Wikipedia. What the hell's going on?
Yes, go under Ninton.
Right, the partnership is 49 of 119. We are back. Akashdeep is coming in to bowl to Root. He pulls out just as he's about to go to his delivery stride. Must have seen something behind the batsman. And there's no run. I think this is Root's highest score of the series, isn't it? 43.
Yeah, it is. And he's batted, dare I
Normally.
say, properly.
Yeah, exactly. Funny that, isn't it? He's looked quite secure, really. I think
And so, folks, I think they're both well suited to this sort of cricket.
Yeah. That's cut. Very late cut from Root, but there's going to be no one down there. And he's going to 4 runs. Good shot. Ooh. Supposed to play a boundary jingle then.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was very, very late and very close to him, wasn't it?
He's played quite a lot of it in this innings.
Yeah.
Offered just for a single.
Yeah, well, he's very good at that, isn't he? I mean, he's very good at chopping it down behind square, finding a gap.
He's really keeping his head over the ball today.
I think you have to.
Makes such a difference.
Yeah, this is one of those wickets you've got to try and play straight. There's no...
Yeah.
It's up and down, isn't it? And that's dangerous across batted shots. Root gets right behind that, defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run. He's on 47 now, 95.
It's a very awkward sort of period for England, because they know that Creepy Crawley one is probably just around the corner. But they're batting very well so far.
Yeah, again, I think the ball has got softer. It's 45 overs old now. I mean, it's not been battered to all parts, but it's just deadened its effectiveness a little bit. Akashdeep is in again. The forward is Root, defends it out to the offside. There's no run. And Akashdeep's speeds are down this spell from what he was in low, nearly up to 90 miles an hour in his first spell. Mind you, he's probably pumped. He got all those wickets. And has looked very good. Siraj has been a bit disappointing. I'm looking forward to England bowling on this. I think, I'm looking forward to Ollie Robinson on this with a new ball going through the surface, keeping low, causing problems, awkward length because of his height. Akashdeep is in, and Root is again forward, defending, no run.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm not sold on this idea that you've got to continuously be playing cricket. Saying that, he hasn't played a lot of cricket in recent times, so it's certainly going to be a test for him.
Yeah, he might have a couple of quiet overs, but hopefully, he's a professional. He's been bowling forever and ever, knows the score. I'm sure he'll have lots of advice about, Anderson will tell him, good lengths to bowl, etc., and he'll figure it out reasonably quickly. Akashdeep is in again, well defended by Root. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. England will be feeling a little bit better about life. Right side of 150 without losing another wicket. Partnership must be nearly 50 now. It was 112 for 5, wasn't it, when Root was out, when Stokes was out. So closing in on a 50 partnership as well.
Very solid so far, but often in Indian pitches, in Indian conditions, things change very quickly.
They do indeed. Akashdeep is in again. That one's into Root's pads. He works it out to mid-wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the 45th over. England 165 for 5. Folks is 18 off 67. Root is 47 off 99. Over to you.
So, got a mea culpa from Nitin. He says, mine's sincere apologies, gents.
That's
Having
funny.
said that, though it's not true, wouldn't it be wonderful if it was a truly English story of eccentric etymology? Oxymoronica says, caught the TNT replays of wickets and bowlers have bowled well, but batsmen have played poor shots. Crawley bowled through the gate twice. Pope playing across the line. Bairstow sweeping and missing. Stokes not getting forward. Sorry, but pathetic performance.
Yeah,
I'm not sure pathetic's quite fair, but it wasn't great.
It wasn't great. I think the new ball was up and down. Some of the balls were exaggerated movement off the seam as well. The two that did bowl Crawley, I mean, he's lucky he got away with the first one. Obviously, it was a no ball, but both balls jabbed back quite considerably. Pope, I think, looking at it in real time, he missed it, but Christ, he didn't look out. LBW. It's a very, very good review from India. And likewise, actually, with Bairstow, it looked like it pitched outside leg stump. And I guess those are the split decisions you make as a batsman. He thought, oh, sweet, that's that pitched outside leg. It's safe if I miss it. I'm not out. Turns out he wasn't. As for Stokes, I don't think you can blame Stokes. It was a short delivery. Kuldeep is in, and it's defended to Sarfaraz, who's on Hayden. I think Stokes was well in his rights to go back to that delivery. It was short from Jadeja. It's a slow pitch. On a normal pitch, it would have bounced up. He'd have just played it off his pads, either into a space on the leg side or straight to a fielder. Would have been no run or a single. It's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. But it grubbed. I mean, it literally went under his bat and hit the badge on the bottom of his pads from about 6 metres short. No, you can't legislate for that.
It's interesting. It's been the only ball I think all day that's.
No, there were certainly some earlier that did, but they genuinely were
kept
outside
a bit
the off
low,
stump.
but nothing as
exaggerated as that. Yeah, defended again from Kuldeep by Folks. England
Often
playing.
those deliveries are also wide of the stumps.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
There were some earlier that were. Defended once more by Folks up to mid-off, and there's no run. England playing old school Test cricket.
Proper Test cricket.
Well, they've got to think they've got to get a score on the board.
Yeah.
If the pitch is going to wear, then they'll get last use to bowl on it, which will probably be the best time to bowl. Defended by Folks up to mid-on. No run. It needs someone to get a big score. Root's nearly halfway there.
Pokey Bumfinger was on to Nit and he said, I call bullshit on Captain Ranchi. And Cap Martin says, I'm now waiting for the fake history behind the naming of Headingley.
That one grubbed a little bit, and Folks jabbed his bat down on it. Defended it up to Sarfaraz, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, it was actually quite a good story because the entomology, and maybe I put that in there, but suddenly it's kind of made sense.
Yeah.
I've got the hiccups now from my McDonald's coffee.
David Shear says the Poms are stuffed. And Brown in Brisbane says, okay, Bear's preference for sausage McMuffins is noted. Pokey said the sausage McMuffin was originally a sex position in the Midwest during the Great Depression.
Now that one isn't going to catch me out.
I like it, man. I do like it.
Akash Deep is in to Rooty, who works that off his hips nicely down to long leg, get himself a single, moves on to 48. And England on to 166.
It certainly looks like a nice period to be batting.
It certainly does, doesn't it? The intensity seems to have gone out of the Indians when they come back after tea, and England have been able to settle in. Which is really what they want to do, settle in for a long afternoon. Presumably the longer the Indians are out there, the more tired they'll get. Siraj has been pretty ineffective. Everyone else has bowled okay. And obviously Akash Deep was very effective early on. Doesn't look so effective the second spell. Did bowl a long spell though, it's 7 overs. But presumably because they didn't want to take him off because he was doing so well. Akash Deep is in again to Folks, throws that up outside off stump. Lovely shot. No one out there. It's too full, long half volley outside off stump. Gets what it deserves, which is smashed out to the square boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And Folks moves into the 20s.
I certainly hope he gets some runs before the end of the tour.
What, Folks? I think he's batted all right. I mean,
no, he has. He has batted fine, but I know the noises are it's not enough. That's what the noises will be.
Well, it's him and Bairstow for the keeping spot. Bairstow's done worse, really. It's into his hip.
Yes.
Works it square, up to square leg, and there is no run.
The other thing is, it's not always about scoring runs. It's also about being there.
And being in a partnership. He was with Pope.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, he was
Yeah.
with Pope when he got his 196, and he was there for quite a while with Pope while he was able to accumulate those runs. So Exactly that it is about, and he's you know, he may not score at Bazball pace, but he has tended to hang around with people at times. You know, he's got a couple of 20s. You want more, but it's not the worst when you look at some of the other players on the side. I mean, we talked on the podcast actually. You know, what a big miss as that's pulled by folks stuck in the pitch. It seemed, or it was a slow delivery, one or the other. No run anyway. Couldn't beat the man at mid wicket. You know, Harry Brooks, well, I mean, you don't know what he'd have done, but considering Bairstow's frailties on this series so far, I mean, he batted okay today. You wonder how much of a difference Brooks would have made at 5. Because it would have been a battle out between those two places. I don't think you could put Bairstow behind the stumps in India when you've got folks in the side.
Yeah, you can't be sure, but he'd certainly be the type of player that would do well here, you would have thought.
Yeah,
Brooks.
exactly. He's got an amazing eye as well, Brooke. Hit square by folks out to point, no run. And 1 ball left in the 47th over. Whipping through the overs in this session. Might even catch up. Might not have any overspill if they do carry on like this. Of course, with England not hitting it to all parts, the game does move on a little quicker, and it allows Jadeja to gain control.
Yes, yeah, that's certainly true.
Which I'm not sure you'll get out of Hartley and Shoaib Bashir, but we shall see. Akashdeep is in again and once more forced out to the covers by folks to end that over. 5 off it. England 170 for 5. Over to you, Messi.
Hey, Barrett says, Bazball is all about doing what the opposition doesn't expect, so it's totally logical to block the shit out of it. Block harder.
Nice, I like it.
Dave Wood says, Captain Ranchi was originally assigned to HMS Kinky, but due to an accident involving the ship was transferred. And over on YouTube, Dave Shear says 400 a pass score. Pope not a player. Pope's, yeah, he's very up and down. Perky Bumfingers says, just so you know, Ranchi had a weird name for the Navy because she was requisitioned from civilian duty as a passenger liner. Ah, that's interesting. Question for Tim on an unrelated topic. David Bedingham going to get a run when the proper test side is reconvened?
Now, I don't know if Root got any bat on that, but it's gone very fine down towards fine leg. They'll come back for 2. Is it 2 to Root? He's not going to get his 50. It's not. It's off his pad. I thought it was. But Root will be...
Tossed up.
Yeah, it was tossed up. Go on.
Bedingham is the only batter that will definitely be in the next Test series that went to New Zealand. He's the only one that is guaranteed to be in that series.
He's quite young, Bedingham, is that right? Then goes back, does Root, beats short leg and then gets a single.
He's sort of in between. He's 29.
Okay. That's, he's moving on a bit.
He's sort of a county cricket journeyman almost, isn't he? But he does his trade well.
Was he the one we were trying to get qualified for England?
Correcto mundo.
Oh, well, Root saying that was off his inside edge. And he might well be right.
Too late now.
Yeah, it can't change.
If he gets that now, he'll be complaining. Kuldeep into folks, bowls it quite flat and quick. And he just defends it in the offside and there's no run. Yeah, definitely did. It came off the inside edge. Well, you could say that was a drop then because it went through Dhruv behind the stumps. Kuldeep down leg side and it's worked into the leg side wide enough of mid wicket that they'll get a single. And the whole band's out today. Barmy Army are out there. And some Indian fans, well, they're in Barmy Army. I think, no, they're the Bharat Army, aren't they? And they've got their own trumpeters. In fact, they've got a trumpeter and a French horn man. And our English trumpeter looks a bit bereft. 174 for 5 as Root faces up to Kuldeep, goes back, sweeps, can't beat the man behind square. It's the first aggressive shot I've seen from Root for quite a while.
Coincidentally, 174 is exactly what Australia made at Eden Park against New Zealand. They fell in a heat, basically, after they scored 100 in the first 8 overs.
Oh, wow. That's kind of Australian in T20. That's worked into leg side, there's no run. As the
Kiwi Baudet says he's back with us for a few minutes between innings at Eden Park. There you go.
I presume we'll get you at the end of the game when that's all over.
Yep, I think New Zealand will thrash it, Australia. I think they'll get it in 15 overs on that pitch. Finn Allen will make 90 off 32 balls or something.
It's very short square, if I remember rightly, isn't it? It's a rugby pitch.
Well, no, it's particularly short behind the wickets.
Oh, straight. So they turn it around.
Yeah. So it's 50 metres from the stumps to the boundary.
Is that all? That's tiny.
Yes, that is tiny.
Head got 2 sixes in the first over, both of which were just thick edges. So yeah, it's a silly ground to play cricket on, in my judgment. But never mind.
There's been some big scores there, if I seem to remember rightly. Well, Ashwin's back into the attack. He's got 8 overs and 1 for 34 so far. He's going to bowl to Folkes first up, so around the wicket too. Down the track comes Folkes, who just drives it up to mid-on. Who's Akash? He's a bit deep, as his name says, and there is only 1 run. Bring a Root on strike on 49. That was well played by Folkes. Get right down to the pitch of the ball. Root surveying the field. Ashwin around the wicket. And it's just defended back to him for no run. Current partnership 63 off 145.
Snail's pace.
Yeah, very much so. And again, Root pulls out just as Ashwin's about to bowl, and then says he heard something. Not sure about that. Ashwin around the wicket. Ooh, that one kept low. But Root managed to jab his bat down on it, up to mid-on. No run. If Root's sensible here, and the experience he's got, and the man that he is, he should be thinking if he gets beyond his 50, which he should do, because he just defends that square on the offside, and there's no run. He should be thinking about 100. I don't want to get too far ahead, but he's that class of batsman. It's like if you let Kane Williamson or you let Virat get to 50, you've got to think that there's a good chance they'll go on. Ashwin is in. It's worked into the leg side by Root, out towards deep mid wicket. He does get his 50. First of the fucking series for Root in the 4th test, which is quite surprising, really. But we will give him his milestone because it's been a good innings.
Drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
And Folkes comes down the wicket to the last ball of Ashwin's over and just plays it to Jon Hayden. There's no run. If you look at Root's conversion rate, 1 in 2 gets a ton. So,
well, the last ton he got was when Stokes declared on him on 118 not out at Headingley.
Oh yeah, of course, in the test that we stupidly declared in and then lost.
Yeah, exactly. So we're very quiet on our socials at the moment. I don't know where everybody's going, but they're oh, here we go. On Breno Over says, despite the mill shit, England selectors have put folks. Sorry, I should read these things first. Despite the mill shit, England's selectors have put folks through. You can't fault his dedication, but if in the summer, as we all expect, he's dropped again, and Bairstow gets the glove back, it beggars belief one, it beggars belief, and two, folks will be justified to walk away.
Well, yeah. So he probably likes a few little jollies abroad every once in a while. On the back foot, Root keeps low again from Cool Deep, punches it out to cover, and there's no run. I was just looking at that score. Root scored more runs against India than Ricky Ponting. Worked into the leg side at no run, an average of 57. Pretty good going.
That's not bad, is it?
No. Cool Deep over the wicket to Joe Root. Gets forward and defends that out into the offside, and there's no run.
The average is 43 in India.
Which is pretty damn good.
It is, yeah. I wonder what Baz makes of all this, though. He's not going hard enough. He'll be like Dave Barrett going mental. That's just work around the corner by Root, but to the man on the 45, and there's no run.
There's nothing much to complain about, is there?
Well, no, not really. I mean, it's a very kind of traditional Test cricket. I think they've realised that the pitch is difficult. And I guess, I mean, it was quite clear that they weren't going to be able to go off at the pace that they were early on in the first few overs. The ball was doing all sorts when it was hard and new. Worked into leg side and no run.
And these two are probably the best in the team suited to
this type of cricket.
Traditional.
Yeah, exactly. Folks is pretty straight.
And Stokes, actually, who can.
He can. I mean, he got. I mean, you can't. I can't fault Stokes for that out. That was just, you know. Ooh, and that one kept low as well. And Rue went back to punch it in the offside, managed to adjust and hit it back down the track. There's no run. To mid off, and that's the end of the 50th over. They're rattling through these overs. And there's no run at the end of that one. Over to you, Messi.
We have nothing going on.
Oh, there's two
How
people
did
in the wing.
we end up on the GPL?
Well, there were 20 entries when I last saw.
156. Yeah, that's what we ended up with.
Yeah, lowest score was 278. So if they bat like this, they might not even get there. Oh, no, they should do. That's 100 more runs. Yeah, got an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Half an hour and another session.
But I think I might have been over optimistic. My lowest pick was 323.
Oh yeah. Well, if you're lucky, it'll all miss out and carry over to tomorrow.
That's what you'll be having anyhow.
Oh, of course. There's Ashwin.
I suspect Mog and Hombre Nuevo might well be in there today too.
I saw Mog was in there. Let's have a look. Yeah. Hombre Nuevo was in, and so was Mog. In fact, it's down to the three of you chasing down £156.
All of which is mine. Oxymoronica says, well done to Root, showing his class. Has he played a reverse shot today? I don't think he's played a single one.
He's only played one sweep, and he didn't get that right. Ashwin has decided to come over the wicket now. And folks just defends him back, and there's no run.
Oh, I'm sorry, my prediction about Finn Allen getting 90 off 30 balls is wrong. He's up for 6 off 6.
Clipped past mid-wicket, down to a wide long on for a single.
He faced 6 balls, he hit 1-6, and then was out.
That's the Finn Allen I know.
Yeah.
Root surveys the field once more, behind square on the leg side. What are we thinking here? Ashwin bowls it straight. Ooh, I think there was an under edge onto his pad. There's a half appeal, but Root went for what looked like a premeditated sweep, but it's quite straight for that. And then he shakes his head.
As you say, premeditated. Wasn't the correct shot to that ball.
He's looking to try and score some runs. I think you can't let these guys sit. He goes deep in his crease, works into the leg side, there's no run. They've kept it pretty quiet for the last couple of overs, haven't they? I mean, they've only gone for 1s and 2s rather than, you know, a few 3s and 4s. Yeah, it's a big inside edge. Hit the boot of Dhruv behind the stumps. That's full and clipped nicely by Root. Presumably there's a man out there. There is indeed, and it'll just be the one run. partnership moves on to 66 with Route 66.
Would you change at the end of this over, I think?
Yeah, we are. Who's on after Miss? That's to be the last session. Dave is going to take over some ball by ball. Tony is going to come in, do your. That's forced back by folks. We can't beat the on Hayden. No run. Tony's going to come in and do some socials. And Ajit. Ajit was in for the first time today. We'll give you some summary. So here we go. Come on, Tone. Get your ass in here. It's time to say goodbye, boys. All right, Dave. And sorry, say hello. Hello, goodbye. It's Song by the Beatles, isn't it?
I'll do one social message. Tom P says some solid, almost old school batting here from Root and England's most handsome man, Ben Folkes. They've both had a good look now, so they need to hang about and get a big, pivotal partnership. There you go.
That would be very nice. And on that note, I will pass over to Dave, and we shall welcome in Ajit. If you're there, Ajit. Hello.
How's it going, Ajit?
He's there. He's definitely in the waiting room. There he is. All right, Ajit. How are you, mate?
Hello. Good afternoon. Sorry. I just got a call of nature at the last minute. Thought I'd finish it.
Good to know.
Good man.
Well, you're taking over, Dave. Tone, are you awake, mate? You're supposed to be in
Tony
here
somewhere.
Yeah, I want to go and have my. I want to go and have my McDonald's.
Do it.
Breakfast.
Go for it. Enjoy, Bert.
Okay, I'll see you in a
Pull
bit.
deep
Have fun.
Turns it in, rips it in to Root, who plays it out to the short leg. Root with 51.
With the
not
kind of
hearing
impact Kuldeep had in the last test. Be curious to see how they handle him. I like the approach Berto had towards Ashwin. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
No. That's played out to the offside by Root.
It's always a tricky strategy to attack somebody like Ashwin from the outset. That's what we try to do, right? So basically don't let him bowl on his length. Try to attack it, try to hit it away, try to get him to think.
It is, it's always the way to go. Pull deep in again, metronomically so, just on that middle and off stump. Yeah, you can try and make Ashwin think, but he very often will outthink you. He's playing 3D, 4D.
Think, probably.
Yeah,
so in this case,
yep.
Kuldeep has dropped his pace again. So when we saw him bowl in the ODIs, right?
Kuldeep in again, and that's flipped by Root to the man. Not the deep middle of the boundary, yeah.
You see now he's bowling very close to what is classical left arm spinner or classical spinner's speeds, which would be about 80 kph, 85 kph.
Yeah.
In the ODIs you saw, or in the T20s you saw, he had actually upped the pace a little, and that made him that much more dangerous. But here he's back to classical cricket, doing classical things.
Being very classical and very aesthetically pleasing. Comes in again, it's a bit wider. Folkes comes down almost. It just drives it lightly to mid-off for no run. Yeah, he's got that range now, doesn't he? He's worked on his speeds,
exactly.
Which at least he's got something. He's got a bit more range to work with, which is very helpful. You can kind of go to his speeds. That's a bit shorter, a bit flatter, and it is played to mid-wicket by Folkes. So that is the over. 179 for 5 after 52 overs. Partnership of 67. Hello, Tony. How are you?
I'm very well indeed, thank you. I have no idea where we'd got to on socials. Hombre Nuevo, does that ring a bell to either of you?
I don't think we had Hombre. We had a tweet about old school batting, I believe was our last.
Despite the mill shit England selection have put Folkes through, you can't fault his dedication, but if in the summer, as we all expect, he's dropped again and Bairstow gets the gloves back, 1, it beggars belief, and 2, Folkes would be justified to walk away. I don't dispute that for a moment. Oxymoronica, well done to Root, showing his class. Has he played a reverse shot today? No, he hasn't.
That was, I think we might have had that. That was, Ashwin just comes in for his next over. It was slid on that off stump, bowling over the wicket, and Root plays it off the back foot.
By not caring too much about the run rate, I think they've done the right thing in this partnership. It's not just the 5 wickets that have gone down, right?
That is just playing that off stump. Root hits it to mid-wicket, has a little shimmy down the pitch to say, is there maybe a run there? And now he turns back wisely.
Nah, that would have been unwise, I think.
Yeah. They did extremely well, in that first session, because the run rate was so good that they have afforded a bit of space just to play this out. Ashwin, and again, it's a bit shorter on that middle and off stump.
It's caught the short leg on a. I think he's caught him on the hop. He's in a bit of pain there. I think that's Sarfraz.
Sarfraz, yeah. Sarfraz.
He was wringing his hands there, stopping that ball. There was a bit of pace on that, the way Root had glanced that, but well done him. He stopped the ball there. It's sort of crucial, I think. There's some plan being worked here when you look at the leg side field.
Yeah. That is flicked through the square leg region for one.
Apart from the short leg, there's a catching mid wicket and an on Hayden, as they call around these parts. So there's a clear line and length that Ashwin is maintaining. He's attacking the stumps continually off Root. I think he's looking for an LBW and maybe up to a point sort of challenging Root to see if he can get him to sweep more or reverse sweep it.
Into Folks' tank comes a bit wider. Folks plays it off the back foot. Yeah, he's attempted a couple of sweeps. It doesn't look like he's very trusting of the shot today. He's still keeping quite low in his stance. He's kind of got his knees bent wide apart, bat down, keeping low. He bowls to Folks, does Ashwin.
There you go.
Played mid-wicket.
You see the interplay right there where, sorry, there's a phone here that picks up messages.
Go on.
No, but you see the interplay what Ashwin is trying to do here. He's getting to open his stance a little bit and try to play it in the air, which you can when you see that ball nicely flighted on your leg. And there are two catches right there. Let's see if it really develops.
If it pays off, but it's very interesting to see that web play out. Tony, what have you got?
What I forgot is a memory that forgot I was supposed to be doing tweets. But, but if you give me 2 seconds.
Perfectly, 180 for 5. We are 53 overs, just the 8 extras. 2 of those memorably of Akash Deep, who has 3 for 47 off of 13 overs.
Well, he had ducket once, didn't he, off a no ball.
Crawley, that is full, just beside the off stump. Root has a drive and gets it through the gap perfectly. Slides across the ground. Ashwin is chasing. He makes good ground. Will we get a second look? I think it was just in.
He was fine there.
I think he must have done well to have stopped that. So that's good commitment from the senior pro.
He did very, very well. He's in the middle of a big spell as well. A very important spell. Let's just have a look. Yeah. Ooh, just on that last touch. I think those. I'm not sure the size shoes that Ashwin carries, but
probably a 10 or 11.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
I think he might be in trouble there, and I think that's
It's been given. It's unfortunate because it looked like he had done quite a bit of work. He'd committed. Some would have given up, but Ashwin did not. But that was a beautiful shot by Root.
That they made England on 3, right? That's important. It's just as a classical shot. Root waiting it out. The ball was slightly fuller, right? So you know what Root is capable of. He just placed it beautifully to the left of extra car. So let's see if he can get going again.
Kuldeep in again. This is more on middle stump than the last one, which is an off stump, which seemed to allow Root to get into that drive, to move his feet, to get his head towards the ball. He played it so brilliantly, simply and elegantly. Not simply.
But it's important that they go through the session wicketless, just to keep India.
Very important. Kuldeep in. That's a bit short on the off stump. Rips back on his back foot, kind of crabs back and blocks it.
And you see somebody like Sarfraz there, that's an attacking shot, like if there's such a field position where he's running around trying to stop a ball, even if you're trying to sweep it, trying to throw the stumps down. That's all nice to see. So there's a lot of good camaraderie.
Yep. That is just flicked away to mid-wicket by Root.
If you see that, in theory, both these bowlers bowling currently bring the ball into the batter, right-hander, both of them. But there is no on-Hayden when Kuldeep is bowling, simply because that is less of a chance. If anything, there'll be an off-Hayden for Kuldeep.
Just on, off, and middle. Play back to the bowler.
For that sort of a wrist spinner, you expect that the ball might come back at you, but more to the, let's say, right arm over sort of a place. If he miscues it, because this guy has a wrist action on the ball.
Some fantastic interplay going on here. Kuldeep in. That is just pitching on leg. It rips out past leg. Root tries to turn around the corner but fails to do so. It is tidied up by Sarfraz, and that is the over. They're flying through them, Tony.
Yes, indeed. Right, Stephen Kelk sending some serious proper love, cricket love, to Root and Folks. Tom P says some solid, almost old school batting here from Root and England's most handsome man, Ben Folks. They've had a good look now, so they need to hang about and go big. Pivotal partnership. Yes, it is. Most definitely. If I go back to the artist formerly known as Twitter, Kiwi by Day, happily listening to New Zealand's alternative commentary collective, commentary for the Black Caps game, almost as good as White Line guerrilla type dudes. I like the almost. That is a way to stay friends with everybody.
There you go. Ashwin in on that off stump, and that was flicked by Folks, tidied up for no run.
That's good work by Gill, I think.
Very good work.
Wicket. I think he saved 2 runs there, but more importantly, this interplay between Ashwin and Root, where I was talking about lines previously, that keeps him that much more frustrated, Root, because that was an excellent shot to have worked it to wide of that, mid-wicket, traditional mid-wicket.
Folks is facing, he comes down again. Gill makes good coverage. They get through for a single because he just lost that ball. It's tidied up by the mid-on fielder. Still very good work by Gill. He's very busy in the region. He's got 2 sets of glasses on his head and a very big hat. But it was good footwork by Folks coming down to Ashwin.
Nonetheless, I mean, this was to the other side of him, but he was ready to go and still dive immediately.
Yeah. Ashwin a bit wider. Just playing up the back foot to mid-wicket.
That's an interesting shot right there.
Yeah.
For the first time, Root abandoned his straight bat approach and tried a flick. Albeit with a straight bat, that's what Ashwin would be looking for.
Ashwin in. It's just short on that off stump. Root tries to turn around the corner, fails to do so. The man at 45 covers it. No run.
He's getting him to go on the back foot consistently here. All he'll do now is hang one in between length to see if he can trap him on the crease. Let's see if that happens. That's what Ashwin is trying, from what I can see.
Ashwin in, he's wide.
There
Still short. Yeah, he almost there. There's a web being put together. Only one off the over. Root will be thinking of getting busy as he always does. We got Gill at mid-wicket.
In the meantime, New Zealand chasing 175 have lost another.
Oh no, Ashwin in. That is just played into the offside very neatly by Root for a single, alleviate some of the pressure that was building in that over so well. 186 for 5, 55 overs. It was a partnership of 74. Tony, have you had any more tweets?
No, we're pretty much up to date. I mean, I was just thinking, England batting first, Root gets a chance to bat. How much is his bowling going to be important in this game, do we think?
I think so.
It's going to be crucial.
I think it's going to be crucial. What do we think of the debate about whether the bowling is taking away from his batting?
I think possibly it is. I mean, I think he's never bowled as many overs in a series as he has in this, and I think that it's very draining. It's not like a cool April day in England. It's quite hard work, I would imagine. I think it possibly just does have a mental effect on you. We saw what happened to England collectively in that last innings in Rajkot. Once you've been out in the field for a long time, your brain does get a bit fried.
We've got Jadeja in, who's got a change of bowling.
We do.
First ball.
Would you like a jingle for Jadeja?
Why not?
Go on, give us a jingle.
Here it is then.
First ball was blocked to short, third man. Nothing much else.
Yeah, metronomically so. He does almost the exact same thing again, except it's blocked just in front of. That's exactly what Jadeja does. If Ashwin's the man making you think, doing different things, Jadeja's the man making you play the exact same ball over and over and over again. And that is blocked into the offside by Joe 58 off 137. 90.3.
But quite noticeably.
Go, right?
Sorry, Ajay.
That's not a bad idea.
Quite noticeably. Sorry.
Yeah. You first.
Me first. No. All right. Okay. Quite noticeably, Jadeja was getting it to really rip earlier. It doesn't seem to be kicking and spitting or shooting the way it did.
It's a bit shorter, blocked at the offside.
No. I was about to highlight that he's bowling faster compared to the first session. Now, as you can see, the speed is about 91. 6 to 7 kph or even a little bit more than before. Now, this is Jadeja, the containing bowler that you can see in action. I think that's why I say it's an interesting move with 20 minutes left.
Bit wider, curls it in on the off stumps, blocked by Root.
So what they're trying to do is basically block out all the runs from the other end. Kuldeep is always a bit more adventurous and give you one closer to the bat and so on. He may have come to the natural end of his spell, but this is a clear move to allow Ashwin to confront the batters, because Jadeja will not give you anything from the other end, right? And Folks or Root is happy to play him out.
Yeah, and that is a maiden over, 186 for 5. We've got sun flowing from the heavens, almost godlike. Well, that's what that over was like from Jadeja.
He's considered a god in these parts.
He is, Sir Ravi Jadeja. So it looks like we've got to change of plan. Basically, he was ripping it. He was getting all the things to happen in that first session, and now he's taking on a more containing role. It's the new role that Jadeja is playing. He's a man of many roles, and India are seeing the dynamic of this game. They don't need to break this partnership, but they need to quiet down the runs first.
I wonder if they'll bring back Akashdeep maybe, or Siraj for a quick burst. Maybe a 2-over burst. Just the last 2 overs from one end before a tea break potentially from a facer. Just to mix it up a little. I may see that it might something I would think to do. Just to see, they've gotten into playing spin over the last 45 minutes or so. They're used to their footwork and so on. Suddenly to just hurry it up a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of a change. Ashwin continues over the wicket. That's flicked across his front pad is by Folks to the man. It's tied up deep square leg. They get a single, brings Root onto strike.
I thought they may have run 2 because I thought he had hit more finer of that sweeper there, but the sweeper did well there. I think it was Silaj.
Yeah. The sweeper was kind of a bit forward, kind of more towards Cow, and then that was a bit behind towards deep square leg. Ashwin again, that is just outside the off stumps, blocked by Root. Busy, looks at making a single, but making for a single, but does not quite.
You see a potential counter measure from Root. He played that ball a second later compared to earlier, where he was forced to play it off his pads. You see, he's looking to take it a little later under his eyes.
Short by Ashwin, played off the back foot to Safraz. 94.5 kilometers.
Exactly. A couple of balls, I think Ashwin is also trying to vary the pace. This we do in a spell where if you're bowling at the same pace, bowl one a little faster at the same place, just to see if it may shock him into giving one to cover or just ballooning one up in the air or whatever. Whether it carries to hand or not. Maybe a moral victory.
Ashwin in. Just a bit wider. That's outside the off stump, and that's played nicely off the back foot. It's a beautiful drive. Races along for a lovely boundary. Beautiful shot, just kind of airing maybe in line, but he wants him to play out there.
Exactly. That pulled the cover out, so there's only an extra cover and a point. So they've offered the gap to Root. What does this mean? Is it a 2-card trick is the question now.
Yeah,
Will you get
exactly.
him to spoon one towards mid-wicket or maybe get one to slip?
You're going to have those gaps. Ashwin goes slightly wider this time on the off stump. Root just kind of plays it behind square off the front foot. It's fascinating looking at this web kind of coming together. I mean, the other part is that I think the pitch maybe is flattened out slightly. So Ashwin's, you can see the wheels working in his head. That's played off the back foot by Root, just outside that off stump. Just on that off stump, sorry. 191 for 5. Tony, any tweets?
Pretty quick now.
Yes, we do. For wrong, batting paradise so far in the second session is giving the ascendancy to the Barmy army over the Biryani army. I think it's the Barad army. Hombre Nuevo. If, as cricket has in the past gone too batter friendly, and as teams are allowed to use rollers between innings and in preparation, could we advocate the use of a lawn aerator to break up the wicket? That would be interesting thought. I agree. I believe I recall plenty of stuff going on YouTube. Crazy Chap. Wonderfully named Crazy Chap. Get on with it, Root. We should have been all out 2 hours ago for a thrilling 80. Stephen Kelk, you know what Root should do, Crazy Chap. I think go hard is probably the answer. And yes, he does confirm that.
Stage in. It's just on that off and middle stump line. Curls in. Folks gets a big inside edge. There was no man at short leg there. That would have been a nice easy catch for Sarfraz if he was on the other side.
Yeah.
Right in the page.
Forward short leg, is that?
Yeah, got a man at a short cover. Bat pad just not offside. Folks facing up. That's a bit shorter. It bounces up. Folks might have been thinking about putting it away, but it just ripped. It really did. 91.4 kilometers. Keeping an eye on that speed gun.
It's to the...
That's a bit slower, flighted up. Has a bit of a drive, this Folks. Or he's up the front.
Inside edge again.
Inside edge. Wasn't quite sure. He's mixing it up, Mr. Jadeja. That's what you should be doing.
How do I get this to shut up?
That sort of crazy strip of cracks.
Yeah.
Is
the crazy strip.
For the crazy strip. Yeah, for
crazy strip.
for
That's
Folks.
Fuller again. He has a bit of a drive. He gets through the gap. Ooh, do they get a single?
I think they ran one.
They got through for one.
I'm curious if that was a chance or whether half a chance to
I
the
think
catching
there
square point right there.
There possibly was. Or there was indeed a good bit of interest. Jadeja with 201 runs in the series and 13 wickets, earning his keep. That is just off a middle stump line. Root gets a bit of batting it. If he didn't, he could have been in trouble, but he is 62 from 147.
But I think it's just a little bit too far out to help a left armour, isn't it? You'd have to be pitching it right outside of the leg stump and hope it brings the ball back in.
That is just short outside the off stump line. It is nicely played away by Root, just behind square. He curses himself just to Jadeja. It's gone for 4.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
Sweet. 84, the partnership of 203, 196 for 5 off 58 overs. Not to forget the very important role the Folks played in that big partnership with Ollie Pope in Hyderabad. So there's something potentially building here, but the lads will be. They'll know exactly.
They might shut shop shortly because that's what I would do. Maybe waste some time, get maybe not 3 but 2 overs in, right? India are not too far behind in terms of over rate. They are all right. So 60 overs end up T. It's at T. It's all right, but they'll be very keen to not give a wicket away. Run rate might have improved from 2.45 to 2.55. That's really neither here nor there. It's about that extra wicket.
Still feels like a game where a big innings will define it.
Define the
Maybe
whole
it
thing.
could be Root. It could be Root. He's on his
Absolutely.
way.
If it's a 130, he makes 300. Is not a bad score on this pitch, by the way.
No.
There's some pace on the pitch. That
Even
means
that's been
everybody's in.
revised though, Ajit. 'Cause, we were saying
From
250 earlier, so you've revised it upwards.
Ashwin in, throws it in on that off stump. He's getting close to the stumps from over the wicket, as opposed to the slightly wider trajectory he was taking in the last over. Folks just plays it into kind of a squarish mid-wicket for no run. 84 of 204, very important runs.
Now I wonder what's going on. There's no square leg for Ashwin either. There's a catching mid-wicket, there's an on-hidden, there's a short third man, and square leg has been brought in. If I saw that correctly.
That is curled in again. It's played off the back foot. Folks tries to turn around, but he cannot get it past Sarfaraz.
Never mind. Now he's back at square leg.
Bit
deep, but he's right there.
The formidable Sarfaraz. Ooh, just off the bounce. one hand, one bounce, perhaps.
He was looking to dive forward, to see if he can pouch that. Just out of his reach potential.
Ooh, that kept very low. It was very full, slightly quicker. 95 kilometers on off stump. Folks plays back off the back foot.
How did that not bowl in?
I don't know.
Might not have missed by much.
They're going to review it. Oh no, they're not.
No.
They're not. No, but it just kind of skimmed along the floor. No, they ran for a single anyway, which brings Root on to strike.
Around same time last session, I think Stokes got a grubber.
Yeah, that is full on, off and middle. Root turns it to mid-wicket. Root just having a few words with himself, perhaps. Let's have a look again at that delivery to Folks. Skip down. It just... It
fourth stump. Would have taken a fourth stump out of the ground.
It would have. Ashwin. That's just hitting that leg stump. It's turned around. Root
You
having
see
some
he's
words.
doing that. Ashwin is purposefully slowing it down for Root, trying to get him to, hit one in the air and the leg. But for Folks, he's bowling faster, sort of challenging his off stump more rather than the other two.
Two very different batters. Ashwin in. That is flighted. Ooh, it just ripped. Got up a bit on those gloves, but Reed managed to keep it down away from the short leg, who was waiting for such a chance. 197 for 5. Any messages?
Absorbing cricket.
It
it's a
is,
pretty
it
session
really
has
is.
to end in 5 minutes, really.
Yeah.
Fantastic cricket, both sides.
Akhilesh is very concise. He simply says, England wins. He might be at least a day and a half early.
At what?
Depending on how this goes. 85 without loss, though, since lunch. After
Pretty
the
good.
craziness of the morning when 5 went down for 112, I think
nothing.
England will take that in spades, won't they?
Now, once they cross 200, there's a psychological barrier cross right there. You need a couple of good handy 20s, even if your wicket falls after that, and you can still get to 300, right? So I think this is the everything to play for sort of over. Folks is taking his time.
Pitch it in. Curls it in on that leg stump to Folks. Folks playing that supporting role. He's not really, he's not a Bairstow gonna score 200 off 100 balls, but he's playing a very important supporting role, and he knows what he's doing.
He's doing good here, actually. Very good.
Very good. Just drives that, doesn't really get much on it, but it goes down to mid on Ashwin there with the big wide brimmed hat. Big
Outside of that missed ball of Ashwin, right? He looked very comfortable, and that's very important. That gives room.
He has, and it hits him on the leg. They're having an appeal for leg stump. I think it was going down. I think it was sliding down.
I cursed him terribly.
That's what
I think it's the
Rohit's
umpire's
saying.
call on the wicket because it was given not out.
DRS timer
Because
10,
it's umpire's call on the
9.
wicket.
It's their last one. They've lost
I would
two,
refer
haven't
it.
they?
There's a lot of chat. There's a lot of chat.
Yeah,
They're
he's
getting on.
gone.
They've reviewed it. Ro has reviewed
3,
it.
2, 1, yes, he has reviewed it.
We have liftoff.
In the meantime, we seem to have also cursed New Zealand, who've lost a third one.
Who else could we curse?
No, Ellis has come on to take a wicket. It was Cummins.
India review, original decision, not out. England 197 for 5.
This would be a
I
crucial
think
wicket,
impact
though.
is on umpire's call.
Yeah.
The impact on the stumps will be on umpire's call because he's been stuck well in front of the stumps. That's not a problem. You know what? That might not be a very bad review at all.
It's the inside of the thigh, isn't it?
Not a bad review
Inside
at
of the
all.
pad. It's
I've
below the
been
knee
wrong
roll.
many times this morning.
So it has to carry on as it is to hit the leg stump.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's umpire call on the impact of leg stump. That might save the batter because it was given not out. It's a very
That's
close
right.
one, really close one. The ball was not doing enough to straighten to hit middle and leg. So it might be hitting leg stump flush, but it might just be going down the angle. My feeling is umpire's call on wicket impact. Meanwhile,
here we go. Here we go. It's pitched in line. Wicket's missing. A key moment in this day. The ball is
Gone.
missing the leg
No
stump.
reviews.
No reviews.
Very
India have burned them all. They got very excited, but they're.
You can see why. Even
Yeah,
I
you
thought
can see the logic.
they'd get it retrieved. Meanwhile, New Zealand are in a bit more of the mire. No paddle, etc. Chapman has been just dismissed by Marsh.
Ooh, bloody hell.
29 for 4. In the 7th over, chasing 175. Looks like 250 now.
Stage it in. It's shorter, a bit slower on that off stump. Folks goes back, just kind of plays it to the bat pad. No run.
For Folks, there's a catching point very close. I think it's fast shifted to the other side. Therefore, there's no swell leg.
Let's play to Safraz. Ooh, he's a bit further back as well. Yeah, it's kind of at that point position.
Catching point. But what I like is that they're making him think. Both the bowlers are attacking his off stump. Folks.
Ashwin in. That curls that in. It's short. It's not really short enough to be going back to, but he goes back. That's the over. He gets his hat from the umpire. 197 for 5, 60 overs. And that is the session, I believe.
No, I think they'll get one more in. They'll get one more in.
In the meantime,
We'll get
remember
some tweets too.
Akalesh had said England wins. Crazy Chap said actual win or moral. Stephen Kelk said lots of oohs from the commentary team. Akalesh, England led 2-2. And Crazy Chap said a 5th test low scoring bore draw. Don't think Dara Masala is likely to serve that up.
No chance. No chance. Not with that sort of conditions or the pitch. Both will be spicy. And England may find it closer to their home conditions. They may find it to their liking, actually.
Who else can we curse, says Paul Grubby78, whomever he may be. Go! In big letters and inverted exclamation marks.
Go, go, go.
Go. Well, Ashwin's going
Go, Gadget Ashwin. He comes in for potentially the last over. Fight to that off stump. Ruth just plays that to mid-wicket. Gill at mid-wicket, who was waiting, has been fielding so very well. 87 kilometres.
Yeah, you can see he's slowed it up. And we may see him, try his full box of tricks with 6 balls remaining and nothing to lose.
Why not, Ashwin? Why not?
Yeah.
Ashwin comes in again. Tight on those stumps. Curls is slightly away, but just keeping a tight on that off stump. He's bowling very close to the stumps from over the wicket. Just having a look again at the ball that curled into Folks that they reviewed.
It always looked a bit leg side, didn't it? That one.
Yeah,
It
now
did.
looks. Yeah. I mean, that was good decision making from umpire.
Kind of easy to be
Not
wise
really
after the
following.
event, of course. But
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's the best place to be to make a decision.
Rohit really did not look convinced, but he did in the end.
No. Ashwin flights that in. It is driven. They take the single that's on offer, brings folks onto strike.
It was sort of dinked up to mid-off, but folks did not seem really ready to run. He thought Joe Root will shut shop and eat the remaining balls.
Yeah.
The strike has been changed. You can see from Rohit's body language that, whether he was going to review, he was really not happy to do it. But
No.
Yes, Jadeja did this earlier, right? And took a wicket.
Yeah.
He was like, come on, give me the review.
Come on, I need a wicket. He's a wicket junkie. Needs it right now.
He's burned the 3 reviews himself.
Yeah, that will happen.
Unfortunately.
Ashwin comes in again. It is tight on that off stump. Turned around his pad by folks to Gill for no run. 28 up 106 is Mr. Ben, folks. The most handsome man in the England team. Is that what we think? Yes.
What about Raleigh?
I think Ben Duckett's going to be massively upset at that.
Oh,
Will he?
Well, Duckett, Raleigh
I don't know.
may have a chance. Not too bad. Tall, lanky lad.
Yeah, had a bit of height, yeah. Ashwin is having a conversation to his cover fielder, maybe just moving things slightly around. Ashwin comes in a bit wider outside that off stump. Was that a carom ball, perhaps, actually?
Yes.
Bag
that
of tricks,
almost
bag of
curved
tricks.
away at the last minute.
Yeah,
It didn't even hold its line. So there you go.
Bag of tricks. Last
Which
ball.
one is the one that's making the noise here?
Ashwin comes in, and that is a conventional ball close to the stumps, and that looks like it'll be the over. He's been given his sombrero by the umpire. 198 for 5.
Can they get one more?
Is that going to be it for tea? Should be, we think, shouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, they're going
Pop the
on.
kettle on, it's tea time. Tony, what do we got?
I can tell you, Annie Chave, a certain Annie Chave, St. Annie of Exeter, said, seeing Root on 66, I wondered what would happen in the match if everyone scored the number on their shirt.
India would win.
And I can tell you, Gorilla Cricket, aka me, because I'm the one driving the social media at the moment, replied and goes, what a good question, could you work it out for us over tea and let us know afterwards whether she will or not. I think I can hear the cries of bugger off from Exeter, but there we go. We'll see if she wants to give it a go or not. Let me have a look on YouTube. Sagir, what a session for England, wicketless, fantastic old school batting by the duo here. Yes, it was. Run rate of what? Just under 2.5, about 2.5.
There you go.
Does that matter though in the context of the game?
They were flying at the start, so they can afford it.
They need to keep it going. Right, your final thoughts, chaps, and then we'll lay on some tea. Some tea time entertainment.
Lay some tea on Tony. Final thoughts. Great session. Some 2 players just complement each other very well. What do you guys think?
No, absolutely. They've batted classically. They've let whatever is called out of the window. They've batted classically and they've done well. They've kept India out. And it brings a semblance of balance, but really they'll need to bat out more time, get closer to 300, these 2. Because there is a chance Robinson can bat, all this fine. And there's no Rehan, but Shoaib can bat. So they'll want to not really be all out, bowled out before the day is done. It will be crucial for them. So these 2 need to keep it going as long as possible.
Very quickly, I would say Lord Aram has also replied to Annie, following up us saying, well, can you work it out for us, Annie? He wants to know the bowling figures as well. So I've got a feeling St. Annie of Exeter might be sitting there thinking, shit, why did I
What have I done?
What have I said? Why did I even think of that? Right, we should lay on some tea time entertainment. I don't think the Bear can line up our poet, who's been sending us some fantastic poetry, which he puts up on YouTube, but hopefully we'll have that for you tomorrow. In the meantime, it might be a bit more Bishop and Bear, to be honest, even if I have to wind it back to the beginning. We will see you after tea. England going, well, now quite nicely, dare one say it. 198 for 5, isn't it? Yes. And we're at tea on day 2. See you after tea.
Bye-bye.
See you, everybody.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat. You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
The bishop and the bear, the bishop and the bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The bishop and the bear, bands beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire, the bishop and the bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We're amidst a fascinating India series. My goodness me. What's going to happen as they head to Ranchi? Well, we're going to chat about that. There's a number of things we're going to talk about. Welcome, of course. Grab yourself your usual drink. Our guest to talk about these things, and I'll tell you what they are in a minute, is the ever erudite Melburnian. Are you a Melburnian? Is that what they call folk from Melbourne? Are you a Melburnian?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we're not Melwegians like the Tasmanians. They're Tasmanians. We're Melburnians.
Melburnian. Well, you know, it's Forthy, and of course it's our ever lovable landlord, spreading good cheer and bonhomie in his usual manner, and whilst attempting to stay awake, the bear.
Yeah. Good morning.
You sounded a bit like General Melchett then for a short moment.
Well, yeah.
Right, the things we're going to talk about. Has Bazball been bazzed in Rajkot after that pummeling that England took? What do we expect in Ranchi? And if you've seen pictures of the pitch, we also know the England team selection as we're recording this. It literally came out half an hour ago, so bags to talk about on there. Strong Yorkshire, strong England. What though is going on in the heads of Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow at the moment? Can England's psychology and positivity and running towards danger get them through frankly a bit of a messy patch for the pair of them? Fascinating article. Was it the secretary of the BCCI saying don't prioritise the
good old Jay Shah, the
domestic cricket.
Yeah.
Dodgy J allegedly Shah. That took us by surprise. But when you look at the figures of Jaiswal and Tafraz, for example, you start to see his point. And England, again, are not saying it's nothing to do with DRS, but umpire's call seems really confusing. And to be fair, Virat Kohli said the same thing a couple of years ago. So they're not alone. Where shall we start? Forthy, why don't you have you sort of recovered from the Rajkot mauling? What are your thoughts on it?
I think my thoughts are there's been obviously a huge amount of airtime filled with everybody's thoughts about this. We can't just throw the baby out with bathwater at the first sign of a defeat. We can't say, well, that strategy didn't work. Let's go back to the 90s. That's obviously a terrible idea. I think that, first of all, India are a very good team. And this has maybe slightly been overlooked in all the talk about Bazball. Superb batting lineup. So they can pluck someone like Jaiswal, and I'm sure Sarfaraz will in good time. He's scored a mountain of runs in the Ranji Trophy. People say, oh, well, it's a weakened Indian lineup. England should be able to beat these people. Have you seen how well Jaiswal batted?
He's extraordinary. And that takes us very neatly to that question as well about the BCCI's prioritising the IPL, but we'll hold that thought. There's some fascinating stats
hold that thought
for that.
And the second main topic is every time an England player does something that is regarded as incorrect, such as Joe Root's shot, it doesn't mean that it's Bazball's fault. Joe Root had been worked over by Jasprit Bumrah over the series, and he was trying to find angles. And if you look at that shot in isolation, it looks as if he's lost his mind and that he's adopted Bazball, and that why doesn't Joe Root go back to being Joe Root? I don't think that's the story. I think the story is Jasprit Bumrah has got his number. He feels penned in. He's probably the best fast bowler in the world at the moment, arguably, and he's trying to find ways of solving that problem. That's the Joe Root story. It's not a Bazball story. So not everything's about Bazball. The fact that India, and they've got a superb bowling lineup. Jadeja ran through the Australians in Delhi a year ago and got 5 wickets in a session, and they were all out for about 120. It happens in India.
Exactly.
Let's not. Everything is not needs to be referenced to the Bazball in England. If there is a criticism of England, it's not, I think, of either Bazball or this English team or Ben Stokes' management or Brendan McCullum. It's the fact that the structure of English cricket has sent an English team out to India with 2 rookies the minute that their first choice spinner was injured. There ought to have been better players on the county circuit who they could have sent out there. And that's where the fault lies with English cricket, is there are structural problems in county cricket. That's my feeling about where we sit in between the 3rd and 4th tests.
Well, that's fascinating. You could, by the way, Bear, as well, you can go back to the Ashes, because there's a similarity. If England had held their catches in Rajkot, it could have been a really, really different game.
All the should, coulda, wouldas, aren't they? I mean, this is the thing about cricket. You can always go back to that. I mean, my thoughts are, this is just overblown bollocks. It happens. Once again, we lost. The thing about Bazball is if you're going to lose in spectacular fashion, because that's the way they're playing, right? But as I said before the series, if you're going to go out to India and play like we played last time, you are going to get hammered. You need a different approach. There was no reason why. We won 1 test last time on a flat deck. We won 1 test this time in a really good win. We had chances in the 2nd test, we fucked it up, and we certainly had chances in this 3rd test. But there are many things in India that you need to go your way. One is winning the toss. We won the first toss, and it didn't go the way you probably wanted to get the win, but we did get the win in the end. We lost both second tosses, and if you put big runs on in India, no matter how good your batting attack, you are going to struggle. I mean, I was having this conversation with somebody. I think, if you're batting second in India, you've got to get a 100-run lead, which means we'd have had to score 550 in that second innings, just to be in a rough parity, going what would probably be a wearing 5th day pitch, and it was, and it started to misbehave on the 5th day. It's just not easy, right? Bairstow is all at sea over there. We miss Harry Brook. Harry Brook, it occurred to me that if Harry Brook had been at number where Bairstow is, Bairstow probably wouldn't be playing right now. And I'd expect Harry Brook to do a lot better. Things like this don't go against you. And I keep pointing this out, and I've been pointing it out more and more as we go along. And Balty's dead right. England's bowling attack is very callow and very inexperienced. Now, it's telling that India have not prepared Bunsen burners, I think, because that's what we all expected, right? I think they thought England's bowling attack is inexperienced, and whilst if we create Bunsen burners, it's going to be a leveller. And if we don't create Bunsen burners, we've got a better bowling attack, basically, and they might have a slightly better batting attack, but we're in our home conditions. And therefore, the weight of everything is probably in our favour. If we create just standard Indian wickets that are going to break up, they are going to turn on the 4th and 5th day, and it might be quite exaggerated. But if they're reasonably flat for 2 or 3 days, then we should be able to get through this with winning.
Doesn't that always still place a massive premium on winning the toss?
Yes,
England won the toss and won the game. India won 2 tosses. India are just better equipped to take advantage, I think, to Forthy's point, but the toss still becomes a massive factor.
The toss is massive in India, because if the pitches do break up, the problem with Bazball to a certain degree is it doesn't take time out of the game, but if England win the toss tomorrow, for example, come out, get really aggressive, score 400 runs tomorrow, we'll all be going, and then they get another 150 runs, say, on Tuesday morning before lunch or whatever. I'd like to see how India do pumped up against 550 runs. You know, they will have a different approach, and they might well, and that we'll find out. But you know, if you can get runs on the board in the first innings, it really helps. England's spin bowlers just don't. The problem with England's spin bowlers is they don't offer any control, and if the wicket's not offering anything, Hartley, Ran Ahmed, Root, or Bashir aren't going to offer you 2.5 runs and over any sort of control of the game. So India are always going to be able to score runs, and that's going to let the game get away from you. Whereas if England bowl second and the wicket starts to do something, they probably won't have much control in the first innings, but if you get weight of runs, you might be able to winkle them out and get a lead. And then if you can get then ahead and you're bowling last on what is a crumbling wicket, I don't think your control is necessarily the thing, because enough balls will misbehave that you'll be able to pick up the wickets in time. And I think that's got to be what England's strategy is, because it does kind of rely on winning the toss, and that is a game of chance.
Well, if you look at Ranchi, it's another ground, I think, where there've been only two previous tests, which is true, I think, of every ground except Hyderabad. Certainly, it was true of Rajkot.
I looked at them. A really boring draw and an absolute.
Well, it was a draw against Australia with a fair old mountain of runs from memory. I'm just trying to look it up. But then they absolutely batted first and pummeled South Africa. I think the Australia game was 2017. Yeah. Australia... actually, no, I'm lying. Australia batted in first in that. And they put on 451. But India responded, batting second, with 603 for 9. And then it was Hanscom and Marsh, I think, kept Australia just 6 down, and it was a draw. The last test, India won the toss. They batted first, got nearly 500 against South Africa, and they didn't need to bat again.
South Africa twice,
fell over
162
and 133, I think.
South Africa are worse than us at playing spin, so you know.
Yeah. So it does suggest that toss does become important. Now, to quote or misquote Barry Davis speaking of Francis Lee, Horthy, interesting, very interesting. It's pretty much how they've been talking about the Ranchi wicket, isn't it?
Very interesting. I don't know anything about the Ranchi wicket. To be honest with you, what's it looking like?
Well, it's much drier and cracked than you'd expect this far out. Apparently,
just look at the pitch.
Just look at the pitch. Yes.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Well, it's interesting that they've given Bumrah a rest and created a cracked pitch. I was reading this last night because based on those results and what I've read about the previous 2 tests, it was quite a flat wicket. But then I was reading last night how it was going to be a trial by spin. So they've clearly said, right, Bumrah's not playing. He's not going to get us 7 or 8 wickets in the game. So we are going to hand it over to the spinners, create some cracked nightmare.
Well, you say that, but then look at England's team selection. So on the one hand, both Ben Stokes and Ollie Pope have both come out and said, on the one hand, 5 fingers, have said it's a really interesting pitch. It's cracked. There is one, allegedly, apparently, according to them, very long, pronounced crack, which pretty much is for a left-hander, right where, Crawley, right where a seamer's going to want to pitch it. But if you're
a right-hander, Tone.
Okay, duck it then. One of the I know we got right hand, left hand opening combo, haven't we? Yes.
Yeah. Tone always goes to the website. I don't know why he always goes to the website, but he does. Got to let in Sagir, another Perthonian. Is that right, Messi? And Messi's supposed to come back, but he's not there either. Come on. Hello. Sagir.
You're back early, Bear.
I thought that was them coming out, but it was them going in and after the highlights, so we get to speak to a couple of minutes. I've just realised that myself, which is a little bit annoying, but there you go. They should be out any second.
It's good to have Alistair Cook in the studio with us too.
Yeah, well, you know. So it's your first time to gear. How are you?
Not too bad. Yeah, first time today. I mean, I've had a busy day, which is why I haven't really contributed much to the chat on YouTube. But I'm here now, so that's the important part.
And what have you made of it so far?
Well, without having access to feed, it's really difficult to say what's going on out there. I think, with the 5 wickets going down in the morning, without actually seeing what was going on the pitch, I think it was a bit easy for me to say at that point that, okay, maybe England might get all out by tea time. And, Ben Foakes and Joe Root have put on a classic display of test match batting over here, and they've just played the ball on merit by the looks of it, which does make me wonder whether the wickets to fall this morning were as a result of poor judgment in stroke play, or whether they were like really terrible balls.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. I mean, it's a little bit. I mean, a couple of very, 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 you have to say, good reviews by India, because both didn't look like they were out. One, Ashwin got burst to LBW, and it looked like he'd swept at it, but he missed it, but it looked like it pitched outside the line of leg stump, and it hadn't. It pitched in line and was going on to hit. And Ollie Pope, came down the trap, tried to work it into the leg side, got hit by... was it deep? It was deep, and it just looked, why the hell are you appealing for that? And it turned out to be dead on and correct. The ball did misbehave. I mean, the ball that got Stokes just grubbed along the ground.
That was a shocker.
That was an absolute
but I think,
shocker.
The rest is the sort of thing that might happen in the first session of a test match. A bit of mischief in the wicket. But since then, it's certainly calmed down, hasn't it?
Well, it has calmed down, but the old one's still, noticeable that some are keeping low, not going through at all. The ball is now, 60 overs old, so they've got 20 overs to a new ball. England just got
that they bowled 36.5 overs in that session.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
Most I can ever recall, I think. Quite extraordinary.
That's what you get when you have two spinners in tandem.
And they're not in England aren't baseballers. The ball's not going to the boundary a lot either. So,
so we may get more than 90 overs in within the 6 hours today. You never know.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not that many punters on the ground to actually enjoy the game, are there? I think for a first day crowd, it's pretty sparse. It is possible that they might turn up tomorrow, given that it's a Saturday.
Indeed. Defended by Joe Root. First ball after tee. Inside after bat. Goes down to the man on the 45. And there ain't no run. Yeah, first day crowds in India don't seem to... They don't like the first day that much. It's starting to fill up a little bit. The stand behind the bowler's arms got a few people in it. Root works then out to mid-wicket. No run. He'll be looking to settle himself in.
The other thing to bear in mind is that Ranchi is not exactly a hotbed of cricketing activity, whereas if this match were at Bangalore or Mumbai or Chennai, we'd get better crowds.
Yeah. Well, nice late cut by Root. It goes down to the man, but just wide enough for the man short on the third that folks can get through for a quick single.
If they'd wanted a crowd, they would have picked MS Dhoni, surely.
Yeah. Still going.
That's right. He can... I would have said he brings the boys to the yard, but that would have been a highly inappropriate reference.
Yeah. Is he going to play? Is he still playing in the IPL, or did he finally retire last year? He is playing still. What is he now? 43 or something?
Playing in a
defended up towards mid-on. There's no run. He's got to be 43, isn't he?
42.
42. Okay. Well, I suppose Jimmy and him same age.
Yeah.
They were playing test matches at the same time. When did Dhoni retire from tests? There's on the back foot. Folks pushes that out to cover, and is there on about 2015, something like that, maybe?
No, 2018 in that test series versus Australia midway. So he captained for 2 games, and then just retired from captaincy first.
Defended into the offside, and there's no run.
And then Kohli was captain for the subsequent 2 test matches. So Dhoni was still in the team, and I think it was about a couple of years later that he retired from all international cricket.
Okay.
I mean, he was still absolutely worth his place in the IPL last season.
Yeah.
He's still got it.
Well, he won last year too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Matley's with us. He says, "Morning, primates. How are we all? Love and sausages."
We're very well, thanks, Matley. Good to see you.
And Stephen Kelk says he's lost his voice, but apart from that, he's fine.
Good.
Lazy 40 degrees here, says West Aussie Leeds, and I haven't moved since the last wicket. And getting thirsty. It's cooled down a bit here. It's 35 up in the hills, and it's the last day of the heat wave. Thank Christ.
Which part are you in, Sigur? You're over there as well, aren't you?
Yeah, same as Jez.
Oh yeah.
Lovely
Ooh,
part
that
of
one.
Australia.
That one keeps low, and goes under Root's bat through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, that one. He got an under edge. Over the wicket, Ashwin clips that nice in a very root way, turns the wrist, finds the gap, out to the man in the deep, who is Akash Deep, and it'll be a single.
You know, aside from the odd ball that has stayed low, especially the one that got Ben Stokes, how has the pitch been playing since morning? Because I never got to watch the live feed because I was at work.
Well, that's what I mean. In the first, you've got to say, in the first session, the pitch was going to do all sorts. It has quietened down. It's defended up towards mid-on. There's no run. I mean, there are cracks everywhere, and some of them don't look particularly even and quite wide already. If it starts to crumble and those get wider, it's going to become a minefield, would be my bet. But it might not do that. I mean, we've thought that about some of the pitches, but this looks the most likely to do that to me. That's worked out to deep mid wicket.
You know, I reckon the curator at the WACA would be proud of some of those cracks that are there on this pitch.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I guess if it's not that hot, as you say, Messi, 26, I mean, that's still hot enough to bake it eventually, but it's not a really hot Indian sun, I presume. Oh, that's played out into the deep, and a slight misfield at long leg. And Root will get back.
I mean, there was a bit of movement for the fast bowlers as well. Both.
Yeah.
I mean, Crawley got bowled twice by Akash Deep, and both times it cut back in from outside the off stump. Beautifully bowled. But, you know, that's the sort of thing you might expect on a first morning pitch in a lot of places in the world.
Just dropped into the offside by Root, and then quickly noticed that there was no fielder in there, and Ashwin didn't exactly leg it after his own bowling, and they got through for an easy single. Root will train a strike. 204 for 5, England. Root moves on to 72, focuses on 29, and over to you, Messi.
Timoseka T says, I just popped out for half an hour and pleasantly surprised to see Root and folks are still in. What are the chances of Root century after a return from a quick swim and a soak in the hot spa? Well, if he keeps going like this, pretty good.
Yeah.
And Leah says, let's hope the Indians find this wicket hard to bat on as well. Otherwise, it might turn out to be a very one-sided match.
Well, yes, there is also that. Yeah. I mean, England, these two have just got to keep batting, and if they can bat, let's say that's worked into the leg side and there's no run, they don't lose another wicket for another 60, 70 runs, they'll be in a reasonably good position.
Yeah, I don't see just where that wicket would come from, because you know, if the team expects, hang on,
punched nicely by Root behind square. There is a man out in the deep. Don't even get back for two. It's a single, nicely timed. Yeah, I mean, the question will be, if it carries on like this, will they take the new ball before the end of the day? If they do, was it the new ball that was doing things, or has the pitch flattened out a little bit? Because if it's the hardness of the new ball, then it might get tricky towards the end of the day again. That's spun but short, and it's wide, and it's parried from cover down to mid-off where it's fielded. They'll get a single.
That's a very rare bad ball from Jadeja. I mean, the question that was on my mind was this very peculiar field placements that Rohit has in place. I mean, if you're expecting the pitch to play a few tricks quite every now and then, wouldn't you be better off having a few close-in fielders?
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Defended into the offside and there's no run. I mean, that position that Sarfraz is in, that sort of short point with a helmet on. I mean, what's that for? I don't even know what that's for.
Yeah, exactly. It's doing nothing.
I mean, he's got it covered on the leg side, but maybe a short leg. But then you might go to Root. Nah, what's the point? He's too good a player. Works that down to the man on the 45 and there's no run. But yeah,
And a bit earlier, I saw Rohit positioning Sarfraz just on the leg side, but
that one kept very low.
But
Root
with a
managed to drag
leg
it out.
either side of the crease, and it's a very unorthodox position for a forward short leg to be in, because normally you expect that fielder to be a bit in front of square on the leg side for
Yes.
any bad pads. Yeah.
Either that or
Yeah.
slightly behind. But yeah, Rohit isn't the greatest captain though.
No, he's not. And I think, and this is just my opinion, right? And I might sound very overtly critical of the two leading Indian spinners here, but sometimes it does feel as if Jadeja and Ashwin just rely on the pitch to do their job rather than actually getting those wickets with the use of false shots or using the bounce or the closing fielders. I mean, it's just going back a couple of tests ago, there were a few catches that went in vacant second slip or gully regions, only for Rohit then to plug the gap after the catch has gone through.
A lot of captains do that. I think that's why Stokes is pretty good actually, 'cause he's pretty proactive. That's full, clipped nicely by Folks, but can't beat the fielder at wide mid-arm.
I mean, it's good to see Ashwin in this game at least drifting the ball a little bit, as in giving it flight, so you can see that drift on the offside before it sort of kicks back in.
Yeah, that's clipped to the short mid-wicket by Folks, no run.
Because for a off spinner, that is what you rely mostly on. And previous matches, I've been very disappointed with sort of a T20 style setup where he comes just flat.
Yeah, that's driven nicely by Folks, wide enough a mid-off, who does field it, Suraj there, and they will get a single. I think that's partly how, I mean, England have certainly batting more traditional here, but I mean, I think the pressure that England have managed to put on Jadeja and Ashwin has been good. They just haven't managed to do it for long enough periods. It's defended in the onside and there's no run. I mean, they were both going, in the first couple of tests, they were going at sort of fives and over, the pair of them, which I can't imagine they're much used to in home conditions.
No, but I think this is a different kind of pressure as well, isn't it? Where you're just milking them for singles, like 1 to 2 runs per over.
Yep. I think that's probably how they like it. That's just worked. Again, can't beat short leg, no run.
Because whereas with the last test match, we saw that the batters were trying to play sweeps and reverse scoops and things like that to put pressure on the batters, and it just didn't pull off. And very rarely does it pull off successfully in a consistent manner.
That was a horrible ball by Ashwin, just shoved down the leg side. Root just turns it round the corner to long leg, gets himself another single. Partnership moves on to 96, and England are 208 for 5 after 65. And Messi's going to give us some of your messages.
Yeah, Stephen Kelk says Root must have a mountain of runs. His average is still only just under 50 despite a bad run. Willow Moon says, I just woke up to find Root still in. Is this his redemption arc? Perhaps.
Let's hope so.
And Yatman says, if England are really buying into Bazball and challenging themselves constantly to see how far they can push themselves, Root should play an innings where he's only allowed to play reverse scoops. By the way, I can confess my prediction of a comfortable New Zealand win at Eden Park is completely out of the window.
Oh, is it?
New Zealand are 86 for 7.
Ooh. That was defended in the offside, no run. Next ball is defended back to the bowler. Sorry, Jadeja's bowling. We've had, 3 balls now? 2 balls in about 20 seconds.
It's nuts.
Yeah, he's very quick through his overs. Jadeja in again. Root defends once more and there's no run. I mean, I kind of like this though, Sagir, because if the pitch is only offering marginal stuff, I mean, this is it. If you bowl straight and you bowl the right length and right line, you get it on the spot. Unless someone's prepared to take the chance, you're not going to go for runs, and it allows you to sit on a batsman. The pitch isn't offering a huge amount. That's defended, no run. I mean, he's only they're only finger spinners after all. They don't have any mystery really. I mean, for years, I thought Jadeja was a bit of a one-trick pony. That's defended out into the covers and there's no run. He was only really...
actually be right, and that's what his modus operandi is.
Yeah.
Just come round the wicket, dart it in, expect for that really marginal turn and get the batsman to play a fall short, mostly on the basis of line rather than length.
Exactly. Defended. Well, length too. Defended out into the offside and so try and drag them forward, and that's it. If you're on an Indian pitch and it starts to break up, all sorts of shit happens, right? Whereas, I mean, he has learnt to bowl abroad. He's bowled well in England as well. So, but early in his career, I'd have said he was really a horses for courses at home boy spinner. But you know, he's obviously a good cricketer, a sharp cricketer, and he's learnt to bowl abroad.
Jay Grover's with us. He says, morning all, I'm feeling guilty. I missed the day, but a combination of sobriety and a proper bed meant I slept for over 3 hours. Sorry, looks like an intriguing day. He also says, I think football is fairly popular in Ranchi. We had 5 overs in 13 minutes since tea, by the way.
Wow. Pretty good going.
That's pretty good
about
going.
23 overs an hour.
Well, Folks is facing up. He's come down the track and he's decided to give it some. And he's hit Ashwin for 6 over cow corner. What a shot.
Wow.
Just a couple of strokes down the track. He's a good bat, this Folks. And he gets 6. He bats 5, I think, for Surrey. So he's a genuine batsman anyway, which is a good thing. I mean, everyone says, oh, Bairstow, but, you know, he's just a different type of batsman. But he is a good batsman. He goes back, plays into the leg side, no run. Go on.
England did miss a trick by leaving Folks out for a couple of series when they were huffing between Butler and Bairstow for that keeper-batter position, and I think they missed out on the services of a really good keeper.
Yeah.
We can't.
Down the track again he comes. Doesn't get all of that one, but he's going to get 4 for it, as he's managed to sweep it behind square.
Now, I'm just going to make a little comment about this, because a friend and I, we were chatting about this earlier, that as soon as somebody hits Ashwin for a boundary, he just goes into this T20 sort of mindset, and he'll change his line, he'll change the sort of pattern of attack, and sort of try and bowl a little bit defensively. And I think sometimes in Test cricket you have to stick with tried and tested methods.
Well, this is quite mad from Stokes. Folks. There's another 4 out to cow corner. He slog swept him this time. That's 6.44. Madness.
And you just see Rohit sending a fielder to the boundary.
Yeah, following the ball.
Yeah, following the ball, exactly. And sometimes in Test cricket you just need that little bit of patience. You stick to your tried and tested methods and just wait, because nobody's going to sustain that sort of assault all the time. So you just keep chipping away at outside off stump, as has been conventional wisdom.
Yeah, just drops into the offside and there's no run. England on double Nelson for 5. And this is, I think, Folks' highest score of the series so far, 45.
Pretty much, yeah. I think these two have batted really sensibly. I mean,
yes, very
taken unnecessary risks.
No. And this time he goes down a wicket, nearly gets beaten in the flight, gets the outside half of the bat. It's going to go down towards third man. It won't go to the boundary. It'll be followed down there. Hauled in for 2 to Folks. Moves on to 47. And that's the end of the 67th over. Christ.
David Barrett says, shows us the flexibility. It just says root ball. Adrian Lowe says, good old rootin' folks. The work starts now. And Dave Wood says, I'm not sure that being worth their place in the IPL is a ringing endorsement. Well, it depends. It is what it is. And it doesn't make them a test player necessarily. But
it makes them quite wealthy usually.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. New Zealand have just lost another wicket now, 100 for 8.
Oh, who's in? Is anyone still in that can actually do anything, or is it the done dusted?
Not really. Who have they got coming in? Lockie Ferguson and somebody else coming in.
Okay.
Lockie Ferguson's on 4 from 6, so yeah, they're not going to get there. They need to score at. They need 3 a ball from now on. 75 in 25 balls.
Okay.
Ain't gonna happen.
Ain't gonna happen. We've got a new bowler. I'll give you his jingle in a second. His first ball is to Roots. It's down leg side, and he just works it down a long leg, and he'll get a single. This man is back into the attack.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gonna find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. His mama's Siraj.
Current partnership is 113, and Rohit looks a bit, after the morning, looks a bit flummoxed, to be honest.
Looks like Rohit doesn't have any idea of what he's supposed to be doing here.
No,
He just thought probably the pitch would do the job for
well, exactly. That's worked into leg side, there's no one. He does. He has a massive tendency to just let it drift.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bit of swing on that delivery from Siraj in the second ball that he bowled.
Bit of induck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of strange bringing Siraj back now with the new ball 13 overs away, isn't it?
I think he's looking for reverse swing, which is probably what we saw just in that previous delivery.
And he's got to try something. Ashwin just went for what, 18 off and over, or 14 or whatever. Defended, back to the bowler. No run.
Another observation is England are now in the 68th over, which is very close to the 71 overs that they lasted in the first innings of the previous Test match.
Well, and that is another thing. Maybe on this, you want to be out there as long as possible, let the pitch deteriorate as quick as possible.
Yeah. But this is what Test cricket is about, isn't it? You assess the situation and make the most of.
Yeah, but a lot of this, I mean, you have to say that is definitely in swing and that is out. Siraj does get his wickets. As folks tried to clip it into the leg side, it definitely tailed in right at the end there. It's good. Well, you have to hand it to Rohit there. He's made the right change. Folks will be upset. He's missed out on a 50. He thought it'd come into his arc, but it just caught the inside edge of the bat. And England finally lose a wicket, which they'll be really happy with. The Indians, he's just clipped that. It's just lifted it aerially, slightly inside half of the back, clothed it a bit, and it's been caught by mid wicket. He's upset with himself, but he has to go. Bye bye to folks.
Yeah, that's Jadeja, whether he doesn't miss that many.
No.
On your bike, mate.
Throws his gloves down at the boundary, and that is that. Hartley now comes out. What are we going to see from Hartley today? This is going to be interesting. This could now all be over quite quickly.
I think if the past three matches are any indication to go by, Hartley is not going to take it easy. He's likely to attack the spinners, isn't he?
Yes, you'd have thought
he
so.
uses his feet and he gives it a good old whack. So
England would like to get up from 225 for 6. Try and get up to near 300. Who's left? You got Jimmy and Shoaib. Shoaib can give it some tonk.
And I think
and Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson can bat, but then he wouldn't have bat. He hasn't batted for donkeys in a competitive situation, or played in a competitive situation for that matter. Right then, let's give Hartley his jingle. Sounds like this.
Shut up, Tom Hartley again. You give spinners a bad name.
what do you gents reckon the pass score would be on this first day pitch? 300, 320?
Well, yeah. I mean, initially when I saw it, I thought 250 might be enough, but it's definitely flattened out from the first session.
If it stays like it is for the next 2 days, then you're looking at 450 as a par.
Well, again,
the ones keeping low are a bit dangerous. That's
exactly that. Siraj is around the wicket, first ball to Hartley, who defends that up to mid on, and there is no run. Back miles away from pad. I mean, this is it. Is it a new ball pitch? Is the new ball the thing that's that's it. If the pitch is going to deteriorate, it's only going to get worse, and if it's a new ball as well. I don't know. Simple catch, Shubman Gill straight.
New Zealand all up for 102, by the way.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Siraj is in to Hartley, who defends that, and there's no run.
Now, in that situation, I would have preferred a forward short leg as well, assuming that the ball's either... Because if you remember, very early in the morning, there was a ball that kicked off from a good length. I think Siraj bowled that one too. And if he can manage to hit that crack again, there's no saying where that ball would end up. So, to me, with a new batter at the crease, Rohit's missing out a little bit here in terms of close-in fielders. Because even his slip placement is not conventional. He's got somebody in first slip, and then he's got somebody on a fourth slip sort of position, hasn't
Yeah, he's hedging his bets. Very much ODI stuff. Hoping it goes somewhere in that arc. Well,
I think he's probably hoping that Hartley might hit a reverse scoop to that fourth slip position. It's possible.
It is possible, yeah. But I mean, to be fair to Hartley, his test average is now 23.
He's batted all right.
Better than a lot of others.
He has actually batted all right.
Well, Root is facing up. Ashwin's over the wicket. Root just knocks that out into a gap on the offside. They'll get through for an easy single. Now, what will Hartley do here?
Smack him for a six, maybe. You don't know.
Well, maybe he should be out there for a good time, not a long time.
I think we'll give that wicket to Adrian Lowe, by the way. He was the one who had just tweeted, "Good old Roots and folks, the work starts now."
Yeah. Fucking hell. Ruining things.
Should we call it like a responder's curse?
Ashwin around the wicket. Inside half the bat for Hartley. Root recognising what's going on here is very much on his toes. Actually, I think what he wants to do is immediately try and, even if they're not going to hit boundaries, try and find gaps, rotate the strike, annoy them a little bit, and quickly settle back into their rhythm rather than India's. Ashwin around the wicket. Root tries to turn it into the leg side, but hits it straight to the man at a very short straight mid wicket. Not quite an on Hayden. Root looking around. Ooh, he thought about going back and maybe cutting that, and it turned in, but it was short. Didn't get up much, but he had time to adjust. Just played it out on the leg side, no run. Jadeja now off, I presume, and Siraj, who was the one replaced. Ashwin, that was quick for Ashwin, and Root just played with very soft hands, just dropped it on the leg side, no run. Another over whizzed through by the spinners. Still been reasonably expensive, 3 and a bit over for Ashwin. That time Root can not find a gap in the leg side. He nearly did, but there is a mid wicket between two short fielders. They don't get the single, and that ends the 69th over, 2-2-7 for 6. Messi.
Easy Ollie says baseball isn't as fun when we're losing. Tom P says bloody disappointing that Folks was about to kick into gear. Well, he just hit 14 off an over, hadn't he?
Yeah.
Stephen Kelk says, let me guess, it's still possible to see the biryani stains on Ollie's shirt. And Leah says Rowett as captain has not been up to snuff this series. He was pretty good in the past, I'd say, and I'd have rated him higher than Virat. Yeah, I think he has been pretty ordinary as a captain in this series.
Well, that's the thing that baseball does to captains, opposition captains. I mean, when they're playing it properly, even when it's not going well, it still asks questions that not a lot of them expect to have to answer a lot. Some of them play it like one-day cricket and have everyone out, but then you offer loads of singles on the infield. So that seemed to reverse a little bit. Seemed to go away from Hartley from around the wicket a little bit, but it started too wide, and although he couldn't get enough bat on it, it went nowhere and there was no run.
If Rahane is batting, are you guys there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear us? Oh, have you frozen? Oh, does he look like he's frozen?
He does, but yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Oh well.
He's frozen.
It's Perth internet for you.
Well, we're changing at the end of this over. So
just as well.
Yeah. Siraj around the wickets to Hartley, who takes a step across, drives, nearly bounces it over Siraj, but doesn't, and there's no run.
Sagir's unfrozen.
Oh, you've unfrozen.
Unfrozen, yeah. And it's time for me to, I think, take my leave because the half hour is coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. End of this over. Will, can you turn your camera off until the end of the over?
Yep.
Lovely, thank you. Yeah, this over suddenly slowed down because we've got a pace bowler back on. There's time. There's time between balls.
Yeah, that's weird.
Suddenly we feel so liberated.
Yes, exactly. Folks looks a bit upset with himself sitting on the balcony, all alone. Siraj around the wickets, defended by Hartley up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I almost think that the seamers look at currently a little bit more dangerous than spinners on this wicket. Just because of
I think you're right.
But partly because of the variable bounce. The variable bounce, you've got a little bit more time to adjust to a spinner, whereas with a seamer you have less time. And if it keeps extraordinarily low, then you're going to be in trouble. I mean, although having said that, I mean exactly that. I mean, if you get it at pace, the one that got Stokes out, it's going to be impossible. Oh, that's very full. Well dug out. Well dug out by Hartley. Attempted Yorker from Siraj there, from around the wicket, angling into the stumps.
You can imagine somebody like Curtly Ambrose on this pitch bowling accurately at the stumps and the ball misbehaving in terms of its bounce.
Yeah, that'd be horrible. Which is what we got to hope Ollie Robinson does. He bowls what is the second highest release point in the world, isn't he? After is it Cameron
Carl
Green?
Jamieson.
Carl Jamieson.
No, Carl Jamieson.
That's right. Is he injured again, Carl Jamieson? Or
Yes,
he is.
He's not going to be playing in the series against Australia.
So there's something in the New Zealand waters. If it's not Kane Williamson, it's Carl Jamieson, or it's Saudi or somebody or the other is always injured.
Well, you know, modern sport, isn't it? That was another one that swung away, an away swinger from Hartley from around the wicket. Yes, there's a bit of reverse. Siraj's hands reach skyward. No run though. One ball left in this over, and one ball until I have a change, and then Tone will jump into my chair. Will be back. Oh no, I am still here. What am I on about? I'm doing social. I thought I was off.
Just different responsibilities they bear.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
you know. And you got me on for 4 sessions out of 5. Thanks a lot, Tone. I've been up since 3. And you, I know. But I don't see you.
We're
being,
up to date on tweets. You'll be pleased to know, Bear.
Lovely. Outside the off stump. Siraj thinks there might have been a little tickle through to the keeper. There wasn't.
No, there was a big gap.
Yeah,
big
there
gap
was.
between bat and ball.
And at the end of 70 overs, England are 2-2-7-4-6. We say goodbye.
Thanks,
to
guys.
Sagir. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming along. Good to have you.
Let's hope we have a good last session now.
Well, let's hope so. We say hello to Will, and we say hello to Tony.
Hello.
Hello.
It's been ages.
It
How are
has.
you?
Oh, I'm okay.
Hello.
I do need to go.
Hello,
and
Will.
I need to go and have a leak. I might get a beer actually.
In one end, out the other. It's just a constant recycling job, isn't it, Bear? So it's all it is. A wicket for India. Ben Folkes cursing himself, I think. Will, after all that hard work.
I know.
It just seemed to be a bit of a loose shot. It was a half volley from Siraj that he just flicked away to... I can't remember where it was taken. But it looked a loose shot to me.
I think he had a sort of funny period.
Ashwin in worked into the onside by Root, upon whom England's hopes rest. Hartley's got a couple of scores, Will, this series. Well, obviously his debut series. Reverse swept, possibly for the first time, by Root. Goes down to, well, it's third man. The reverse sweep sort of turned it into long leg. They'll take a single. No, they take 2. So well run. 229 for 6. Root on to 78.
I'll never stop being nervous when anyone reverse sweeps. It never sits well with me, and I don't know why.
I think KP might take issue with you on that one. The slip goes
I know.
down, Rohit. Root plays that nicely. Deliberate angling of the bat to steer out towards Siraj, who's at extra cover. They'll take another single. Hartley's got a 36 and a 34, I think, to his name at Vishakhapatnam and then at Rajkot. So he can, but he's got them being aggressive though, hasn't he, rather than defensive.
Yeah, it feels a bit Nighthawky.
Ashwin in. Well, the new Nighthawk, or Hawk Boy as we'd called him, has sadly had to leave the tour and wouldn't have been playing in this game anyway. But yes, we're not sort of in Nighthawk mode yet. England would be happy to be in a situation at the close where they were needing a Nighthawk, I think. That one's driven back and fielded low to his right by Ashwin. 230 for 6. Really some recovery that. Remember, 112 for 5 at lunch, England. And everything looked really dire. I wouldn't say it's undire now, to be perfectly honest. But it's a lot less dire than it was.
Yeah.
To the back foot goes Hartley, defends that well.
I think I mean, this last session was definitely Joe Root's for sure, but I don't know. How many more would you feel sort of comfortable with?
Well, at lunchtime, I'd have said 250 would have been absolute riches, and England would have been thrilled. At 230 for 6, clearly you'd be very disappointed if it all fell over and you ended up with 250.
Yeah.
I think 350. Joe Root should be thinking 400 if he could keep up.
Really?
But well, why not? He's got his eye in.
I think
he should be thinking that. He probably won't get that, but he should be thinking that. Why not?
Well,
he wants a big 100. If he gets a big 100 and a combination
it's
of...
a question of whether we can run out of bats.
Well, he's got... Unfortunately, his problem, I think, might well be that Robinson, I think, got 5 not out at Headingley last July and nothing, and not even a match since then, which suggests, his eye's not going to be too much in. That one's nicely flicked away. The second new ball, of course, is due in 9 overs' time. We've whistled through overs with the rotation of spinners as well as seamers. There was about 36, 37 overs in the afternoon session, wasn't there?
Well, actually, the new ball is going to be quite
Root got a
telling,
single.
isn't it? Because if the new ball is what's reacting to this pitch, especially on a day one, i.e. if it starts jagging about again and keeping low again, it's because the ball is hard. Then England have got to feel that actually 280 might be enough if they can knock over some, that new ball lasts 20 overs, 22 overs where they can really put some pressure on.
Yeah.
His 1 is Hartley off the 12 he's faced, so he's definitely not in Nighthawk mode at the moment, as this one is swinging away left, well alone by Hartley, and there's no run.
There aren't really runs to come post Hartley because, I mean, well, Robinson, like you said, Jimmy is great for a sweep.
Exactly.
And then and then gone. Much though I love him and I won't have a word said against him, the man's a legend, but
his batting's not.
Shoaib Bashir, don't forget Shoaib Bashir, but again, the pedigree's not really there, hard to tell. Siraj in, this is cut nicely by Hartley. Out towards cover. Rajat Fields, diving away to his right. Scraped a bit of elbow and hand in the process, I think.
Yeah.
He landed on it, didn't he?
He landed,
that thing where he landed, his ribs landed on it. Ooh, that's painful.
Would have been painful. We get a warm round of applause from Siraj for the effort. Whether that not going to make a big difference, but he's rubbing his tummy, which clear, as you rightly say, it sort of landed on the ball. Run rates improved. It was going along at 2.5, wasn't it? In the
It's probably that 1 over from folks, isn't it?
We've got less than 20 overs left today. So I don't think we'll be into too much overtime.
We won't be. I don't think we will. No.
In comes Siraj. Root waits, drops the bat on it. They take a sharp single. Good running. 232 for 6.
Could all slow down, of course, when the new ball comes. And
yeah, the timing of all that's going to be quite interesting. So we've got 18 overs left today. The new ball due in 8 of those. So there's going to be 10 overs with the new ball.
Well, I imagine they will take it as well because there's a long time left today to bowl out the rest of the day with an old ball. I mean, they'll get to the new ball in about 20 minutes. or so.
Yeah.
Half an hour.
I was going to say, do you think they'll take it straight away?
Well, particularly thinking about the impact Akash Deep had early on.
Yeah.
He's been.
There was two slips go down. There is also the man at a very short mid-on, but Hartley works it into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think it's been certainly probably driven by the pitch, but it's been a notably different approach, or adapted, or I suppose just adapted given the conditions approach by England. But since the loss of those early wickets this morning, these two have played, or not these two, but certainly Folkes and Root. That one's left alone again by Hartley. Through it goes to Jiraj. Siraj throws his hands up as if to go, what do I need to do? How did that not get him out? Well, it didn't get him out because it was very competently and securely left by Hartley. And there was no run. It's the end of 72 overs. It's 2:33 for 6. 11 overs this session, 35 runs, the 1 wicket. 2.33 the run rate, Will, in the afternoon session. Positively pedestrian. That's almost going backwards in the world of baseball, isn't it?
Well, yeah, this last sort of 18 months, 2 years, that's almost standing still.
It is. It's like an old man shuffling across a zebra crossing compared to Usain Bolt.
Yeah. But circa kind of, I don't know, 2018, that's zipping along at quite a rate.
It is. Anyway, 2:33 for 6. Bear, have we got any quick messages?
Sorry, I was just checking my text messages from my kids' schools.
Oh, Lord, they haven't been sent home or anything, have they?
No,
That's the most important thing.
Telling me about PE lessons.
Oh, right, okay.
Everything's done now. You know, you get notes sent home.
Yeah,
now. Text and fucking emails.
I know. It was even when my two were at school. That one's worked into the onside, no run. By Rooty, 81 for him. How he will be craving not only 100 but to go on and just make it as big as he can make it. That's defended again by Root. Same place, same result. Another dot ball. Good tight bowling by R. Ashwin. You'd expect nothing less, although he did get carted a couple of times by was it Ashwin that Folkes carted? Sorry, are you still texting school? No, they're texting you.
No, I was checking out the tweets.
Because this one is defended again. When you say text from school, it's not actually your bookie, is it?
No.
No, it is actually school. All right, just checking. Will, sorry.
I was just going to say it was Ashwin that Folkes.
Yeah, I thought so.
Put over.
And almost un-Folkes-like. So it's almost like there's been sort of a... Folkes is the one who says, look, I know I'm not Bazball, I play my own game. And he's come out and been quite aggressive for about 1 over, and then there we go, defended again. Rather like a tortoise, withdrew his head back into his shell and carried on just playing secure and safe, kept Root company, and then just frustratingly, I think rather gave it away. Down the track comes Hartley. He doesn't stand still for long. He's launched that up and high over long on. He's got himself 6 pennyworth. England move on to 246. Hartley for 8. And this, go on, Will.
I was just going to say, I do know that Hartley's using a new bat because I know the guys at B3 a little bit, and I was just talking to them about it, and he's changed his specs, and apparently it's a bit weightier, the one that he's using now.
In comes Ashwin.
Oh no!
That's forced him back. It looks like it's going down leg. I think it's been given. Well, it's 240 for 6. It could be 240 for 7. Joe Root's saying review. England have all 3 reviews left, so they definitely will. The Bear, you called it straight away and said that's sliding down. He was quite far back though, wasn't he?
He was quite far back, but I thought it hit him virtually on leg stump or outside leg stump.
Remember, it's been given out by umpire Damasina, I think. So you do fear for Hartley, as this could be a 6 and out. Catches him.
I think that's sliding down. I mean,
You think that's sliding down?
It hasn't straightened a lot at all, has it?
I'd say
Well,
that's-
quite the opposite. If anything, it's going the other way.
Well, that's what it seems.
It could be the is it the carom ball that he tweaks the other way? And there's also a big hint of an inside edge.
Yeah, there is a big hint of an inside edge there.
We need to have a look. Is it?
That's an edge.
Is
That's
this
an
the bat?
edge.
This
That's
is the bat
definitely
that's
a
been
bat.
remodelled.
Well done him. Good, but good. An extra millimetre on that edge has saved him. The
Umpire Damascena
was
says,
wrong.
"Look, I know Joel's not umpiring. However, I can do it with the best of them."
I can be blind as well, you know.
And we've got blind umpire Kumar Damascena goes, "Sorry, I've joled that one." Frustration all round for India, relief for England and for Tom Hartley, and indeed for Joe Root, who will now have the strike. 7 off that over from R. Ashwin. 240 for 6, still England. Bear.
Well, Jay says, the roses must unite for the greater good. I heard a rather wan quote from Robin Jensen yesterday. This is the longest I haven't played, I presume that is not blade, cricket, since I was 6 years old. Worrying. Yeah, very true. Humberto however says, if we get to close today with batters still out there or recently out, when it seemed that despite statistically it is India on top, it will feel like day one to England, especially after our poor start. I'm glass half full, saying yes. I kind of, yeah, I mean, it's difficult. I mean, what we saw from the pitch in the first session suggested that it was going to be horrific, but it might have just been a fresh pitch, because it hasn't seemed as bad since then. There are balls that are staying low, and there is a bit of movement.
Siraj is going to be in. That spears down legs. Jarrell dives again, not for the first time today. Shows his athleticism and saves buys there. Gets a high five from Sarfraz for his work, and probably deserved it too. He's quite sharp on the dive, isn't he?
Ooh,
He really is.
a rather dark tweet from David Gower that Paul Grubby has said, time to come back, David. As David Gower has tweeted, you need to find a copy of An Endangered Species, the updated autobiography. The title seems yet more relevant as I sit for my cup of coffee in front of the TV.
David Gower?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Fantastic.
Not getting his commentary stints, I presume that is referring to.
Oh, I thought you meant playing.
Well, no, obviously not.
We could do with a couple of wafty cover drives.
Yes.
And in between some amazing high-scoring cricket. He scored a lot of runs against India, didn't he, David Gower?
Yeah. As An Endangered
Lord
Species, is
of
it
runs.
an autobiography as him?
I don't know. He keeps dangling the prospect he might come and do a spell or two with us. So I don't think we should give up.
Well, I don't think we should give up. The thing is, then someone actually offers him a job and he goes, oh, yeah, all right. But eventually we will get that time when...
As if one of England's finest ever batsmen should be paid to come and do stuff with
well,
us.
no, not
outrageous,
at
isn't it?
all, exactly, but someone is paying him. Obviously,
Siraj
it comes in front of us.
Root defends and pushes into the onside. There's no run, 137 odd kilometres.
Most humans are venal beings, and if you say, come here for no money, or come here for a few grand, what are you going to do?
I'd probably go for the few grand.
Exactly. And David Gow, who's used to that all his life, probably goes, I'm going to go for the money.
Yeah, no,
those
we're
lads
not,
sound really nice.
We
in
are
that
not
studio,
going to hold it against him at
no,
all.
of course not.
In comes Siraj. Forward comes Root, who's looking very much like the old Joe Root, it must be said. Will?
Yeah, I mean, he's really great in India. Like last time we were out there, he was pretty much the only person that got a foothold, as far as I remember.
Yeah, and then that all tailed off when everyone else couldn't do it, and the pressure got too much by the end of the series. Even he was busted.
Is that when he got his fifer?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Siraj, in he comes. There's again arms go up. It's a little uppish, perhaps. Jumped en route a little more than he was expected, but dropped well short of a shortish mid wicket. Let's have another look.
Oh
no, catches him on the pad actually.
Yeah, but it swung in. That was a bit late.
It did. Maybe a little bit of reverse for.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Siraj. In which case, might you just keep the old ball going? I guess it depends on the results in the next couple of overs.
Well, that and how long can you keep Siraj going for anyway? Maybe you do this and then you take the new ball and put Ashdeep on for the new ball.
Yeah, well, my guess with the new ball at this stage in play, you'd pace at one end and spin at the other, as that one's stoutly defended by Joe Root, and there is no run. Little bit calmed on 240 at the moment, England. I'm not sure they should be overly worried by that, though, given the patience and, correctness with which they've played through since lunch. 112 for 5, remember, at lunch. They got to tea at 198 for 5. Courtesy of a fantastic partnership between Root and Folkes, but that has now been broken, as indeed was finally Folkes' concentration, and that's what did for him. As that one's worked again into the onside. Root looks frustrated. He mustn't do. He just needs to crack on with every ball and not worry about that. 240 for 6 at the end of the over. Will?
I'd say that this kind of I would take the steady kind of last 15 or so overs. It's not what we've been used to for the last sort of couple of years, but I think, given the circumstances, just a bit of kind of steady taking each.
Well, then you get into the debate about it's unfair on Bazball to make it purely one-dimensional. It is about getting runs on the board quick enough to give yourself time to bowl out the opposition. You sense this is not a track where time to bowl the opposition out on day one is an issue. And what they've learned from the previous test is, if you're in a hole, you have to work jolly hard to steady the ship and then start to build your way out of it. And Joe Root's done that.
Well, yeah.
And so did Folkes.
There's something else I'll say after this ball.
We're going to wait for our Ashwin anyway. He's going to be bowling to young Tom Hartley, who's chewing furiously underneath that helmet of his. And he defends towards the short mid-on.
I mean,
and there's no run.
Doesn't it say something about the wicket that England don't feel they can Bazball on it? I mean, it must say something about the wicket. It must say it's not very true. They don't feel confident in it.
Defended again by Hartley, who seems to be very much in the mindset of, my job is to keep being here and to keep Joe Root company. That's a very interesting looking retro West Brom second strip shirt I think I caught a glimpse of there.
So it's not some third division in South
Ashwin
America?
No, I'm pretty sure. He didn't look like he was the favelas of Brazil. He looked like he was more like a chunky fellow from Dudley.
One of those.
240 for 6, England.
I've got a friend of mine who's an avid Brum.
Down the track though comes Hartley's flamingoed that in some style, but he didn't really get hold of it at all.
He did actually. It hit Ashwin. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have gone for 4.
Well, he's a bit unfortunate. Half stopped. He'll get a single anyway.
Yeah,
the intent was there.
He hit that nicely.
Oh, he did. Ashwin stuck out a big old right leg, and but for that, I think it would have been a 4. It was then misfielded by Akash Deep, who will forgive because he's done a pretty solid day's work today. Started in the most spectacular of fashions that ended up not being a wicket. Flicked into the onside by Rooty, fielded at forward short leg, and there's no run. At least England have got off that 240 mark, which they seemed to be calmed on, albeit only to 241. Ashwin in, that's popped up, tickled round the corner. There's a man on the 45. Ashwin looks fed up as though the whole world is on his shoulders, but he's only gone for 1 in that over. He hasn't got a wicket though. 75 are complete, 241 for 6. Bear.
Well, Leah says, I think David Gower needs to come onto my podcast. I get to get a foot in the door of the lucrative German cricket market.
I really shouldn't have laughed.
I think you should suggest that to him.
He'll be sitting there thinking, what do I do next?
What market do I get into?
That's
next?
what he's thinking.
The market for cricket.
Germany's where the future is. Well, actually, why not? Why should it not be? Cricket's a wonderful game. Where don't they play it enough? Germany, big country. There's every reason. You've got enthusiastic supporters of the game like Leah who promote it very well. Why on earth should it not be a success in Germany? Someone like David Gower going. Unfortunately, the problem was not many Germans would have a clue who David Gower was, as this one is defended into the offside just backward a point by Hartley, who gets that big front foot forward. The other thing I've noticed, Will, today is England have conspicuously a lot of the time got a big stride in, and when they haven't, they've got themselves in trouble. So they've either gone forward a lot or they've gone back a lot. Very little in the middle.
I mean, I think because I'm a bit of a short ass, I just assumed it was because they were all ridiculously tall. Because I mean, Hartley 6'4", is he? Something like that.
Some of them, yeah. I think
Yeah,
Ben
some
Duckett
of
is
them.
unlikely
I
to
mean,
consider
like,
himself
yeah,
ridiculously
Duckett,
tall.
Little bit smaller than me, I think, which is nice.
Siraj in, edged on the bounce, past
I don't
second
think
slip.
it wasn't a dance.
It'll
I
be
think it
4
was a
runs.
drop.
Do you think it was a drop?
I think it was a drop. I
Has
think
the
it went straight
Jazwale,
through.
has the Jazwale led his team down?
I think so.
I think he's got credit in the bank. Let's have a look. It's edge. No, it was well short.
Sorry.
Come on.
Well,
Give the lad a break.
Because the camera was late and it caught it coming up on the bounce. That's why I thought.
There's a good dive by the Jazwale, not quite in the Jarrell class though, of dive.
Handy 4 runs then.
Very handy 4 runs. England on to 245. That 250, which we thought looked an awfully long way away at lunchtime, is looking quite a realistic prospect now.
Oh.
That's beaten Hartley. That's got his man. What a ball that was. And I'm afraid Hartley has... Did he edge that? I think he did. Or did he?
No, it missed his outside edge and it's knocked his off.
Oh, right. I thought he got an edge. Either way, he's gone. Edge one, past second slip, on the bounce for 4. But gone next ball. Yeah, look at that.
Another one
Great ball.
bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It's an off-cutter, just beat Hartley, all ends up, and he's walking off with that expression that says, yep, I got a good one there. No shame in that. Tom Hartley, 13 of 26.
Most wickets gone to seamers today. That's 5 to the seamers out of 7.
Yeah, well, 3 or 4 to Akash deep. 3 to Akash deep, couple
2
to Siraj.
Ashwin's got 1,
and Ashwin's
LBW,
got 1. And that's
and an absolute grubber from Jadeja. Is the other one.
Right, well anyway, 2:45 for
go.
7 England. Rootie's still there, he needs partners to keep him there.
I haven't played this for a while.
And here's a man we haven't seen for a bit.
He's got a sneer on his face. How long do you reckon he lasts?
Less than an over.
Less than an over? You could be
Yeah.
right. I'm kind of tempted to go with you on that one.
Yeah, and sadly I think that could be the case.
Stokes looks gormless.
I reckon he'll get 1 run. I think.
I wonder what Stokes is thinking.
He's probably thinking the same as we are. What can we expect of a bloke who hasn't played any competitive cricket since July, who's now got to come in?
Well, you trust him with a ball in his hand because you get many chances, but with a bat, when you only get 1 chance, yeah, you've got to think, this isn't probably going to go that well. And then what does Root do when he gets down to Shoaib and thingy? He wants to get his ton, doesn't he? I mean, does he try and force it?
I tell you what, he's been at the hair dye along with Jimmy. If that picture that came up on our screens there is anything to go by, I mean, you can't tell under the helmet.
That ball did a lot.
It did a lot. Like I said, it was a real off-cutter.
It went off the seam, didn't it? Beat the outside edge of the bat, straightened up quite well. I think Ollie will like this. I think Jimmy will like this. And if Stokes is good enough to bowl, he might go, you know what, having 3 seamers available is not such a bad option.
Be interesting to see how Ollie plays this, though, because, well, let's have a look at the field first. Interestingly, there's 2 men on the leg side. There's a forward short leg and a very short mid-on. He plays that one.
That was an inside
I thought
edge, mate.
inside edge onto the toes. I was going to say, Siraj, who's clearly a bit pumped now, and he's turning around with a big smile on his face. Although even his smile is kind of shark-like, isn't it?
Well, it's because he's got big canines, hasn't he? He looks a bit vampirish.
He does look like he's out to get you, even his smile. But that was a huge
that kept low as well,
edge.
though.
I suppose you could argue Robinson did well to keep it out.
Well, yeah, when you haven't batted for 8 months and that's your first ball.
Will had him down for 1 and then out.
No,
he hasn't got that one
yet.
yet.
Out in less than an over.
Okay. 245 for 7.
Over, I reckon.
There's 2 balls left this over. He's looking to York him. Was Siraj. And Ollie played it pretty well, and in fact Siraj just didn't quite get it right, and it turned it into a full toss.
Ollie's got first half ton, hasn't he? Is that right? Or has he not? His highest score's about 80 or something.
Have a look. I can't remember.
I thought it was about 82, 83-ish, wasn't it? I don't know, though.
Gives him a chance while he's batting, of course, to think now. Let me see. How many overs do we think left today? How many overs left in the day, Bear?
Well, minimum 14 after this, but they'll get more than that in. They've got an hour, so yeah.
There's
maybe.
every chance he might get some bowling tonight, as he plays that pretty well, actually. And he's going to get that run, Will. He's got the run.
His run. Now
he's got his run.
There it is.
He's only got 3 balls left.
Out to mid-wicket.
God, I wish I had money on this.
Well, it's the end of the over anyway. 2:46.
You say that now when he's on 50.
4,
Yeah.
7, 4 overs until the second new ball. Robinson on 1, Root on 82, and the Bear on your social media messages.
I was looking up Ollie Robinson.
Oh, it's all right. You were looking up Ollie Robinson. Are you in, Gary? Are we due a change? One more over.
Yeah,
Is he being a bit keen? I think Gary's being a bit keen, Gary. Gary the Keen, they call him. But fair enough. So keen, he's come and planted himself in the spare chair now. That's how keen he is. 2:46%. Hasn't got over the shock of me being early to pick him up this morning. Jadeja. Well, you won't have long to wait if Jadeja's bowling. Defended by Ollie. You nicked the strike, of course, with that single.
Right, Ollie Robinson batting, career stats, bowling, batting. First class, high score, 110.
Jadeja, who's may or may not get a jingle for being the replacement. Also, somebody needs to be let in. Barrett's probably.
He's got 107 50s in first class cricket.
Okay, onto the back foot goes Robinson. Defends very competently to point. Again, no run.
I'm not going to play Jadeja's jingle. Can't be asked.
Well,
okay.
There's me over. So.
Whoa, yeah, he survived that. Jadeja in. Oh, that's a horrible ball, but it's a full toss. Robinson has got most of it, yes, all of it.
Wow.
He's launched it, but it dropped well short of mid-wicket. It's been given as a no ball as well, so doesn't that mean it should be 5 to England? Yes, it does.
No, it's 5 to the score. I don't know if
5 to the score. Well, 5 to England, that's what I said.
Yeah,
4
yeah.
to Robinson, 5 to England.
But
Yeah, it was over waist height.
250 is up.
Jadeja got that all wrong. The 250 is up. Robinson will move on to. Well, he'll get that. I know he will get 4, won't he, for that?
Yes.
He's on to 5.
No,
No, he already had a single.
Duff.
Hello.
Hey, look, we've both been up since very early in the morning.
251 for 7. Well, there's the 250 anyway that we never thought we'd see at lunchtime. Jadeja headbanded, forces Robinson onto the back foot. He defends right in front of his off stump into the offside. There's no run. Will, where's your money for England to finish? Are they going to be bowling tonight, or are they still going to be batting?
13 left.
Worked off his legs to mid-wicket, no run.
I think they'll be all out, but I don't think that they'll get a bowl, because I think that it will get close enough to stumps that they won't bother.
Well,
okay, the last 2 overs of the game.
251 for 7.
Yeah.
It's late in the day, is what Will's suggesting. I'm going to got a little break for a moment or two. Gary is going to manoeuvre in, and
Messi is going to join him. Thanks a lot, Will. See you again.
Cheers.
Anon.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll see you then.
All right.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Hello all. Thanks for having me on. I face a little bit of a logistical issue here. If I keep the window open, you'll hear some ambient noise. Otherwise, it gets quite hot.
That's all right.
Not too bad.
It always
I say?
adds to the interest. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think England looking good for 300 here.
Absolutely. I mean,
and
if Joe Root and this pair can get bat about 5-6 overs more, closer to the end of today's play, I think they might even get to 325, 330.
Yep. Well, I mean, there's 13 overs left. and they'll probably get through that almost exactly at the scheduled close of play, so they won't need the extra half hour. I'd be surprised if they scored more than 40 runs in that time. So if they're still there, then
300.
Just about 300. Although Umbrella suggests that England's tactic now should be to get the innings over before the new ball, so it doesn't become an issue. And of course, who's to know whether, in fact, Stokes might declare to get 20 minutes at the Indians tonight.
I was just going to say that the moment Joe Root's out, I think Stokes declares.
Yeah, I think he probably would. At least he'll wait till Joe Root's out this time. Last
Why
time,
not let
Root was on
Bashir have some
118,
fun?
not out.
Why not let Bashir have some fun if Root were to be out? Like, have a go. Swing a couple and maybe you get 10 runs or something.
Yeah, I think 10 runs in 2 overs. I think Stokes would rather have 2 overs tonight at Jazz Whale in particular. Or Jaswell, I should say. I've got to try and get that stress right.
I have to tease you about the way you call him every time. It gets me good. But nonetheless, I mean, that's a proven quantity as far as the series is concerned, so they'll probably want to see him off, if possible, today.
There's no better situation to roll out the cliche that you don't know what a good score is until both sides have batted than this 251 for 7 here. I have no idea whether this is a good score or not. My feeling is that it is a good score, but that could easily be blown out of the water, but from a masterclass from Jaiswal and some hitting from the likes of Sarfaraz and Jadeja.
It'd be interesting to see Sarfaraz on this pitch, actually. Whether he's able to deal with this as well as he was in the last test.
With a little bit of additional pace, that's going to be interesting if he can still play the bully boy.
Well, here's Siraj. He's come back after getting a bit of tap in his early spell, and he's met with an immaculate forward defensive from Joe Root, who has been a model of orthodoxy pretty much throughout this. I think one reverse sweep I think he's tried, but I think we can suggest that the reverse sweep is as orthodox as any other shot these days. So,
in the meantime, Netherlands, trying to chase 204, have just lost Teja Nidamanuru, so they're 116 for 6. It looks a little long way away. Let's see if they can get
there. Who are they playing?
Namibia. And the required is above run a ball as well.
Just the one slip for Root and a very backward forward short leg, if that makes sense, because he's quite deep there. And Root, stifling a yawn, just punches it to the man at short mid wicket.
Indeed. So I think they're planning for a ball tailing in. If you look at the field of Siraj, they have very clear plans as if the ball will tail in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll take the new ball at 80 overs. There's still an hour to play here. So I think if they take it at all, it will be towards the end, and it will be taken by Akash Deep, who bowled so beautifully this morning with it, and probably Ravichandran Ashwin, who does enjoy bowling with a new cherry. Siraj is in. This is a horrible full toss, the first of, or rather, a succession of bad full tosses from India, and slightly surprises Root, who's only able to punch it to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and they're through for a single.
Given how well these two have bowled, I mean, I might even have Siraj bowl 1 or 2 along with Akashdeep. What I liked about Akashdeep, well, his story of getting to the top is very inspirational, but outside of that, he hurried the batsman. And
yeah, he
his
did.
pitch has a little bit in it.
Yeah,
ball for sure, but
he was quicker than I expected him to be. Yeah, he was touching 140, which is, you know, sort of the marker for a fast bowler rather than a fast medium bowler. And
absolutely.
But his control of length was absolutely immaculate, which I think is the key on this pitch. As Ollie Robinson comes forward, jabs a bat on it like he's a proper batsman. And yet another misfield, but it doesn't cost any runs this time as they're through for a single. The Indian ground fielding has been very shoddy, I think, in this. In fact, it has been shoddy throughout the series, really, but it's been very poor today.
I'm thinking, is the heat getting to them or what?
Well, they said it wasn't hot.
The last half hour.
They said it wasn't hot
today.
Well, maybe lack of heat is getting to them. In either way, I mean, they're up closer to the foothills of the Himalayas. It's Ranchi.
Yeah.
It will not be too high, but I can't really blame anything else. Maybe lack of concentration.
Punching is Joe Root, and again there's a misfield, albeit you could say it was a half decent stop, to be honest. By
Absolutely.
I'm not
Patidar.
sure who that
Look
was.
like
That
Patidar.
Patidar?
Oh no, it's Padikal. He's on for somebody on the
Ah.
They were
So-
Padikal. He's lankier than Patidar.
Yeah, and
I was actually happy to see Patidar included. There are all of these talks of,
well,
would they play Padikal ahead of Patidar? But I'm happy to see they kept him going for one more game.
yeah. I mean, it was a decent stop, I should say, because that ball was going quite fast, and he did get enough on it. So, so I'm bagging
He
him a
may have
little
actually
early.
saved two.
Yeah.
For the
Root
team.
on 85 now, as he gets a ball, and he's played that shot so often today, and
Oh
India
dear.
have conceded
That a bit of a
runs
risky run.
so often. Well, they have conceded that run so often where Root gets a ball sort of on the off stump, and India have targeted the stumps quite successfully, and he just gets a sort of inside part of the bat on it, doesn't really time it, but gets it into a gap on the leg side and scampers a single. Root has been at his scampering best here, but it's the end of the over, and so we need the scampering Messi to scamper through your tweets.
Leah says, well, recording my day's summary later today should be fun. I still like Death on Holiday. Sounds like Death on Holiday. Brian in Brisbane says England have done well after being 5 down at lunch. Where does Death go on holiday, says Mog? Gaza?
Venice.
Stephen, of course it does, yes. Stephen Kelk says, Gary, can you give us an update on your vicinity to the river swing theory? Oh, don't let's go back there.
Yeah, this is
Brian in
reverse
Brisbane
swing
said-
though. Different kind of swing to the one I was talking about.
Yeah. Death on
That looked
Holiday,
really close.
East Midlands in England.
Yes.
Sorry to
Oh, he's
interrupt.
well in. Well in. Roots run well in this innings, I think. They've
You have to get the skates on. You
they've
don't want
scampered
that, right?
singles. I think India have conceded, I would suggest in the field, at least 10 runs today. And if you add in some overly defensive field setting with too many men out deep, I'd suggest it's more like sort of 20 or so runs, and what might prove to be a short or a low-scoring match that can be quite important. Well, Ollie Robinson called for a drink not long after the drinks
Very
interval,
blonde.
so whether
Ollie
he's suffering a little here, bit of Delhi belly maybe. I'm not sure, but he hasn't been out there long. And
is it humid? I wonder that high up or that part of India. I wonder if it's humid because.
well, he's taken
asked for a
he's taken a tablet.
Humidity is low.
Yeah.
I can give you the figures right now. The temperature is currently 26 degrees. Humidity is 34%.
You'll remember, Jez, the Players Comfort set of dials that World Series
Weather
cricket
wall.
had. Yeah, Channel 9. I think Tony Gregg will get the Players Comfort. It's a combination of
that's funny.
sort of temperature and humidity and various other factors.
Now, Gary, I forgot to mention earlier, a cause for celebration, that's certainly on your part, is that between lunch and tea, India bowled 36.5 overs.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it? It just goes to show that when the players do want to bowl, they can. Of course, it helped that Jadeja and Ashwin bowled a fair proportion of those, and there were no reviews. But if you want to get on with it, you can get on with it. This ball is defended, and there is no run.
Very classic front foot defense there from Joe. He doesn't look like he's going anywhere.
No, he's played the textbook forward defence very well in this innings. This ball is defended. There was a bit of analysis on the host broadcaster saying that he was playing back to balls that were not on the stumps and playing forward to balls that were on the stumps. So he was playing back or forward on line rather than length as he comes forward to this one and punches it to deep point, and they're through for a single. And what that gave him was run scoring opportunities, because when he went back he was able to cut late or early, depending on where the fielder was, and find gaps. But it was
India wouldn't be very unhappy with the exchanging of strike.
Robinson just clips this one round the corner, but backward square leg, who's been very much in this game. Does the fielding. Kuldeep has been underbowled, in my opinion, in this.
I guess so, but maybe with a little bit of pace available on the pitch, he will come into it on the third day.
As this ball is nudged again to Kuldeep round the corner. Well, if Ollie Robinson, if there's one bowler Ollie Robinson does not want to be facing now, it's Kuldeep Yadav, as this ball is just pushed by Robinson to mid-on. No tail ender wants to face a left-arm wrist spinner. I promise you that.
Fair enough.
257 for 7, and Jez?
So Jay Grover says, death comes to Sheffield and gets very depressed. Although I can tell you, Jay, that on the 15th of April, David Gower is coming to Sheffield to speak at the Sheffield Cricket Lovers Dinner. So if you've got the night free, that probably will be well worth getting to. If we go to stumps 7 or even 8 down, you'd say England have a nose in front. I think this deck is going to be dicey by day 3.
It's so hard.
We've been saying that all series.
So hard to tell.
No, absolutely. Even a 50-run lead will be very critical here on the switch.
Yes.
It's so hard to tell. Siraj is in again, and Root, who's batted so well today in the style of Joe Root, clips it round the corner, and Kuldeep's rather deeper than he was, but and therefore he allows the single at long leg, and they're through for that as Akash Deep, who's man of the day, is warming up, so that suggests there might be a new ball on its way.
Right? Maybe around 82nd over or so.
Yeah.
They're well ahead of
Well,
time,
it's available at the end of this over.
Right. I mean, I think because Siraj is bowled out on a spell, it's something they'll have to think who will share it with him.
Well, Ashwin would be the obvious one. He's taken the new ball so many times. Siraj is in, and a bouncer, which barely gets above stump height, goes through. Ollie Robinson bending very deep there. He's 6'5" is Robinson, and he had to get very low underneath that one. Turned.
I think you may have underestimated how high it went.
Yeah.
It was still low for a higher man that tall, for sure.
Yeah, I don't like it when players turn the back of their head to the ball. It's a natural reaction, particularly for a batsman who is down the order, to turn your face from the ball, but it's inviting trouble.
I think he saw it well out.
Yeah.
He had his eyes facing the ball until the ball almost passed him and he dropped his head. That's all right, I think.
So Siraj,
there was no periscope either,
who went for 4-4-6, remember, in his first spell from Crawley at one point. This is defended by Robinson. Extra cover, and there is no run. Yep, one of the things that's making me think that India will fancy their chances of overhauling England's score is that Tom Hartley, who is a 9 really for his first class county, Lancashire, and Ollie Robinson, who hasn't had a bat in the middle since July, have both looked fairly comfortable. You know, they haven't been sort of discomforted by pace nor by spin, and you know, they haven't scored 50 each by any means, but they haven't looked uncomfortable. Two men in close on the leg side, as this is full and it's driven but without any timing by Robinson, fielded at mid-off. There is no run.
The pace as such, it's available. I think it's not very bothering if you are going to play technically correctly. And the ragging turn that you saw requires a specific pace to be bowling at, and it'll really all fall on Hartley. I expect him to do the Jadeja-like role, and it might be a bit much to ask Shoaib to fill in for Ashwin, but he might yet have something to surprise the India batters.
I have a feeling that Ollie Robinson would be critical. If he can hit a length that's taking the top of off stump, he'll ask questions on this pitch. As it is, he's got bat in hand now, and that was a bit of an ugly attempt at a cut. But at least he did get some bat on it, fielded at point, as Siraj gives it the Maori tongue there.
I think it came on slower than he had anticipated, because he was sort of aiming to drive it behind that fielder, or final of that fielder, but it went straight to the fielder. I think he was taken aback by how slow it came off the pitch. That might be another indicator. There has been an occasional grubber as well, if you remember how
Stokes, if you haven't seen it, then have a look at Stokes. It's reminiscent of a famous delivery that Nasser Hussain got from, I think, Carl Hooper back in the day.
Yeah.
And
that was I think the West Indies.
Yeah.
Pretty low and slow. All right.
But that goes
It's
in.
surprising to see this year, the first day of Test match, just before launching. But all right, let's see.
There's a few kept low, but that kept particularly low. As Robinson just comes forward, dabs the ball down. They're going to get 2 here. They are going to get 2. You know, that's real one-day running there. And England have been very good at maximising their opportunities to score runs in the field. It's 260 for 7. Robinson has 8. Joe Root has 88. And it's the 80th over. If there's any Chinese people who are watching now that have enjoyed all those 8s.
Mog asks for an update on the GPL. I can tell you that the score's 278, 287, which has been picked twice, 289, 293, 298, 303 and 307 are all in play. So it's going to be interesting come the end of the 90 overs this evening.
Well, one wonders if you've got Mog going as well, Messi, with your enthusiasm.
Well, Mog's somewhere in there, as is as is Hombre Nuevo. My picks are too high today. Tom P says, to be fair, it's been very much the norm that the pitches have given a lot to the bowlers at the tail end of the tour thus far. I think this one has potential to break up considerably.
Well, Jadeja didn't get much out of that delivery because Root was able to just lean on it and get it to the man sweeping on the offside boundary, and they're through for a single, which brings Robinson back on strike, but he's looking confident and comfortable. Obviously, the new ball has not been taken, despite its availability.
No, I expect this pair to bowl another couple of overs. Maybe 84th over is when they'll give Akashdeep the ball, along with P.V. Ashwin.
As this is a superb delivery from Jadeja, which pitches on the stumps, turns, and Kumar Dharmasena has to make it very clear that it's not out to Jadeja, who was dancing down the wicket there. There's no reviews left for India. They burned 3 relatively early.
Now they're doing it.
Let's have a look here. The ball pitches on middle and it turns, and he edged it. That's the reason why. And it was a sharp catch, but
let's see if he took the pad as well.
Yeah, I mean, it would be.
He just took the pad, but
yeah, it would be a very good catch. There's always an element of luck when you're standing up there, and yeah, I don't like this with fielders. Warren was always one for doing this, where the umpire made a decision, and then he'd start asking them, well, what's wrong with that, and everything. Well, once the umpire's made a decision, what you do is you get on and you bowl the next ball. And he's had a word with Rohit there, as Jadeja's in again, and this is defended, and there is no run. Yes,
overly aggressive umpire appealing.
Yeah, well, I'm all for strong appeals. You can appeal as strongly as you like, but as soon as the umpire makes a decision, you turn on your heel and you bowl the next ball. This ball is defended, and there is no run. And appeals can be theatrical, they can be strong. But maybe Rohit was being asked about. Oh, yeah, he's slightly gone into the red zone there, Jadeja, in making the appeal, but that wasn't.
Warning, I think.
Oh, it wasn't. I don't think it was. Was it a warning? Maybe it was. This ball is defended.
Not the official one.
There is no run. Yeah, it was a quiet word in the ear, but I think if a player's appealing, then they put half a foot in the area. I don't think that's a big deal. But could this be the new ball? Because it's a new man coming on. And it's the man of the day. It's this guy.
I Sir Akashdeep, but no one will leave me.
All right.
It's also not smart to run on the wicket when you're batting.
Batting last, right? Yeah. Why would you do that?
Yeah. Just a word about taking a new ball after 84 overs. I think we're going to get possibly more than 90 overs in the day. So there may still be 10, maybe 11 overs to be bowled here. Although let's have a look at it's 22 minutes past.
I think they'll almost be spot on.
Yeah, I think they'll almost be spot on. I think you're right, gentlemen, because it's going to be pace from one end.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tom P says it's good to see Dharmasena not far up the arm there. Ollie middled that. I don't think he didn't middle it. He got a very fine edge, which actually he was lucky he wasn't still bowled because it just missed the off stump.
Missed the off stump by that much. That was the whole excitement, I think, because of the turn. But then you can't expect the keeper to
well, just one element of that, and it's I don't know enough about wicket keeping. I never did it, and it's a arcane art, but I just want to mention one thing about it. As Akashdeep is in, and immediately he hits that lovely line and length. It's defended by Root, and there is no run. If you watch Jurel behind the
You
stumps,
see, he didn't nick it. That was his pad, I think.
Well,
That was
maybe
my,
he didn't nick it.
No, he did hit it.
Did he? No.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
just looking at the replay, I think it missed his bat entirely, and that would have been out. So
Yeah.
all the gesticulations and
Oh,
all that
wow.
was
Yeah, well,
justified.
I was sure he'd hit it. Gosh.
yeah, I was sure
No,
he'd
no,
hit it, but if he's missed it, then that's a poor decision because, well, it's not a poor decision. We all thought he hit it, I think, or
Yeah.
there's
No wonder all the gesticulating
Yeah.
and stuff. But
this is clipped leg stump half volley, and Root gets it round the corner to long leg, and he helps himself to one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Slightly tired delivery there from Akashdeep.
but Root was looking over his
I think
left
that's
shoulder
Root's first
afterwards.
4 since tea.
It might be. England have not scored many boundaries the whole day. Actually, a flurry from Crawley. I think they went
Wonder what Root was
100 balls without scoring a boundary when Folkes and Root were together. As Akash is in again, it's a leg stump half volley, and this time Root gets it squarer, and it's chased down by Rajat, who is he the substitute fielder? I think he is.
No, he's playing today. Rajat Patidar is playing.
All right, yeah. It's Rajat Patidar. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I wonder what Root was looking at point when he glanced that beautifully down the leg side, the previous ball. That is.
He's been slightly in his own bubble today, Root. You often see him sort of having a laugh and a joke with his partner, or sometimes with the umpire or opposition players. You know, he's a jovial presence, but he's been very much wrapped in his own bubble today. He's on 95, gets another leg side delivery. It's taken well by Jurel. Yes, I was going to mention the wicket keeping of Jurel to that delivery, which would not have, it's not now a missed catch, because if there's no edge, it's a missed LBW decision. But as the ball comes through to him, he moves his gloves in line with the ball, which means that his keeping gloves were behind the stumps, which obviously you can't take the ball behind the stumps, but he didn't keep them outside the stumps for the edge. As Akash is in,
that's what you have to do.
Well, that's what I'm asking, really. This ball is clipped to short mid-wicket and there is no run. I mean, I just don't know whether keepers just naturally follow the line of the ball and therefore their gloves go behind the stumps. But if there's an edge, they're not going to catch it, whereas if they're able to keep their gloves low and just outside the stump, then any kind of edge, then at least they're in with a chance of catching it. I don't know enough about wicket keeping, and I don't look closely enough when keepers are working with spinners to know whether that's a standard technique or not. As Root gets another on leg stump and finds the man at short mid wicket.
With what is bowled, he'll be happy he got just conceding 6 runs. I think there are 5 balls on the pads or down the leg.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tired comeback there from Akashdeep. Maybe some of the emotional energy that he's used up in a supercharged first spell when he was very much on adrenaline, calling for reviews every 10 seconds it seemed. But I'm calling for your social media.
Mr. P says, morning all. This would be Root's 10th century against India if he makes it.
Wow.
That's correct. It'd also be twice as many centuries as against any other Test playing nation. Leah says, now watch him getting out in the 90s after that jinx.
Jadeja's in, Robinson defends.
And Leah points out there have been 29 boundaries in the day thus far.
29? That's rather more than I thought there was. There have
they've
been.
done all right.
Yeah, 29.
I mean,
wow. As
I'd lay odds of more than a half before lunch.
Yeah, Jadeja, this ball is defended, and there is no run, so no sign of a new ball. Akash certainly wasn't getting any reverse swing.
They would have
so
clearly highlighted it.
Yeah.
They would have shown the umpire showing the new ball. I think they gave him an over to get into the groove. That's why.
Maybe that's it. 267 for 7. England. Robinson on 8 gets a full ball, and he slightly agriculturally sort of lifts it between the mid-on and the bowler and gets it to the boundary for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
You saw this coming.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery from Jadeja. The ball pitches on fifth stump, draws the bat forward, turns past the edge, and the keeper takes it well. I mean, that's the kind of delivery which suggests that this is a good score.
That ragged off a pace.
Yeah.
That's excellent bowling.
This is defended by Robinson, who shows admirable sang-froid by ignoring the previous delivery and just playing the line on the next one.
I think he's going to wait for his chance. If he's close enough, he's going to have a go at it.
As he defends this ball as well. So another swift over from Jadeja, the highlight of which was that clumped 4 to long on by Robinson. 271 for 7.
There's a switcheroo coming. Do you want to do it before the over, or shall we carry on for one more?
Oh, yes, there is, isn't there? Well, I'm not sure who's due in next. I know I go to the summarising chair.
It's Bear, Tony, and you.
Oh, right. So it's
Bear,
all of us who are
and
here.
Tony there yet?
Well, they're still in the green room, so we'll carry on
we'll
unless
do
they
one
both
more over.
invade.
Yep. In the meantime, we look at some of
one
our
more.
local fans.
I've had the some pink saris there. Is there any significance to the pink sari?
Except that it suits many women.
Yeah. This ball is full and turned off the pads by Root, who'll help himself to 2. Kuldeep, who should be bowling, I think, is fielding down there at long leg. Yeah, and through for 2. So Root is within a boundary of his 100.
Indeed. And I think Root will not miss out. It's important for England. It's important for Root.
Well, it's
but
been
I dare say India would want him off the moment he's
Well, he's got some chances now because it's Akash Deep who is struggling to find that immaculate line and length that characterised his opening spell. There's only one slip who's actually at sort of second stroke third. There's a big appeal for LBW as Root falls over a delivery that was going down leg, and there's a lot of sort of double teapots here from India saying that's hit it all 3, and they did have a case with the previous delivery, but no case surely with this, as we're seeing it again as it hits him in front of leg stump, angling down and
comfortably going down.
Yeah, comfortably going down.
Dharmasena, Mr. Tucker is all right as well.
Yeah,
he doesn't get too many.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're allowed to show disappointment, and that was more of a show of disappointment than dissension.
I think so, but they're used to it. It's also towards the end of the day.
It is. It is.
Tiredness creeping in.
Root on 97, who's shown no sign of tiredness at all. It really has been a superb innings, whether he gets his 3 runs or not. As that ball goes to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
You can see now he's beginning to get into that ball. The previous ball is the one that categorized his excellent ball in the morning. He might be finding his groove now.
Yeah, the previous delivery where India were very disappointed not to get the LBW was 2 stumps outside the leg stump. So a decent call from Rod Tucker. He does seem to have some quite strong glasses on there. Strong prescription, but many batsmen have had strong prescriptions and still batted well. As Akash is in again, and will this be 2 more for Root? Yeah, the scampering, excellent fitness from Joe Root there. He's been batting most of the day, and he turned swiftly to get back. Of course, there is always a little bit of added speed in your legs when you've got 100 within sight. But he's been busy, he's been scampering, the footwork's been excellent. It's like welcoming back an old friend, seeing Joe Root bat like this.
I mean, he placed it well enough. He placed it square enough off that fielder at long leg.
I said earlier that he's had like a midlife crisis, I think, with some of these shots he's been playing. He's like been driving around a red sports car. He's had a couple of sets of points for speeding, and now he's gone back to the Volvo, and we're all rather happier seeing Joe Root in his Volvo. He's on 99. He comes forward, plays an immaculate forward defensive, and there is no run. So he has one ball left in this over to see if he can convert his 99 to three figures, which I think he richly deserves.
Time for a
As
scoop,
aggressive
I'd
as
say.
England play, as aggressive as England play, I think there is a room for this Joe Root in this 11, precisely for days like this,
Yeah.
where you're in trouble, but he's your banker, and he has the experience to soak up 70 overs of pressure.
He has, and one of the things that's so pleasing about Joe Root is that he obviously plays spin very well, but he plays pace very well. You can't really get a match up against Joe Root because he's good against all kinds of bowling, and so you're not looking to attack him on any particular weakness. As he gets what's required, it's a really lovely stroke. Came forward, didn't try and hit it too hard, got it through extra cover, and I'll tell you what.
This is the badge.
Well, he's answered the critics there. If he was Nasser Hussain, he'd be pointing to the number on his back at the Lord's Media Centre and going through all of that. You lads were writing me off. But that is as good 100 as I can recall seeing from Joe Root. And he's got some good ones in his locker, but I think that was chanceless. It's obviously critical to the innings and to the series. He scored 100 out of 279 for 7. He looks tired, he's taken the helmet off, he looks all of his 32, 33 years there, but that's the effort that's required to make hundreds in India. Well played, son, well played. And we'll hand over to some new gorillas.
We will indeed.
You're staying here, though.
You're
staying here.
I am.
You're one of them. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes,
yes.
Just a
Thank you,
reminder,
Jez. Thank you, Ajit.
the GPL's very much in play, so keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we don't have to, whatever the last score.
What was the
is.
pot? Somebody tell us the pot, because I can't remember.
151.
151. Okay, well the bear will keep across that, I'm sure. Whilst also being on ball by ball when you're ready.
Yes, I can.
156. I tell a lie.
156. Got even bigger. Very interesting to see to see Ben Stokes' reaction. He's absolutely punching the air and clenching his fists, and almost as though he'd got that ton himself. You could see how important that is to him.
What runs have we got?
Just
well, Kuldeep's into the attack. That one keeps low outside the off stump. Roddy Robinson defends it on the offside, and there ain't no run.
I mean, what's clear in the Sam Mendes film about Ben Stokes is that he's been through some hard times, but he's just a naturally emotionally intelligent man, and it's remarkable how he's been able to broker that emotional intelligence, for all of his flaws, and he had plenty of flaws when he was younger, into his leadership of this team.
That one is defended back up the track to the bowler, Kuldeep Yadav, and there ain't no run.
It doesn't mean that he never makes a mistake, but what it does mean is he's able to command such loyalty from those who follow him, even the previous captain, and he gives it back, and it's just fantastic to see.
Kuldeep over the wicket, defended. And there ain't no run.
It wasn't. He got nowhere near it.
Didn't he? Sorry,
Kuldeep has got no. Robinson has got no idea against Kuldeep, which is why he should have been on the moment he came into bat.
Well, yeah, there is that, isn't there? Ollie's probably not seen so much like him. That one keeps low, but it's short, and he can whip it out into the leg side. They should get 2 for that. No, but they don't. That goes over the head of the keeper.
England haven't missed many runs, but I think the emotional charge of reaching his 100, the end of the day is in sight. I think it's quite wise here just to sit in the game, not try and push it too hard. He's batting with a tail ender. The last thing England need here is a run out of the man on 103.
Well, most hundreds of a man in India from a foreign side is Joe Root. Played a lot more games than Steve Smith, who's in second. That's worked into the leg side, and there ain't no run.
In that time, he's faced spin of all kinds, and he's also faced some excellent paces as well, which underlines his versatility as a bat.
He has more runs against India than any other English batsman, I think, doesn't he, generally?
Yeah,
he is a top scorer against India.
All comers now, I think, isn't he? Probably. That's worked into the leg side, and is no run. I think Clive Lloyd was top of the overseas batsman in India, wasn't he? With
He
about
was, he's
1300
second,
and something.
yeah.
He must
He's
have
now
got
second.
to second now.
He
yeah.
got a big 262 quite early in his career, I think, Big Clive.
Loads of stuff going on YouTube about fucking time fucking a route fucking contributed, says a certain Mr. Handjob. Muttley Von Erich, well done Joe Root actually.
Jerry, actually.
Tom
Yeah.
P, absolutely game-changing century. That Yorkshire.
Yeah,
Mr. P, who has more centuries than Root against India? Nobody apparently. Very true. Sage Pakar, wonderful traditional 100 for Root, just the way he should have played in the previous 2 matches.
Exactly.
Brian in Brisbane, 3 grey coordinated clothed gorillas. You wouldn't want 3 grey coordinated unclothed gorillas, to be fair. But,
You definitely
but
would.
I
not.
do think I know what you meant.
I would suggest that you're actually wearing blue. Gary is wearing grey, and
Yeah.
I'm actually wearing green. So
Green? If that's green, I'm a fucking Dutchman.
it's green.
You're kidding.
No, that's down towards fine leg, and I get back for
brown.
2. It's not brown.
There's
bloody brown.
There's an internet meme waiting here. Realise that.
It's green.
It's brown.
It's green.
I never.
It's a
knew
brownish green, but it's the
Oh,
right
but-
side of green.
If it were really green, wouldn't you be invisible against the green screen?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't this like discussing the wicket?
Well, possibly.
You've even got the mark.
Cool deep.
Feeling,
feeling a knee.
Yeah, he tumbled after that a little bit.
Well, Robinson's done all right considering he hasn't batted for 8 months, hasn't he? He's on 15 or 35.
That's him done 4 off this ball.
Well, oh yeah, you might well be right. No, nearly strangled down the leg side as he tried to just tickle that round the leg side. Kept quite low, I think. And there's no run. What's that?
It's not green.
Oh, Kuldeep has only bowled 8 overs. That has to be a mistake from Rohit. Just has to be. Now he's hobbling.
We should have played a century jingle, by the way,
We
by the
should have
man
done.
who's on the controls.
I was eulogising Joe Root instead of playing
that
a
I'd
century
like to
jingle.
point out wasn't me
Yeah.
to anyone on YouTube who might have suggested it was.
No.
I was eulogising him rather than giving him his century. I can give it at the end of the over.
Siraj is in, and oh, well, that's a kind of weird shot. Plants his back between his legs, does Robinson, and trying to guide it down to third man, but doesn't, and there's no run.
Okay, I'll give you it. I think it's a boring jingle, but here we go.
10, 20, 40, 60, 80, 90, 100. Congrats.
Boring.
Well, my friend Mr. Handjob has said, what the fuck is Gary babbling about with brokering and emotional intelligence?
Defended out towards point by Robinson, no run.
You should see what I've written in my review that I wrote for last night's musical that I went to see. It's the most turgid prose that you could imagine, so I'm going to get home and tidy it up once I've had a bit of a sleep. But I was not at my most inventive at the keyboard earlier.
Tell me about it in the car on the way home.
I shan't, Tony, because
well,
I know how little you would.
Review of, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Waiting for Godot at the Kingston Rose or whatever.
Kingston Rose, nice theatre.
Beautiful theatre, thank you.
Into the pads, oh dear, of Robinson. I think he played it aerially into the leg side, but in front of square, and mid wicket was a little bit deeper, and so it didn't carry. No run.
The only problem with the Rose Theatre at Kingston is it has these double seats where you have to coordinate when you sit down with the person alongside you.
You do. Yes, you do.
And it's rather more than my coordination and teamwork can manage.
But it's a theatre in the round, that's why I like
It is in the round.
Yeah, and it's just superb. Well, not fully
it's
in the round.
Kind of
but
horseshoey, isn't
yeah,
it? Yeah.
but
it's not a thrust stage, but it's not entirely in the round
what
either.
stage?
A thrust stage.
A thrust stage.
A thrust stage is where you've got kind of 3 sides.
Oh, okay.
That one came in a bit from Akash Deep, but Ollie Robinson was up to it, defending the offside this time. I think England are just batting through time now. There's only 4 overs left in the day.
Well, they might get more than 4 in because there's also sort of 16, 17 minutes, and Jadeja could bowl 10 in that time. But
Anyway, chaps, on YouTube, a Mr. Henderson replies to Brian in Brisbane about the 3 grey coordinated, more coincidental than coordinated, I suspect. Tom P, aggressive tactics, all well and good, but this demonstrates how Root should be the anchor and should play his natural game. Quite right. Gil Tom, hey, why no century jingle for Rooty? Well, that's sorted now.
That has been remedied.
I'm not going to say who it was who said it. It was my fault because they were also kind enough to send us a fantastic breakfast this morning. I have to say we were extraordinarily grateful for.
Yes.
Apropos of your sweatshirt, Bear, Mr. Henderson says, it's the fucking brown side of brown, Bear, for fuck's sake.
Fuck off, it's the green side of brown.
Mr. Handjob said, do you want a more exciting 100 jingle?
Oh,
Why
yes,
not? Yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
Never turn them down.
Something
Nog.
jaunty. 282 back in his crease goes Root. He just works that into the leg side out into the deep. He'll get himself a single.
Maybe we could have something by Haircut 100. You know, your favourite shot is on the line, do a somersault on your head. You know,
Love plus one. I used to drink, but you not. A couple of times. I had a few drinks with
Nick Hayward.
Yeah, in a pub in Kensington.
Elfin-faced Nick Hayward.
Because he used to drink in a pub in Kensington, just round the corner from where I used to rehearse in a band I was in at the time.
I once went to the Hammersmith Odeon to try and see Haircut 100 and couldn't get in. It was full.
Do you remember the old swimming thing, Love plus one?
Oh,
that they
yeah,
used to do? Yeah.
Cool Deep. Oh man, that's a grubber. But just a little bit short, and Robinson could keep it out, and there's no run.
Well, Tony, you've just dropped a bombshell that you were in a band. I wasn't aware of this. Other listeners aware?
Been in a few in the past.
Have you?
Yeah.
Playing
yeah.
what?
Harmonica.
Harmonica?
Vocals, yeah.
Finger in the ear and a harmonica in the mouth?
Something like that, yes. Something like that.
Well, Kuldeep comes in again. He's over the wicket, and it's defended into the offside, and there ain't no run.
Well, you'll have to you have to do a live jingle. Here we go. The live jingle on the harmonica.
It's been a long time. They're still sitting in a cupboard in my in our wardrobe. Mr. Handjob says jaunty shit. Give it a go, Mog. It could be jaunty.
Defended back down the track, and there ain't no run.
Jaunty's got an element of onomatopoeia about it, hasn't it? You know, it feels a jaunty word, jaunty.
A bit like our Amber's Thomas Ranchi earlier.
Yes.
Oh, we all fell for that.
We did.
But he did actually signal the fact in the tweet. Of
course, of course,
the tweet reader at the time.
The problem is,
wasn't paying attention.
It's early in the fucking morning. On the back foot, Robinson this time defends into the offside. There is no run.
You know, Robinson is a handy bat. He has a first-class century, but he is a number 9, and he's playing Kuldeep off the pitch here. That suggests to me that India will be able to play England's spinners off the pitch.
Yeah.
If England's spinners can be played off the pitch, then Robinson and Anderson are going to have to do some work up top.
Well, they are, and that's what India did, and England will have to do that. And it might encourage Stokes to have a bowl. Well, that's been Hoyt. I don't think there's anyone out there. There's not. Has it gone all the way?
Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, it's gone all the way.
I'll tell you what, when somebody loves you, it's no good unless they love you.
All the way.
It's 6 runs.
But England have scored a few Smaximums, haven't they?
They have. They haven't been afraid to attack occasionally.
It's all been sort of to cow corner. It's all been sort of lifted.
Well, doesn't matter. They all count.
They all
six
count.
Is a 6 is a 6. Just ideal. It's green, Bear. It's green. It's green. It's brownish green. Pythonesque from Gorilla Cricket. Oh, we'll take that. I expect you to show up tomorrow, says Leah.
Greenish brown, not brownish green.
Tomorrow morning, wearing this. Now, what's the picture of it? It's a picture of a dress, so I'm going to have to look.
Oh, it's the famous dress, which is neither green nor blue. That's what I was referring to as an internet meme.
Ah, yes.
Is it?
There's a dress which
looked blue or something else, yeah. It's into the hip of Root. He just turns that around a corner.
Green to me.
Single.
Okay.
88th over. 2 overs left in the day after this.
But then they need to play the full up until 11 o'clock.
Yeah, they have to play until 11. We're not going to have any overspill, though. Thank God for that.
Yeah. No overspill. Indeed not.
I tell you what, Robinson's batted very well, hasn't he?
Yeah, for a man who hasn't played cricket for 8 months.
And the other thing I want to mention...
A refreshed brain, maybe.
The other thing I want to mention, which I've got a little bit of time because there's Akash Deep who's bowling. England were absolutely hammered by 434 runs in the last test, and they lost 3 wickets in no time at all.
That's defended by Robinson, back to the bowler, no run.
And they've fought back today.
Yeah,
and
they have.
There are times when English sides, especially overseas, would have folded
big time.
You know, and it'd have been all out. Half of us expected it all out just after tea for 150, and be up against it. But they're made of sterner stuff. And again, I'm going to credit the leadership. Not just in this instance Ben Stokes, but Brendan McCullum. They do talk about putting the stuff behind them, and I tell you what, they stand up those words.
They do. And you have to say that we all said in the podcast, and everyone thought, Joe Root's too good a batsman to miss out the entire series, and today it was a perfect time for a riposte, really. England really bloody needed it.
The reaction from Stokes suggests that they have sat down and had a talk, and Ben Stokes has said, look, Joe, if you want to do it, you can carry on doing it, but if you don't want to do it, nobody's going to say anything against it. So it did look like it was a product of a conversation.
I think also that is defended up to mid-off and there's no run. You look at the way I think England have assessed the pitch when they've gone out, and the early batters have gone, nah, this isn't the kind of pitch you can really be that aggressive on. It's just too inconsistent, and therefore they have had to grind it out, and they've adjusted to that.
You say that, Bear, but Crawley and Bairstow were both really aggressive.
Yeah, they were, but they got away with it.
They did.
Others didn't look comfortable with it at all, and so they didn't do it. And actually, Folkes and Root, when they were together, I mean, they're the 2 least baseball players of the top 7 anyway.
Yeah.
And they decided to settle into a routine. That's short and goes quite a way off the pitch.
Oh, Girella's a jack in the box, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that was the kind of swing you get at places like Edgbaston, where and Trent Bridge, where the ball can swing after it's gone past the batsman. Because if you watch that, it starts to go, and that's what made it a good take. A little bit of Hollywood dive, but
look, I don't want to be Mr. Glass half empty, but Australia thought they were probably in tidy order when they made 451 in the first test ever here, to which India countered with 603 for 9.
Who got those 600? Those Virat in there, and Dhoni.
Pujara got 202.
Oh, there you go. He's on.
And Riddiman Sahar got 117.
Wow, that's short again. Through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, Riddiman Sahar, who I was surprised to learn is in his late 30s now, I think. So that's
I think he
presume might have played his last test, because Durrell's looked quite good behind the stumps. Not perfect, but quite good.
Oh, Riddiman Sahar, he was dropped last year, wasn't he?
I thought he...
No, he got... It was KS Barrett earlier in the series.
Yeah, that's right. KL Rahul took over, didn't he, in some test matches?
Riddiman Sahar had a bit of a huff when he was dropped, I think, if I remember rightly. Akashdeep coming in to bowl. Last ball of this over. Full, driven nicely.
Super shot.
Yeah, it was a bit late. He didn't really get his foot across to it. He's not going to be chased down by the fielder. It's 4 runs to Ollie Robinson. He moves into the 20s to 25. Well, he was already in the 20s. England are 294 for 7. Ooh, that's just gone past one of Messi Jersey's picks.
While you look that up, Dave says Gary eulogising Joe. He's not dead yet. Adrian Lowe, a new 100 jingle. Could be a while before we hear it. Well,
yeah, you never know.
Chris the Choir.
No what are we seeing here?
Oh, it's another no ball from Akash.
It's the only thing he's got wrong, really, on his dream of a debut day. But I tell you what, that was a shot of a middle order bat, wasn't it? He waited for that, did Robinson?
He just punched it as well, didn't he?
Didn't hit it
too hard.
One more to the score, one more ball in the over.
Indeed. Well, hopefully it's not a wicket. Here comes Akashdeep. Oh, it's onto the pads though, and it's clipped down to deep square leg. It'll be a single, and he'll retain the strike.
Yeah, that's one of my bugbears, really, because I think in that situation, and no ball is bowled, I think England should be able to say, well, we don't want the extra ball. England are playing for the close. It was another ball at Robinson. England should be able to turn it down. As it was, they got a single, so they'll be happy with it. But you shouldn't be obliged to receive the extra ball.
Chris the Choir says jaunty jingles are Mog's speciality. He also says jaunty sounding jaunty is like Gary sounding garrulous. Jay Grover, Bear's colour is army green apparently.
There you go.
Army green.
It's not. Look, I'm sat next to it, and it's brown.
It's definitely fucking green.
There was that Lawrence Corner, wasn't there, in Camden that sold army kind of fatigues and excess
Camden
stuff.
Market.
No, in Camden, at the end of Drummond Street, and Lawrence Corner. I think I bought some socks there once when I was going to Moscow, but they had lots of stuff that was kind of khaki green and fatigue-ish.
Dave also wants to says, give us your review of Poor Things, Gary.
Excellent, 5 stars. I think it's the best film of the decade so far. I saw it twice in a couple of days. Extraordinary achievement in acting, cinematography, construction, innovation. Not for everyone, but I thought a superb film.
Kuldeep is around the wicket, and that's kept low.
Yeah.
Came into Ollie Robinson, he's just worked it in the leg side, no run.
And that's a number 9 playing the ball off the pitch, so India will be looking at that and thinking, well, we should be able to do that.
They should be. But I think the pitch will only get worse.
If it gets slower, it can get worse, if you like, but slower, and be easier to bat on.
Possibly, true. Kuldeep around the wicket, that again comes into Ollie Robinson, and he just defends on the leg side, and there ain't no run.
Yeah, because Ben Stokes got the shooter, but it sort of scuttled onto him a little bit, didn't it?
It was very short as well, just kept low. Under his bat, that was.
The Gazunda ball, as he used to call it in Australia. The Gazunda.
Gazunda. That's what they called potties, wasn't it, in the old days? Because they weren't under the bed.
Yeah.
Around the wicket, and Ollie Robinson defends once more, and there's no run.
Not Michael Bentine's potty time. That was strange, strange thing that was.
That was. I don't know if he was ever on anything when he did those. I used to watch it. They never actually saw them. All you saw was the little footprints of them moving along. It was cleverly done.
Very bizarre.
It was bizarre, but clever.
What was that?
Michael Bentine's potty time.
Before my time. Tossed up well outside the off stump by Kuldeep, trying to get a big spinner back in him. Robinson went to pad it. I'm not sure if it hit the pad, but would have been difficult to give out. Had it done. Probably wasn't hitting anyway. 2 balls left in the 89th over. Kuldeep is in, tosses that one again wide, and this time Robinson gets right forward and defends.
Robinson looks like he's taking to this, doesn't he?
Oh, he does.
He's enjoying himself now.
But that's when a tail ender gets out. Once you think, hey, look at me, I can bat. And then, the top edge one now to long leg or something.
Quite, he's the beginning of a tail. He's not the tail.
No, he's not
the tail end of the tail.
He's
by
not
any
a full end,
is he?
full tail end. I mean, he's a number 9.
He's a number 9.
He's a number 9.
You're very precise about what a number 8 is.
Oh, I am.
He doesn't quite make
I am.
there.
He does in county cricket, but he's a 9 in Test.
That one, again, spins in, keeps low, but Ollie Robinson is able to play it off the pitch, defend it back to the bowler. There ain't no run. 89 overs done. At least one more over, probably only one more over, because there's only 4 minutes left, and Akashdeep will probably bowl it, which means that'll probably be it for the day.
Should be. Mr. Handjob says even I knew Tony rocked the mouth organ back in the day. Messrs says grind jaunt. Tom P calling it now. Ollie Robinson century, possibly over optimistic, but you never know. Timasuk T. Hotspot is onsen in Japanese. I've been in Japan so long I don't know if onsen is a word in English.
No, it's not, but they're well known because anybody who goes to Japan, as my brother is going on Sunday eventually. It's always on the bucket list.
Hello.
What's this?
Hello.
What is this? Well, he's got 2 double centuries, and now guess what? He's got a ball in his bloody hand. Leg break? My God.
It's this man.
What was that? The Ambati something or other end? Giant? No.
Ambati Cement.
No.
Guys, if this is the last over, it's worth watching. The GPL has a 298 pick.
I did see that, yes. Don't you worry, I'm on it.
Just build the excitement, that's
Do we know who that is, Messrs?
I can tell you, 298. is. It hasn't.
Well, can the golden back become a golden arm?
Well, no, not like that.
Jesus.
That was a fucking filthy delivery that Root cut out to the. Well, he'll be there
That
tomorrow.
That reminded me.
Single.
Was it Mohammed Ashrafal of Bangladesh, or who bowled leg breaks and would often do drag downs? I think one bounced twice, or was he was the victim of one that bounced twice? So maybe I'm getting mixed up, but I'm slightly delirious, having had an hour's sleep last night.
It's the Amitabh Chowdhury and
That doesn't show me on my phone. That's a better spinner.
That is a decent ball.
And Robinson.
Well,
just defends it. Do you want to click on the first tab on there, and it'll tell you who the user is who's got 298, because it's now on 297. One run required.
I'll tell you what that did. Not only did that turn, but it drifted and dipped as well. So he's getting revs on it.
First tab. Well, he smashed that. It's going to go for 4, so that takes that out. Which takes us to 301. Is anyone on 301?
Yeah. Here we go.
303. I'm presuming that's messages.
He's going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Hombre Nuevo has 307.
Who has 303?
I'm just going to have to look and see. Trying to find that at the moment.
Well, it'll be below 307.
303 is a Mr. Handjob.
Mr. Handjob?
A Mr. Handjob.
Disinterested?
Yes,
Variety?
that's the fella.
Cut. Well, that's going to be a single, so it's 302 with 2 balls left.
Mr. Handjob, are you paying attention?
The excitement.
Ooh. I don't like giving away money.
But eventually,
to a man who writes like 80% of our jingles.
But eventually, you always do,
I
because
know.
it's the nature of the game that it's going to be given away. So it doesn't matter.
But I don't like it. Jaiswell, it's just defended. Does that appeal? Fuck off. It's down
Durrell, that was a
backside.
bit enthusiastic.
Yeah. Jaiswell says just flicks a finger out, says leg side, mate, leg side. Yeah,
Well-
I never understand this, because Hendo used to complain about it, didn't he? Giving
Because
away
we're the
the
bank.
money.
It's like
I
being
know-
a casino.
I know,
You
but
don't like to lose.
Yeah, but the money is given away.
I know. of
Unless
course
it lasts
is.
forever.
Shh. Left alone, though. Genius, Joe Root has left that alone. It ends on 302 for 7. No one wins the GPL.
Well, unless
it carries over.
hang
to
on.
tomorrow.
They haven't walked off yet, are they?
They
Yes, they have.
It's just gone past the hour.
money is safe there.
Woohoo! Yes!
It's the most excited you've got all day. One is arguing for the colour of your sweatshirt, and 2 was the fact that you're so fucking tight that you don't want our most prolific jingler to actually win the GPL.
No, I just wanted to get to a much bigger pot.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, what a day's Test cricket, gentlemen.
Indeed. A very good day's Test cricket. Ebbs and flows. England lost 5 wickets in the first session. 2 very, very good reviews by India. Neither of them looked out. But they were both given. An absolute grubber for Joe Root. One that nipped back quite a long way for Crawley. Got in between the gate. After he'd been bowled on no ball on Null, I think. He got away to 40. Duckett was a decent ball nipped away from Ashkat Deep. From outside his off stump, nipped away, caught the edge. Classic left-hander's delivery. You know, he can't stop himself from playing it. And then who went after that? There was a caught, there was a bowled, and then there was a LBW, which was that was Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope was
Ollie
bloody
Pope,
unlucky,
yeah.
mate. I mean, he
He
came
was a
down the
little.
track, trying to work in the leg side, got hit. They all appealed. It looked, for all the money in the world, it's like, what the hell are you appealing for? They reviewed it, which even looked more stupid, and it turned out to be out, which made us look stupid. Followed by Johnny Bairstow was out LBW to Ashwin, and then Stokes got an absolute grubber from Jadeja that you can't say was anything to do with his fault. There was no rash choice in shot. The ball just shot under his bat and hit him on the GM sign on his pad just above his boot lapel, his boot tongue. He was given out OBW. England didn't lose a session, the entire second afternoon session. Folks got to 47, had a big over off of Ashwin, and then next over.
The interesting thing about that session as well was, although they got 85 runs, they were going at about 2.5 an over.
Yeah, they bowled a
because
lot
they
of
were being
overs.
so careful.
And they bowled a lot of overs as well, didn't they?
And it was when Root and Folkes were together building that big partnership, and they clearly were in a different mode.
And yeah, exactly. They decided to put their heads down. It's not. I don't think it's the easiest pitch to bat on. It's pretty slow, and there's cracks all over the place. I don't know if you trust it looking at it as a batsman. And then in the afternoon session, Folkes was the next man out. He clipped an in-swinger. Reverse swinger from Siraj to mid-wicket, and then Siraj bowled an absolute peach around the wicket that left Hartley, beat his outside edge and knocked his off stump. An absolute cracking delivery. Robinson stayed there till the end. Root got to 100. We all knew he's capable of it. He's the best batsman England have, and he got himself to 100 runs.
Just want to say, one of the characteristics of the innings, just as you're summing up there, Bear, and we saw it earlier, is that the wickets fell in 3 clumps. There were 3 wickets fall for, I think, 10 runs. Then there were 2 wickets fall for 3 runs, and then 2 wickets fall for another 15 or something.
So often the way, one brings
yep.
2. A few final messages. I'll start on YouTube. Muttley, thanks for the coverage. Primates, love and sausages. Willow Moon, oh Mog, that's rough. Mr. Handjob simply said, fuck it. Mr. P, unlucky handjob. One-off Mog, I empathise, said Messrs. Willow Moon. Some redemption, excuse me. Some redemption arc from Root. Will his bowling be up to scratch as well?
He bowls better when he bats.
Indeed. Michael Benteen was a mad genius. Marty Feldman of his era. Brian in Brisbane, maybe Bear could turn on the room light there and prove his greenness. Pleasantly surprised at the fight back. That's Joe Root we remember, says Kafir. Play the Sahar jingle, said Mog. Let me see. Great See Root get his 100 after a very brief onsen by me. Apparently the dress that was being discussed earlier looks is either perceived as blue or white, and I'm seeing it as green, which now starting to make me.
That makes sense.
It's starting to make me. I'm seeing everything as green.
Everything's gone
wasn't
green.
It Blackadder when Lord Percy is doing alchemy, and he instead of gold he creates something green. I've discovered. Green.
I was thinking of the New Order song "Everything's Gone Green," which is one of my favourites of that era. A B-side, I think.
This is nice. Tom P, thanks for the insight, gents. Fantastic work as always. That's really, really kind of you, and thank you for your company. I'll quickly head over to the artist formerly known as Twitter, Adrian Lowe. Good day, folks. Thanks for cheering us all up. Keep up the good work. 303, I say. Morning all and good night, says Warren Farong. The Bear is wearing Bangladeshi rickshaw green after a dust storm, perhaps.
Very good.
Hey.
Very good.
Just ideal. Ollie R batted like a 7 at the beginning of his Test career, then lost the plot.
Yes.
I find it tiresome how cheap a price bowlers put on their wickets when batting. Paul Howarth, aka the Grubster, or
he's in tomorrow.
El Grubbo, says, Ray the Green Brown chat, how many of you are colourblind? Brackets, I am. Well, it seems to me like I'm beginning to question myself, but
I don't think I am.
The more I look at that, the more I am convinced that ain't green.
Yeah, it's not brown.
And I think that is us for the day, and bloody hell, what a day it has been.
Yeah, it has been a great day.
There's just one little detail that I enjoyed at the end of the day there, is that we all know that the IPL has changed the relationships between players, but quite a few Indians were coming over and congratulating Joe Root, who was acknowledging them there. And of course, you know, they are mates if they've been to after parties with the IPL over the years. But there's been excellent spirit played in this series. It's been hard cricket. Sometimes it's been difficult for some of the players, especially in the last Test where England were hammered. Well, they were in the game for 2 days and then hammered at the end of it. But it just goes to show you can play sport and retain decency and friendship, and it's really good to see.
Indeed.
Right.
And on that note, I think you should play the jingle, and we should get out of
Oh,
here.
yeah, how do I...
What do you mean, how do you do it?
Where is it? Where is it? Theme tunes. Number one.
Number
one. We'll be seeing you very soon with this excellent test from Ranchi. In the
See you tomorrow
meantime...
morning, 3:50. Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol a boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara,